Chapter 351, Exploiting the Enemy's Weakness. I've double-checked, Lord Edwall, the secret passage remains accessible, the elderly Sith exclaimed excitedly. Once we've captured the capital, I'll speak of your accomplishments to His Holiness, Edwall nodded, proceeding to explain to the puzzled bishops. Few knew that Prince Harold had dug a hidden passage in the capital to avoid a fatal end in the struggle for the throne. The entrance hid within the depths of the city's slums, while the exit lay concealed within the dense forest by the west gate. Only Prince Harold and a few trusted confidants were privy to this knowledge. Unfortunately, the cultists' assault on the capital caught Prince Harold off guard. Blocked by musketeers on his way to the passage, he and his guards fell amidst the chaotic gunfire. Only Seth, instructed to guard the exit, narrowly escaped the ordeal. With this revelation, the attending bishops finally understood that Edwall had premeditated strategies. Today's seemingly fierce noon attack was merely a probe to gauge the cultists' formidable tactics. Pearson, lead a unit of guards into the capital, await my orders. Edwall commanded once more. The guards were a specially trained covert force within the clergy, not as renowned as the Punishment Legion or the Griffin Knights, yet equally capable masters of espionage and assassination. Though some within the clergy deemed the guards' existence tarnished the sanctity of their faith, Pearson, not averse to conservative opinions, understood that combating cunning, sorcery-wielding cultists sometimes necessitated unconventional methods. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. After finalizing the plan to take the capital, the bishops deliberated on countering the wizards' array of new weapons to minimize casualties. While their weapons hold significant power, they require time to operate. I've observed that handheld firearms have about a minute interval between shots, firing in multiple stages to create continuous assaults. The more potent cannons have intervals of roughly 30 seconds. Analyzing the situation, a cardinal bishop's expression grew grave. Such extended intervals presented a considerable vulnerability. Without the city walls, with Aegis-enforced protection, a few thousand cavalrymen could potentially secure victory against tens of thousands of musketeers. Moreover, judging by their weapons style, these musketeers likely lacked prowess in close combat. Some bishops were even arrogant enough to believe that 800 punishment legionnaires could vanquish the myriad musketeers on the walls. Their broad daylight advantage allows them to maximize these weapons' efficacy. Perhaps a night skirmish could render these new weapons useless, as even powerful armaments become futile if they can't aim accurately, proposed a cardinal bishop. Undoubtedly, this was another advantage they possessed. Both the Punishment Legion and the Griffin Knights, aided by their bestowed divine arts, could function in darkness just as proficiently as in daylight. However, the same couldn't be said for their adversaries. An excellent strategy, Edwall commended. In such a short time, finding a way to counteract them wasn't practical. Nonetheless, exploiting the enemy's strengths and weaknesses was well within their capabilities. Then, let's set the time for 5 days from now. Edwall made the decisive call. 5 days? Pearson pondered, that should align with the reinforcements' arrival. Over the following days, the clergy's massive army remained besieged outside the city. Apart from periodic aerial raids by the Griffin Knights over the capital, there was little activity. As Lynn busied themselves with developing new firearms, they didn't neglect intelligence gathering. Lynn deployed a sizable contingent of musketeers equipped with telescopes to monitor the enemy's every move. Additionally, some psychic wizards attempted to infiltrate the enemy's camp using inconspicuous creatures, yet their adversaries' magical barriers thwarted these efforts. Even the burrowing moles controlled by Lynn were unearthed, their sensing capabilities deemed astonishing. Forced to retreat, they supported the musketeers from a distance. Isn't magic the same as sorcery? How can they easily discern between the two? Lynn was perplexed. Ever since learning of the Holy Church's origins, this question lingered incessantly. I'm not well versed in that aspect, perhaps only the council members hold that knowledge. Raphael hesitated, shaking his head before returning to peruse the intelligence reports. Reports from both the telescopic observations of the musketeers and the manipulated creatures by the psychic wizards provided consistent information. In these days, the Church's punitive force busily felled trees in the forest surrounding the city, crafting new siege engines. They seemed too preoccupied to plan an immediate attack. "It appears we'll have some time to rest," Raphael sighed with relief, indicating that their previous skirmish had indeed dealt a significant blow to the punitive force, establishing a deterrence against hasty actions. Yet, it was also plausible that Edwal perceived them as a formidable force, thus choosing to await reinforcements. Maintaining vigilance might be wise. Lynn disagreed with Raphael's assessment, knowing that tranquility often masked underlying turmoil. "By the way, could we establish a magical barrier covering the entire city like theirs?" Lynn suddenly inquired, recognizing its effectiveness as a defense mechanism, potentially saving them considerable trouble. "That might not be easy," Raphael shrugged helplessly. The city was vast, much larger than the punitive force's encampment. The magical energy expenditure would be astronomical. Even with the combined efforts of these adept wizards, they might not sustain it for long. Relying on magic stones wasn't a viable long-term solution. Wizards weren't like priests or bishops who could obtain aid from the false deity by merely singing praises. Chapter 352, All these trials are tests from the divine. Due to the limited supply of magic stones, they could only prioritize protecting certain key areas. For instance, granaries, armories, or the Alchemy Research Institute. Under Dennis's explanation, Lynn could only regretfully abandon this marvelous idea and continued to inquire, somewhat disappointed, have there been any recent disturbances among the faithful in the capital and the nobles under house arrest? Compared to external threats, Lynn was more concerned about internal chaos within the capital. If there were chaos both inside and out, it would indeed be troublesome. "We've been monitoring those nobles, and the citizens within the capital have been relatively peaceful. Apart from the training squad catching a few commoners gathering for prayers, the rest have shown no signs of unusual behavior," Raydell responded, currently responsible for patrolling and defending the capital. However, this duty wasn't easy since they hadn't occupied the capital for long, and the resistance among some of the faithful was still high. As the royal family was still present, they couldn't win the commoners' approval by bestowing land or punishing the corrupt nobles. The fortunate aspect was during the capture of the capital, the archbishop had helped them apprehend the fervent radicals who were now undergoing rehabilitation in the mines. "I don't think ideologies change overnight," Lynn nodded, having a general estimate of the situation within the capital. After considering for a moment, Lynn suggested, "You could start by highlighting discrepancies in the scriptures, picking out easily disprovable elements, conducting intriguing experiments. The more attention-grabbing, the better. It might be best to impart this knowledge to children first, they tend to be more receptive, gradually influencing the adults." Upon hearing this, Raydell's eyes lit up, promptly rushing off to make arrangements. Disregarding Raydell's hurried demeanor, Lynn picked up a nearby map, contemplating whether there were any oversights in the capital's defenses. "I believe your arrangements are already quite comprehensive." Raphael shook his head in slight dismay. To him, Lynn was being excessively cautious. Having seen the capital's defense plans, it was practically fortified at every turn, with numerous emergency measures in place, ensuring that if any area were to riot, over 1,000 riflemen and at least 50 wizards would arrive within a minute to suppress the rebellion. While these measures might suffice against civilian uprisings, they would fall short if the Holy Church's punitive forces suddenly appeared within the city. "These defenses won't be enough, and the losses would be immeasurable," Lynn expressed concern. "But didn't you inquire about this with King Hayter before?" "There were no hidden passages left when the capital was being designed or renovated," Raphael hesitantly replied. "What if they dig a tunnel directly here?" Lynn countered. "How's that possible?" Raphael rolled his eyes. The headquarters of the Holy Church's punitive forces were at least 10 kilometers away from here. Even if they dug without considering costs, it would take 10 days or even half a month. By then, their new weaponry would be developed, enabling a counter-offensive. However, Lynn disagreed. Having witnessed the dimensional gates within the magic stone mines, Lynn suspected that these clergy might possess similar divine techniques. The recent frequent visits and probing by the Griffin Knights, even at the risk of being attacked, likely held a deeper purpose. Lynn rubbed their chin, lamenting the acute senses of these griffins. The production of laser emitters wasn't complete yet, otherwise, Lynn could have sent airships to intercept their supply routes. Even the most powerful individuals needed to eat. While these great wizards could endure hunger for a few days, prolonged deprivation would eventually affect them. Perhaps that pseudo-god, Ella, was an exception. Just as Lynn pondered whether gods needed to eat, an apprentice knocked and entered respectfully, saying, "Dean, Lord Anthony and several alchemical masters from the Institute are looking for you." "How fortunate! It seems our new weapons have been completed." Lynn's furrowed brow finally relaxed. "I've been itching to confront those punitive forces of the Church." Raphael also expressed joy. They had been confined within the city, passively enduring attacks, and their frustration was ready to explode. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The impoverished citizens of the capital gradually adapted to wartime life, still witnessing squads of Griffin Knights soaring through the skies. The shadow of the rain of fire that had descended 5 days ago still loomed over everyone's minds. However, life continued, even amidst the war. They couldn't pause their livelihoods, even in the midst of conflict. Lom, an utterly ordinary pauper within the capital, used to attend the church every week before those damned wizards occupied the capital. At this very time each week, he would listen to the priest's teachings, repent for his sins, and put whatever meager savings he had, apart from sustenance, into the church's offering box. According to the clergy, the sound of the copper coins hitting the box signified the purification of one's soul. Lom firmly believed this. Being poor, wifeless, and childless, his sole hope lay in ascending to the divine kingdom after death, to enjoy endless joy and pleasure. There would be endless steaks to eat, inexhaustible wine to drink, and beautiful elves serving his every need. Everything he yearned for was within the divine kingdom. Lom had always considered his faith unshakable until 2 months ago, when those heretical devotees breached the capital, bringing chaos and slaughter. That was when he heard a calling from the divine. However, Lom hesitated, fearing the malevolent wizard's henchmen outside. If he dared to venture out, he would surely be captured and sacrificed to those malevolent gods, dooming his soul to an endless abyss. Later, he heard that the divine embodiment had descended upon the capital but was dispersed by several radiant lights. Lom was both perplexed and frightened. God was great, eternal, all-knowing, and all-powerful. Even if it were just an embodiment, it couldn't possibly be defeated by a group of heretical devotees. It had to be a falsehood, an illusion conjured by those strange wizards, a blasphemy against the divine. At the moment of Lom's wavering thoughts, an archbishop suddenly appeared in his home, addressing the confusion and perplexity in his mind. Everything he had experienced was a trial from the divine. It was because the nobles and citizens of the kingdom of Hadralata had faltered in their faith in the divine that such calamities had occurred. Chapter 353, The Wizards Have Fallen Under the Devil's Influence. Lynn cautiously returned home, securing the not-so-sturdy door before stepping into the empty interior. They prostrated themselves respectfully, addressing someone in utmost reverence. "Lord Pearson." With these words, a figure clad in a crimson robe appeared before them, emanating an imposing aura that stifled the room. "No one followed or sensed anything amiss today, correct?" Pearson solemnly inquired. "No, those wizard lackeys may search thoroughly, but they never randomly harm civilians," Lynn nervously replied. Pearson's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. "Any useful information you've gathered?" He had been in the capital for a full 5 days through secret passages, yet remained covert, wary of the city's unexpectedly stringent defenses. Gunners guarded every district, making it difficult to dismantle these sentries. Given the circumstances, Pearson dared not employ magic easily, lest he draw attention to himself. Fortunately, luck favored them. They found a devout believer not far from the well-connected area, who, after some persuasion, became their informant, responsible for gathering external information. Seems like Arno indeed got caught. Pearson thought to himself. Given Arno's prowess, he wouldn't have met his end immediately, even caught in the lightning web spanning the city. If there were no disturbances in the capital, it likely meant he was captured. Recalling the city's map, Pearson noted the prison wasn't too far from their location. Though he didn't particularly like Arno's arrogance, he was a colleague. It wouldn't hurt to aid him, it might even improve their odds in the city's conflicts. And when I was at the market today, I overheard those devil worshippers mentioning. Lynn hesitated, unsure whether to proceed. What did they say? Pearson frowned. They mentioned the Bible. That it contains many errors, Lynn stuttered. For instance, the Bible's belief in a geocentric world was incorrect. In truth, the land beneath their feet rotated around the sun due to something called gravity. Furthermore, the landmass wasn't flat. When looking at a distant tower from the sea, one always saw the top before the base. Lunar eclipses occurred when the planet rotated between the sun and the moon, projecting the eclipse they witnessed. They even claimed to have calculated the circumference of this land, at 43,200 kilometers. Lynn trembled slightly. Absurd. Pearson chuckled. These cultists' ideas were outrageous. How could the land they stood on be round? They'd fall off. And how did they calculate a circumference of 43,200 kilometers? Did they use a ruler? These wizards dared to mislead believers with such ludicrous claims, utterly nonsensical. After pausing, Lynn ceased speaking. Some odd experiments had been conducted on site, demonstrating these seemingly irrational conclusions. A child from a neighboring hunter's family whispered that they understood and could replicate these experiments. Perhaps the land beneath their feet was truly round, but Pearson found himself lost in this concept. It appears these wizards have been heavily influenced by the devil, their sanity severely compromised. Pearson scoffed, then swiftly inquired about the most heavily guarded mansion. Pearson had a premonition, this place was extraordinary. Its defenses surpassed even the palaces, harboring a secretive interior. Shaking his head, Lynn mentioned constant surveillance. They couldn't get close. In that case, you should rest, Pearson suggested, allowing Lynn to enter slumber. Meanwhile, shadowy figures materialized in the small room. The lead guard handed a sealed scroll to Pearson. Taking it gravely, Pearson read it and promptly incinerated the message. The time was tonight. At midnight, on the eastern segment of the city walls, Ham held a musket, stationed at the watchtower. Waves of drowsiness assaulted his mind, making it hazy. Even though shifts changed every night and were split into halves, being over 50, his energy didn't match his younger days. After a few hours, he struggled. Maybe a short nap? The enemies wouldn't attack in the dead of night, and others were also watching. One more or less wouldn't make a difference. As these thoughts flitted through Ham's mind, a sense of duty surged, reinvigorating him. Just a little longer, it's almost time for the shift change. In a daze, Ham entered a state between dream and wakefulness. The ground seemed to shake violently, intensifying. Everyone, wake up! Enemy attack! A loud shout came from another watchtower. Ham jolted awake, instinctively aiming the musket at the wall. But it was pitch black, he could only discern shadows illuminated faintly by the watchtower's fire. Luckily, the wizards on the wall reacted. Dozens of dazzling fireballs soared into the sky, casting light on everything. Ham and others involuntarily gasped. Tens of thousands of enemy soldiers had breached the 2-kilometer perimeter, within their striking range. At the forefront stood priests and bishops, donned in white robes, solemnly praying. Their prayers echoed clearly, despite the distance. Damn it, they're launching a full-scale attack. Sanchez, in charge of rotation, said gravely. Just a few days ago, during the previous battle, these priestly groups watched as cannon fodder charged and died. But now, they struck first. Sanchez realized this wasn't a minor probe, it was a decisive battle. Chapter 354, The Impending Decisive Battle. The attack came suddenly, contrary to their earlier intelligence estimations. It would take at least half a month to manufacture a new batch of siege weapons, even with the use of divine arts. Under the cover of night, the Holy Church's punitive army silently arrived less than 2 kilometers from the city gates. The resounding hymns abruptly ceased as the Archbishop on look, at the forefront of the clergy, spread his arms, and the radiance of divine magic immediately burst forth outside the city. Summon guardians of the divine realm. In an instant, the earth shook. 70 colossal stone statues, towering 5 meters high and armored, rose from the ground. Gripping sturdy shields, they positioned themselves in front, emitting a deep, hollow roar from their gaping mouths as they lumbered toward the city walls. "Quick, notify Lord Lynn." Sanchez wasted no time, loudly urging, then turned to the stunned crowd, rebuking them. "What are you waiting for? Prepare the electromagnetic cannons." Controlled by several wizards, the 7 electromagnetic cannons stationed on the gates immediately thundered, emitting deafening roars. 7 dazzling streams of light darted forth, targeting the massive stone statues. The immense electromagnetic cannonballs clashed with the solid earthen shields. Like slicing through a thin sheet of paper, accompanied by a teeth-gritting explosion, the robust earth shields crumbled instantly. The cannonballs, turned red-hot, collided with the rear of the guardians of the divine realm, shattering nearly half of their colossal bodies. "Target their abdomens, that's their core." Sharp-eyed Yoland immediately spotted the issue, loudly reminding the others. The one statue obliterated had been pierced precisely through its center by the electromagnetic cannon, causing it to disintegrate outright. The gunners promptly adjusted their trajectories. However, in the dead of night, visibility became extremely poor. Hitting the core accurately under the cover of the colossal shields while the guardians were in full sprint was no easy feat. After 5 rounds of electromagnetic cannon fire, only 10 guardians were neutralized, and the rest surged into the range of the cannons. Continuous cannonades echoed as nearly 100 artillery pieces relentlessly bombarded the colossal stone statues. Yet, their power was significantly weaker compared to the electromagnetic cannons. Even with direct hits, they could merely momentarily impede the onslaught. It would take 3 to 5 shells simultaneously hitting to topple or scatter a guardian. Shielded by the colossal stone statues wielding massive shields, tens of thousands of church forces also initiated their charge. "Kill these blasphemers! For glory! For victory! God is with us!" War drums thundered, crazed shouts reverberated across the battlefield. Under the illumination of the flames, tens of thousands of church forces surged forward like a black tide, rendering the towering city walls momentarily akin to an isolated island adrift in a vast sea, seemingly on the brink of being engulfed. Ham and others atop the city walls felt a chill. Their rifles scarcely ceased firing, continuously cycling through aiming, shooting, and reloading. However, due to the disadvantageous nighttime visibility, most could only haphazardly shoot in the direction of the charging enemy. Clearly, this couldn't hinder the church forces empowered by divine magic. In no time, the leading colossal statue and over 20,000 noble coalition soldiers were within less than 200 meters from the city gates. The situation had reached an extremely critical juncture. At that moment, 200 accredited wizards stepped forward and cast simultaneous spells. The soldiers of the coalition approaching the city walls suddenly felt the solid ground beneath them collapse, plunging into a dark abyss with sharp spikes visible at the bottom. The pit was a staggering 20 meters wide and over 15 meters deep. This was the triple circle magic sinkhole. However, the magic alone wasn't enough to create a pit encircling the entire city wall. These traps had been prepared in advance, concealed beneath a not-so-thick layer of soil and stones by elemental wizards. During the prior skirmishes, they had refrained from using these traps due to the limited intensity of the conflict, saving them for this crucial moment. Over 2,000 coalition soldiers charging at the forefront tumbled down, either dying on impact or impaled by the sharp spikes. Even the massive guardians of the divine realm, nearly half of them, remained trapped in the pit for quite some time. The prearranged traps effectively stalled the assault of the punitive forces, offering a momentary respite for the defenders atop the walls. But before Sanchez and others could breathe a sigh of relief, the sinkholes triggered by the magic were dismantled. Emerald green tendrils emerged from the ground, radiating magical brilliance, intertwining to form dozens of sturdy bridges of sorcery capable of withstanding cannonades for a short period. It was the bishop's doing. Not only that, but countless twinkling dots illuminated the dark battlefield, converging to form an immensely terrifying energy wave hurtling toward them. Amidst the intense explosion and energy impact, the magical barrier shielding the defenders on the wall shattered. Whether it was the numerous guardians of the divine realm or the relentless onslaught of the punitive forces, their sole aim was to pave the way for the bishops to enter the range of their sorcerous attacks. Sanchez, realizing this, understood that the most arduous moment had arrived. Fortunately, the time they bought wasn't meaningless. The defending force on the wall had increased from the initial 8,000 to 25,000, with half armed with rifles and the other half comprising the royal guards. However, even with this, they needed more reinforcements. Because in the skies above, the Griffin Knights were now in position, once again raining down a deluge of fire. Simultaneously, as the frontal assault commenced, Poulsen, who had long infiltrated the capital, had already initiated his moves. Taking advantage of the chaos and cover of night, a large number of shadow guards began eliminating the city guards stationed on the streets. Following Poulsen's orders, they split into two groups. One faction set out to free Arno from imprisonment, while the other stealthily headed for the heavily guarded Alchemy Research Institute within the capital. Moreover, the Church's elite, a considerable number of divine retribution troops, had also reached the capital through secret passages. Edwell personally led the charge from within, intending to settle the conflict in a single battle. Chapter 355, Inner and Outer Crises, The Peril in the Capital. The echoing cannon fire throughout the capital startled its inhabitants from their slumber. 5 days had passed, yet the fear of war once again pervaded everyone's thoughts. Inside the city walls, the populace found themselves in two distinct states of mind. The devout believers prayed earnestly, hoping the great messengers of the divine could expel the evil forces, returning the kingdom of Hadrolata to the embrace of the divine. Others fell into panic and confusion. Simultaneously, within a courtyard of the palace, Lynn and their companions were discussing strategies for a counterattack when their attendants urgently notified them. The besieging forces from outside the city had launched a sudden massive assault. Elite troops were amassed, even the clerics were deployed. Sanchez, stationed there, urgently requested more reinforcements, otherwise, the city gates might fall. They've arrived this quickly. It seems they're anxious even before we've made a move. Raphael scoffed. But it's only been 5 days. If Edwell dared to strike, there must be something they're counting on. Adela frowned, expressing her worried speculation. Having witnessed the disastrous retreat of the forces before, leaving over 20,000 bodies behind, Lynn had assumed the enemy would need at least 10 days or half a month to regroup for a second assault. They hadn't anticipated the swift return. I received word earlier that a support legion of around 40,000 troops has reached the city, joining forces with the besiegers. I suspect they plan to launch a full-scale attack under cover of night, Lynn pondered. Realization dawned on those present, their advantage with the newly acquired weaponry would diminish. The rifles and cannons had provided them an edge in inflicting substantial casualties from a distance. Now, with restricted visibility, their marksmen and artillerymen couldn't effectively strike the enemy from afar. Realizing this, Raphael urgently spoke up. So, there might be over 100,000 enemies outside the city. We must immediately send reinforcements to Sanchez. Sanchez's desperate plea for reinforcements signified an acute crisis. Their existing plans were insufficient to counter the formidable assault of the clerical forces. Lynn nodded, scanning the assembly hall before instructing Anthony, Adela, and 5 other Grand Wizards to lead 200 formal wizards to reinforce the city gates. Additionally, they dispatched 5,000 riflemen and 10,000 royal guards. Isn't this a bit too few? I recall there being at least 7,000 riflemen within the city, Adela inquired, puzzled. Among the trained riflemen, roughly 30,000 were available. 18,000 guarded the city, rotating thrice a day to maintain readiness for full deployment in times of need. Another 5,000 served as reserves, ready for immediate support. These were the reinforcements Lynn was sending. Additionally, 7,000 were spread throughout the city, 4,000 guarded granaries, armories, and crucial points, while 3,000 remained available for deployment. In dire situations, they could even call upon the defenders to join the battle. Given the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, every force was vital. These personnel could be fully utilized. No, we cannot relocate the city's guard forces. They are crucial for maintaining internal stability, Lynn decisively stated. Furthermore, notify Yalos and have the airships ascend. Deal with the fire-breathing Griffin Knights and then proceed to support the front lines, that should suffice. Facing this grave crisis, Lynn remained remarkably composed compared to Raphael and the others, experiencing such a large-scale war for the first time. While the clerical forces were launching a fierce assault, Lynn understood that capturing the royal capital wouldn't be easy. The city walls stood at a towering 18 meters, reinforced by magic, and defended by hundreds of wizards. Even with Edwall's considerable force, they'd face severe resistance. Conversely, within the city, a portion of fresh troops needed to be reserved. Otherwise, internal chaos could trigger a chain reaction leading to total defeat. All right, if that's your decision. Adela shook her head and, with Anthony and others, promptly rallied the wizards to rush for support, not daring to waste a moment. Left behind, Raphael felt somewhat anxious. Would conducting aerial warfare at night affect the airship's performance? Though each airship was equipped with laser emitters, targeting remained a challenge. No worries, for them, day or night makes little difference. Lynn assured, choosing not to delve deeper. Then, turning to Ilk, Lynn instructed him to activate the power devices located within the Alchemy Association. The possibility of nocturnal warfare had been considered. During their 2-month occupation of the royal capital, they hadn't remained idle. They had established a citywide power grid, installing crude electric lights across the streets. However, due to limited power reserves, prioritizing resources for devices like electromagnetic cannons, they hadn't activated these lights. With Edwall gearing up for a decisive battle, conserving power was no longer necessary. Considering if there were any oversights, Lynn suddenly remembered something. By the way, where are the council elders? It's been quite a few days, and they haven't arrived yet. Before departing the wizard lands, Harof had assured Lynn they would arrive in Hadrolata once they finished their council matters. Given the possibility of the clergy's knowledge about the wizard land's fall being related to Hadrolata, it was highly probable they might dispatch legendary-level forces. Unless the Grand Wizards united against them, it would be challenging to resist. I heard 2 council elders have left the wizard lands, but I'm unsure why they haven't arrived yet. Raphael hesitated in his response. Delayed? Or perhaps some unforeseen circumstance held them back. Lynn pondered quietly. Surely, the clergy wouldn't dispatch another large force to attack the wizard lands simultaneously, right? Even so, they should have received some message. However, with Harof and the others yet to arrive, tonight they could only rely on themselves. Chapter 356, Glenn, let them witness the speed of light. Within the capital, chaos swiftly spread. The Griffin Knights descending from the sky had no intention of setting fires this time. Instead, they took advantage of the Knights' cover and their superior vision, diving down to attack the guards below with claws or magical assaults. Swiftly, before the counterattacks arrived, they effortlessly soared back into the sky. "Take aim, bring down those cursed griffins!" A sergeant leading a squad of musketeers erupted in fury. They could only passively command the musketeers to aim at the sky, firing continuously. Yet, aided only by the faint glow of the crescent moon, they could barely discern the sudden terror of these beasts descending from the sky. After a round of shooting, they hadn't even grazed a griffin feather. As the musketeers began reloading, a sharp dagger emerged from the darkness, swiftly severing the sergeant's throat. Subsequently, the elite guards took advantage of the chaos caused by the Griffin Knights within the city, swiftly dealing with the stationed guards in the area. However, they soon engaged in street battles with the arriving reinforcement troops. The streets echoed with screams, roars, and cries, ceaseless in the dark of the night. With the Griffin Knights' assault and the cover of night, the elite guards nearly held an absolute advantage. The musketeers managed to kill a few enemies with their initial concentrated fire but soon found themselves locked in bloody combat with the elite guards. Bodies fell on the streets, crimson blood slowly trickling down the blades, quickly dyeing the ground red. The city's inhabitants could only huddle in their homes, praying for the conflict not to reach them. Among them was Hayden. Ever since the wizards occupied the capital, setting up numerous workshops and recruiting laborers with generous incentives, life had changed. Initially thought to be a devil's lie or an elaborate scam, Hayden, who had nothing, didn't care. All he knew was that the kings had locked down the capital, preventing them from hunting, and without food, they would starve. Thus, with the resigned attitude of either way, death awaits, Hayden entered the workshops. Surprisingly, contrary to everyone's expectations, these workshops were not places where wizards experimented with dark magic. Their job was to process various ores, providing lunch, and paying 6 silver kingdom coins monthly. When Hayden finally received this money, confusion set in. In just 2 months, he bid farewell to the days of struggling for food. He couldn't help but doubt the words of the priests. Were these wizards truly minions of the devil, spreaders of plague and embodiments of fear? After the capture of the capital, these people didn't storm into their homes to plunder belongings, nor did they massacre the faithful followers of the gods. Instead, during the battle 5 days ago, the flying messengers of the gods set their homes ablaze, burning several jubilant followers who had rushed out to kneel before them. Conversely, these minions of the devil were willing to help repair their houses after the disaster. At this realization, Hayden began praying to an unknown entity, hoping the wizards would win this battle. Perhaps his prayers had an effect, or maybe it was other factors. Suddenly, the dim exterior of his house brightened and continued to grow brighter. Not a blazing red with scorching heat, but a gentle white light, as if night had instantly turned to day. The changes outside became more apparent. The soft white light first appeared in one area, then, with the transmission of electricity, spread across the entire capital. The elite guards, who had been swiftly dealing with different areas from the shadows, were forced into the open by the light brought by electricity. The musketeers, previously suppressed, began rejoicing and started a true counterattack. They were not afraid to engage the enemy in combat. "What sorcery is this?" Veed, leading the Griffin Knights, was the first to notice the peculiar situation on the ground. The entire capital seemed illuminated, turning into a colossal glowing entity. What kind of magic could cover such an enormous area? Could it be the intervention of a legendary wizard? Veed's expression grew somewhat serious, but he quickly realized that the light emanated from spherical objects hanging in the streets, likely some peculiar magical apparatus. Destroying them would stop this magic. Realizing this, Veed immediately signaled the Griffin Knights to disperse and use their magic to destroy these sources of light. However, before they could act, massive airships appeared in the sky above the capital, appearing majestic under the moonlight, charging toward them. Haha, didn't expect these cowards to have the guts to show up. Veed halted their previous actions, leading the Griffin Knights to confront the airships. Dealing with these aerial threats seemed evidently more crucial. They absolutely couldn't allow these peculiar and massive alchemical creations to reach the front-line battlefield. Compared to that, the troubles on the ground were relatively insignificant. These elite guards were merely causing chaos. The real power would come when Lord Edwell led the Knights of Retribution. Then, all the resistance would amount to nothing. Maintain a distance of 50 meters, no close combat allowed. Attack using magic. Veed raised his warhammer high and shouted. This distance was the optimal range he'd determined from the previous lesson. 50 meters provided enough space to use magic against the airships, maneuver the griffins to avoid the enemy's aim, and prevent the enemy from resorting to a mutual destruction strategy. This was his moment for vengeance. Meanwhile, within one of the airships, A.K.A, the captain, was immensely tense as the Griffin Knights approached. Having witnessed a friendly ship destroyed before his eyes days ago, he was acutely aware of the threat these Griffin Knights posed. Glenn, should we not act now? A.K.A glanced anxiously at the male wizard beside him, eagerly seeking guidance. Don't rush. Let them come closer. According to Dean Lynn's plan, we must utterly crush these Griffin Knights this time. Glenn shook his head, calming A.K.A. Then, as if reminded of something, he smiled and asked, by the way, have you ever witnessed the speed of light? Chapter 357, The Power of Laser Magic, Annihilation of the Griffin Knights. The speed of light? A.K.A shook his head in confusion. He knew light was everywhere during the day, illuminating every corner of their world. But did it have speed? The speed of light is 299,500 km per second, enough to encircle our continent 8 times. Glenn explained, his gaze shifting to the approaching Griffin Knights in the distance. High-speed flight under cover of night made their figures elusive in the darkness, challenging to aim at. Yet, Glenn wasn't worried. He swiftly activated a Tier 3 spell, Heat Perception. Suddenly, the world changed for Glenn. The darkness remained, but the incoming Griffin Knights stood out vividly, becoming bright red dots. This ability to sense heat was their latest achievement in understanding light, enabling the caster to see something named infrared by the magical luminary. At that moment, the roles of hunter and prey shifted. Glenn raised his hands, conjuring a blazing sphere around him. Then, a circular reflective layer appeared around the sphere, obscuring all light. As the distance between both sides closed in, the leader, Veed, could clearly see the figures in uniform on the airship. Simultaneously, he sensed fluctuations of magical power. Wizards. Veed pondered to himself, devoid of any fear. A smirk crept onto Veed's lips. Yet, a sudden warning surged within him. Immediately, a powerful beam, as thick as a finger, shot from the airship's vicinity at a speed beyond his reaction limit. In an instant, it pierced through his earlier magical defenses, carving a splendid arc in mid-air. Such fast light! Veed's mind barely processed the thought before his body was cleaved in two, along with the griffin beneath him. Similar scenes unfolded across various locations in the capital's sky. 150 airships strategically positioned, followed by a massacre. Intense beams illuminated each airship. Before the Griffin Knights sensed the danger, a barrage of beams reached them. The attack was swift. In an instant, over 100 Griffin Knights were severed, plummeting from the sky, expressions ranging from confusion to joy on their faces. Only after their companions were attacked did the remaining Griffin Knights react. But chaos ensued. Some witnessed their erstwhile comrades, just moments ago in good spirits, decapitated by the laser. They attempted to flee in panic, only to face the beams sweeping toward them. After charging up, the effective killing range of laser magic extended to about 120 meters. Those at its epicenter, like A.K.A and his companions, felt as though they held a 100-meter-long sword, weightless and potent. By utilizing the formula for arc length calculation, a slight adjustment of the laser could sweep through vast areas. With 150 intersecting beams, a lattice of light covered the entire region. The once domineering aerial rulers were now trapped birds in the net, nowhere to escape. Echoes of screams and roars reverberated. Beneath the grid of light beams, the land turned into a battlefield. Countless Griffin Knights were dismembered, blood staining the sky. More Griffin Knights realized escape was futile and fervently cried out, "For the glory of the Lord! God is with us!" before launching into suicidal attacks. Although most Griffin Knights wielded only priest-level spells, incapable of breaking through the magical protection on the airships, their sheer numbers overwhelmed. For this conquest of the kingdom, Edwal brought a staggering 800 Griffin Knights. Even after accounting for the unfortunate casualties from phosphorus fire and lightning, the entire Griffin Knight battalion was present, meaning each airship had to face 5 opponents. Under the Griffin Knights' suicidal assaults, over 20 airships succumbed successively to consecutively cast divine spells, plummeting into the capital below. Meanwhile, as the aerial battle raged, conflict within the capital had escalated into a frenzy. "Don't panic! Hold the line!" Old York shouted hoarsely, his face a mix of solemnity and panic. Initially regretful about being assigned to defend the slums in the capital, Old York had realized that safety in the rear meant losing opportunities for promotion based on military achievements. However, once the conflict broke out, the enemies appeared seemingly out of thin air, directly infiltrating the capital. The dark-clad shadow guards were manageable, but after the arrival of those human-like, monstrous punishment knights, the previously stable lines were swiftly breached. They kept retreating, with casualties exceeding 2,000, including fallen comrades and the royal guards. Amid such adversity and heavy casualties, Old York could only reassure everyone, promising that reinforcements were on the way, urging them to hold out just a little longer. The streets resounded with the relentless firing of rifles. Every second, riflemen, out of ammunition, wielded bayonets, using their lives to stall the enemy's advance. Time passed, and the persevering group finally received the anticipated reinforcement, albeit much fewer in number than Old York had hoped for. Merely 100 soldiers, led by Ilk and Lydia. "Ilk, have we run out of available manpower in the capital?" Old York's disappointment was evident, though he understood that amidst ongoing battles everywhere, the wizardly elite might not be available immediately. "Indeed, it's just us." Ilk nodded, with Lydia confidently adding, "But it's enough." Though their numbers were few, each was equipped with state-of-the-art rifles, and they brought along 3 super-heavy weapons initially intended for front-line support. Upon learning of the urgent situation, Lydia promptly led the contingent to reinforce the capital. Chapter 358, The Roar of Heavy Machine Guns, not a battle, but a massacre. As the front-line defenses remained intact, Lydia and Ilk swiftly directed everyone to set up 3 machine guns on either side of the street. The soldiers equipped with firing guns also neatly arranged themselves in 2 lines. The enemy arrived much faster than anticipated. Almost as soon as they were in formation, hundreds of well-armored soldiers from the Punishment Legion charged forward. Dozens at the forefront wielded massive swords and huge shields, forming a sturdy shield wall. "Are those the Punishment Legion? They don't seem all that special," Lydia muttered softly. Old York's mouth twitched involuntarily as he hurriedly cautioned, "Lady Lydia, never underestimate them. They're formidable, easily prevailing against multiple opponents at once. Their shields are infused with magic, making it hard for firearms to penetrate. While most riflemen were inexperienced in battle, their wizard training involved encounters with powerful magical creatures. Their bayonet skills weren't weak after rigorous practice. Despite the defenders outnumbering the enemy in this area, they inevitably faced defeat." "Let me see for myself," Lydia said, adjusting her expression and gesturing with her hand. The riflemen behind her immediately understood, loading red bullets into their guns and aiming at the approaching enemies. "Fire!" the girl commanded. 100 riflemen split into 2 columns and simultaneously fired, the sharp sound of gunshots echoing through the narrow streets. Old York and others' faces lit up with surprise. Their biggest concern had been how to breach this tough defense. However, as the Church's elite legion, none of the Punishment Legion soldiers faltered due to the overwhelming firepower of the new machine guns. They disregarded their fallen comrades, rushing within 70 meters even before the second round of gunfire from the second line of riflemen. In previous battles, they learned that after these magical weapons attacked, they required at least a minute to reload, meaning that after enduring this round of fire, the enemy would become vulnerable, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet, accompanying the second volley of gunfire were the 3 machine guns set up on the street. Under the cover of smoke and flames caused by the explosive shells, the rapid continuous roar of the machine guns began. Rat-a-tat! The bullets from the 3 machine guns poured out wildly, creating sharp sonic booms in the air, fierce tongues of fire spewing out. The Punishment Legion soldiers, covered in advanced armor and boasting robust physiques, appeared extremely vulnerable against this intense barrage, capable of tearing through steel. Dozens of Punishment Legion soldiers at the forefront were instantly turned into sieves. The narrow street was an ideal place for the machine gun's power, leaving no room for evasion. Their only option was to charge, and charge again. As long as they reached these people, victory would be theirs. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. When the 3 machine guns ceased firing, the street was littered with shattered bodies. Old York and others, witnessing this scene, were dumbfounded. This massacre lasted just over a minute, yet it decimated the hundreds of Punishment Legion soldiers who had caused chaos in the capital. It seems we're a bit more formidable. Lydia chuckled with pride. However, seeing the completely depleted ammunition stores, her expression fell. 3,000 rounds, meticulously prepared by dozens of wizard apprentices over 3 days, were all used up. How could they support other battlefields now? Old York, regaining composure from his shock, quickly spoke up. Lady Lydia, the ones we've defeated were just a diversionary force invading the capital. I reckon at least 2,000 Punishment Legion soldiers have arrived in the capital through secret passages. So many. Ilk furrowed his brow. Although they had effortlessly killed over 400 Punishment Legion soldiers just now, Ilk wasn't as dismissive of the Church's elite troops as Lydia was. The fact that they managed to overpower the capital's defenses several times over indicated they were not to be trifled with. Without the powerful firepower of the machine guns and considering the new soldiers armed with firing guns, dealing with this many Punishment Legion soldiers wouldn't be easy. Do you know where they've gone? Ilk inquired. Some split up, causing chaos in the capital. As for the main force, judging by their direction, they're likely headed towards the Alchemy Association, Old York said gravely. Then we needn't worry. Lydia breathed a sigh of relief. The Alchemy Association had strong defenses, and most of the new soldiers armed with firing guns were stationed there. However, the situation was evidently beyond Lydia's expectations. Accompanying the Punishment Legion charging toward the Alchemy Association were Pearson and Arno, the 2 cardinals. It seems this is the core of the entire capital's defenses. Pearson stepped into the Alchemy Association, now soaked in blood and echoing with cries of battle. Utilizing magic, he sensed that all magical power was concentrated here. As long as they destroyed this place, the brightly illuminated capital would plunge back into darkness, and the protective spells laid across various locations would instantly collapse. Beside him, Arno, just rescued from imprisonment, wore a grim expression. During his time in the capital, he had been tormented by those cursed psychic wizards. He could only endure until chaos erupted in the capital before finally escaping his confinement, seething with anger. Let the glory of God cleanse this place of sin. Arno bellowed fiercely. A massive holy power surged around him, accompanied by a deafening roar. Deep fissures crisscrossed the ground, and vast sections of buildings collapsed under the onslaught of divine power. Countless debris flew through the air like a storm of the apocalypse, rushing toward the wizards who were still resisting. Chapter 359, Arno, Hellfire, is that all? Apocalypse Storm. Arno shouted madly, recklessly channeling the immense divine power within, sending a barrage of magical force towards the courtyard. Pearson and others who had taken refuge within the yard looked despairingly as the overwhelming magical onslaught carried a flurry of debris and stones straight at them. The Archbishop's power stood on another tier. Without wizards of the same rank intervening, their small group stood no chance against the two high-ranking clergy. But that inevitable strike was thwarted. A fierce wall of flames surged, its fiery tongues forcefully countering the incoming storm of divine magic. With a stronger force, it pushed back. This was the quadrant magic, the Crimson Dragon's breath. Different from regular fire, this was perilous and stubborn white phosphorus fire. Pearson's expression turned grave. Even Arno, in his manic state, abandoned the idea of direct confrontation, raising several divine spell barriers. A terrifying explosion echoed through the courtyard. As the dust settled, the entire area lay in ruins, with streetlights flickering until they dimmed. Sheltered within the divine spell barriers at the center, Arno and Pearson remained unscathed. However, two of the previously cast divine spell barriers had ruptured. Not only that, the flames clung to the divine spell barriers, slowly but steadily corroding their power. So, this is the so-called hellfire. Arno's face revealed a hint of disdain as he raised his hand. Blessing of the divine rain. A blue divine radiance swept forth, covering the flames with mist, immediately suppressing their intensity. As Edwell mentioned, water temporarily subdued it. Besides, apart from divine spells, stripping it of air and temperature could extinguish this menace. It seems just as expected. Arno sneered. Pearson's gaze shifted to the courtyard. The one who had interrupted their destructive intent earlier was Lynn, accompanied by Raphael, who remained in the capital. Dean Lynn, Master Raphael. Pearson wiped the sweat off his forehead, joyously shouting. The people stationed at the Alchemy Research Institute also showed relief. This meant their safety was finally assured. Thank goodness you held back, otherwise, the capital would have been in real danger, Raphael remarked, glancing at Pearson and Arno, his voice tinged with relief. Thankfully, they hadn't rushed to the front lines together, otherwise, there would have been no one left in the capital to stop the two archbishops. With the fall of the Alchemy Research Institute, the entire defense line might have collapsed. After all, the power generators and protective magic formations were all situated there, and a lot of research findings could have been compromised. Lynn didn't respond. Despite making preparations as much as possible, the situation wasn't optimistic. They had to swiftly resolve this trouble and quell the chaos in the capital. Pick an opponent, Arno? You go first. Pearson, with a casual glance at Arno, spoke up. Arno grinned, all right then, I'll take that 300,000, and you deal with the other one. Pearson nodded, oddly pleased. He wasn't so keen on wealth and glory and understood well that anyone commanding a bounty of 300,000 wouldn't be easy to handle. 300,000? Lynn furrowed his brows, not entirely grasping what the two archbishops were talking about, but it didn't seem to bode well. Regardless, capturing one of them alive could provide some answers. Lynn's expression suddenly turned cold. His right index and middle fingers subtly trembled, akin to plucking strings on a musical instrument. Invisible ripples spread forward at the speed of sound. Arno and Pearson simultaneously felt as if their brains had been heavily hammered, momentarily frozen in place. Raphael, who had fought alongside Lynn before, recognized this unique sonic magic and didn't miss this opportunity. Dissolving Ray. With mastery, Raphael unleashed the most potent five-ring magic he held. True to its name, upon touching the target, it swiftly disintegrated them, an advanced form of the high-level material deconstruction. Fortunately, the resonance magic's impact lasted only a moment. Pearson, the intended target, immediately reacted. Before the dissolving ray destroyed the divine spell protection, he desperately shifted his body. Yet, a part of him unavoidably got hit on the shoulder, instantly turning into nothingness. Damn it! Pearson teetered on the edge of life and death, taking several steps back. Under the influence of healing magic, the vanished flesh rapidly regenerated, once again shrouding himself in an even stronger divine spell protection. Arno's struggle to break free was even quicker than Pearson's, but contrary to his movements, instead of retreating, he stepped forward. The ground beneath cracked as he advanced, and in the next moment, Arno had crossed tens of meters, appearing in front of Lynn. A radiant heavy sword in hand descended, slicing through the air, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. Every archbishop wasn't just a formidable magic wielder but also a standout knight. Different from Pearson, who focused solely on using divine magic and neglected physical combat training, Arno invested most of his energy in close combat. His extraordinary speed and strength often allowed him to behead those wizards before they could cast their spells. However, this opponent seemed entirely different. The moment the battle began, Lynn's eyes turned vacant. Arno's every move slowed down hundreds of times, dissected one by one. Iron surged on Lynn's otherwise empty right hand, forming a sharp spike that materialized out of thin air, precisely striking the balance point on the sword. Despite being far inferior in strength, Lynn's strike deflected the immensely forceful blow. The sword aura formed by divine radiance plowed furrows on the ground, extending tens of meters, cleaving through the courtyard's sturdy walls. Arno was quite surprised that the opponent could evade that strike. However, his actions didn't halt, and a sweeping leg came forth. Resistive flame ring. Lynn's expression remained unchanged as magic surged. Flames enveloped him, spreading in all directions, engulfing everything in a scorching whirlwind. Chapter 360, The Debut of the Unquenchable Flame. As the flames surged, Arno swiftly maneuvered, contorting in an unnatural stance, evading the attack at a speed surpassing the flame's motion. Even though Arno had previously attempted the methods Edwell had advised, deeming the rumored hellfire less fearsome, these methods merely subdued it. Any area tainted by these flames required complete extraction to prevent harm. Unless necessary, he didn't want these flames anywhere near him. Such rapid reflexes! Lynn marveled inwardly. The archbishop before them wasn't the most formidable opponent encountered, but he was undeniably tricky. This speed and power combined with divine spells posed a significant threat. A moment's lapse against an elemental grand wizard not well versed in close combat could lead to instant demise. Despite the urgency, Lynn refrained from hastily employing the last resort unquenchable fire or laser magic. Given the potential widespread destruction and collateral damage both magics could cause, and the criticality of related intel, their use demanded absolute certainty of a decisive strike. In contemplation, over 100 magical missiles materialized around Lynn. Magic, barrage, a refined zero-ring spell, yet the potency of the technique depended on the caster. In Lynn's hands, it often wielded the power to turn decay into wonder. With a mental shift, the orbiting magical projectiles surged forth, forming an incessant barrage, sealing off every direction Arno could dodge. Attempting the same trick again. Arno, having suffered a severe setback before, didn't dare let these seemingly harmless magical constructs approach. A terrifying aura enveloped him as the swiftly approaching magical missiles detonated prematurely. Fortunately, an electromagnetic field had already formed. Lynn raised a hand, a hint of lightning flickering at their fingertips. Leveraging the dense airborne conductive elements, they transcended levels to employ a 5-ring spell. Thunder Abyss, Storm of Lightning. Amidst the interplay of electricity, a tempest of thunder covered the entire area, fierce arcs of lightning dancing like a dense spider web in the air. Even though Arno stood beyond the electromagnetic domain, the lightning's speed rendered it instantaneous, spreading to the surroundings. Despite his speed, dodging was impossible. Instantly, Arnal conjured a magical barrier around himself, repelling the encroaching lightning. However, this sustained consumption wasn't what he had anticipated. A swift resolution was imperative. Realizing this, Arnal hesitated no longer. He charged abruptly, surging into the electromagnetic field. Dragon's breath. Facing Arnal's charge, Lynn stepped back, a searing stream of fire expanding rapidly, attempting to force the opponent back with wide-ranging flame magic. This time, Arnal showed no intention of avoidance. He braved the scorching flames, charging forth. The potent and eerie white phosphorus flames continued devouring the power of the spell barrier. Simultaneously, Arnal swung his hefty sword. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Lynn seemed unprepared or perhaps never anticipated the direct charge. The sword swiftly pierced through their body, transversing from abdomen to torso. However, as the sword penetrated, Arnal's pupils slightly contracted. It wasn't the sensation of the blade slicing through, and Lynn's face betrayed no hint of panic or fear. At that exact moment, a hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Swiftly, the unquenchable flame burst forth from Lynn's body, transforming them into an expanding ball of fire, hurtling toward the close-in Arnal. Divine spell, Earth's Guardian. Within a fraction of a second, Arnal could only resort to this one divine spell. His white complexion shifted to an ashen grey. This 5-ring divine spell, Earth's Guardian, could construct a sturdy stone shield on the body's surface. Empowered by divine magic, it could even withstand some powerful spell's impact. Arnal didn't comprehend combustion or conductors, but he understood one principle: stone couldn't burn or conduct electricity. This mitigated the damage from the two most threatening spells. However, he remained unaware that Lynn didn't employ white phosphorus fire this time but a more perilous and potent unquenchable flame, trifluorochlorine. A force capable of incinerating everything, ruthlessly seizing electrons. Previously, Lynn deliberately baited with white phosphorus fire, creating misinformation, awaiting this opportunity. Ah! 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 A piercing scream echoed through the skies. Arnal's agonizing howls resonated, distinctly feeling the flames burning on his stone-coated skin, even seeping into his flesh and bones. Arnal. Poulsen, engaged in combat with Raphael, momentarily diverted attention upon hearing the screams. After repelling Raphael with Holy Light Rush, he hastily cast a spell for rescue. Divine Bestowal, Refreshing Shower. The mist imbued with divine radiance instantly enveloped Arnal. Using water to douse fire was common knowledge, and though they estimated this hell fire couldn't be easily quenched, temporary suppression should have been feasible. However, reality diverged drastically from Poulsen's expectations. Upon contact with Arnal's body, the unquenchable flame, instead of subsiding, erupted into a fiercer blaze. The howling Arnal detonated, disintegrating into a mist of flesh and blood. Poulsen stood there, utterly stunned. He couldn't fathom how, despite common belief, water didn't extinguish the fire. How did it lead to such a detonation? Lynn's figure emerged on the battlefield's other side. Glancing at the now disintegrated Arnal, then turning to Poulsen, they jestingly remarked, "Seems like the hierarchy isn't as solid within the church. Didn't expect you'd go this hard on a colleague." Raphael, nearby, rolled his eyes. He knew well the nature of the unquenchable flame. Anyone attempting to douse it with water would suffer the fate similar to Arnal, torn into a cluster of flesh. Utilizing misinformation to eliminate an archbishop directly, a faint smile graced Lynn's lips. Otherwise, with the opponent's extraordinary speed or continuous release of those sword energies from afar, winning wouldn't have been an easy feat. Chapter 361, Edwal, Feel Despair, for this is the power of legend. The sudden change in the field stunned the wizards gathered within the Alchemy Research Institute. In just a fleeting moment, they witnessed Arno wielding his heavy sword, cleaving Lynn in half. Flames quickly engulfed Lynn, and finally, Poulsen used divine magic to detonate his adversary. Could it be that their enemies were at odds with each other? Yoland and others were momentarily puzzled, but one thing was clear: they now had a significant advantage in a 2 versus 1 situation. Caught between Lynn and Raphael's vague encirclement, Poulsen's expression grew increasingly grim. He involuntarily took a few steps back, but soon felt as though he'd collided with an iron wall. Turning abruptly, Poulsen realized that, unbeknownst to him, Edwal, dressed in crimson and gold robes with an iron mask, had appeared behind him. Lord Edwal. Poulsen's voice betrayed both excitement and trepidation as he hurriedly attempted to explain. Arno fell victim to a trick by these wizards, struck by that bizarre hellfire. I was merely trying to contain the flames with divine magic, but I didn't expect. Edwal raised a hand, silencing Poulsen's explanations. He had been nearby and had witnessed everything firsthand. His reason for not intervening directly was to guard against potential legendary wizards. Moreover, neither Arno nor Poulsen had clearly faltered in the fight. It was just that Edwal hadn't anticipated the rapid turn of events. Right after Poulsen attempted to rescue Arno suddenly exploded, beyond any hope of aid. Arno's spirit will reside eternally in heaven. Edwal softly murmured, then turned towards Lynn and Raphael, speaking coldly. But blasphemers shall plummet into hell. These so-called heaven and hell are nothing but lies used to deceive fools like you. Raphael sneered disdainfully, moving forward. With a mere thought, the elements within his domain surged vigorously, intertwining and colliding, surging towards the 2 cardinals in front of them. This was the 5-ring magic elemental torrent. Edwal made no attempt to evade, calmly pointing a finger. This place is the domain of gods, where all evil shall dissipate. As he spoke, the entire space seemed to tremble. The surging elemental torrent was instantly dispersed by an inexplicable force. Subsequently, a grand hymn echoed throughout the Alchemy Research Institute. The land, scorched by flames, unexpectedly burst back to life. Tender green leaves and vines sprouted from the debris, wildly growing, ensnaring everyone unable to move. Heaven! Heaven has descended! A guard from the capital city exclaimed frantically, his face showing fervent zeal. Chapter 9 of the Holy Book, page 35, The messengers of God descend, bringing forth heaven wherever they tread, blooming with flowers. Such celestial changes caused Lynn's expression to turn incredibly grave. Flames engulfed him, incinerating all the vegetation that had emerged. This was no ordinary power wielded by cardinals. Legendary! Raphael exclaimed in horror. In the name of God, you all are sinners. Blasphemers, kneel and pray for God's forgiveness. Edwal's voice resonated again. Everyone present immediately felt a tremendous pressure, falling to their knees. Only Lynn and Raphael, unaffected, remained standing. The pressure upon them surpassed even that experienced by formal wizards. Lynn felt as if he were submerged in the depths of the sea, surrounded by an overwhelming water pressure from all directions, threatening to crush his body. The elemental domain, previously encompassing a 15-meter radius, now shrank to 3 meters. The internal elements had completely lost control, becoming sluggish and scattered. This was what being legendary meant? Lynn's pupils contracted, in a mere glance, they had lost the ability to resist. Judgment, punishment by blade and axe. Edwal spoke coldly. Chapter 11 of the Holy Book, page 16, Those who speak evil words, blaspheming the divine, shall experience the punishment of blade and axe, their souls cast into hell. In the empty void, numerous figures wielding axes and blades, their faces unseen, appeared and swung toward Lynn and Raphael's heads, chests, and limbs. Suppressed by an unknown force, the two could only watch as the sword edges and axe blades rapidly approached. Cold sweat broke out on Raphael's forehead. He hadn't expected such a vast gap between himself and a legendary being. Lynn wasn't willing to resign to fate. Through his exceptional perception, he quickly realized that his control over the elements hadn't completely disappeared, just slowed down significantly. Connect me to the magical network, Full power! Lynn shouted in his mind. He felt as though his brain had exploded, his mental power rapidly soaring. 4th ring. 5th ring. 6th ring. The evaluations in the database kept jumping. After breaking through the Grand Wizard level, Lynn had distributed the Ring of Secrets among many Iota faction wizards. The total number of wizards connected to the magical network had surpassed 50, most of whom were formal wizards. Of course, merely relying on these individuals' computational power was far from enough to directly elevate his mental power by 2 levels. The crucial factor was that among those connected to the magical network was the legendary speaker Harof. Though Harof had only entered the realm of magic once, the analysis progress was extremely slow, having reached only 5% after 2 whole years of relentless effort. The smart brain faithfully executed Lynn's command, mobilizing everyone's computational power. The sudden surge in mental power clearly strained Lynn's brain. It was a peculiar sensation because the brain's thinking and computational abilities were based on neural networks. These couldn't suddenly increase or decrease, nor could they physically burst the brain. This time, Lynn's perception was clearer. It wasn't that his brain couldn't bear the immense computational load, every cell in his body seemed to be groaning in pain. However, it wasn't the time to contemplate this. With the rapid increase in mental power, Lynn immediately sensed the elements within his domain reinvigorating. Fire! Lynn uttered a single word. The eerie, unquenchable flame reignited from within him, engulfing the approaching spirit guards. Translation has been edited for clarity and readability. Chapter 362, The Physical God Laplace's Demon. After effortlessly saving Raphael, Lynn set sights on Edwal. The surge in mental power, coupled with the intimidation from the enemy, freed Lynn from restraining the quantity and force of the chlorotrifluoroethylene. Flames surged and congealed in the void, forming person-sized fireballs hurtling toward Edwal. Faced with this uncanny undying blaze, Edwal raised a hand. Sand, metal, water screens. Substances known to block flames formed a divine spell barrier in front of him. However, it was all in vain. Any material that touched the undying blaze disintegrated instantly, fueling the flames, which surged forth with even greater might. Confirming it wasn't an illusion, Edwal swiftly escalated the flame's intimidation. Before the overwhelming undying blaze, he spoke rapidly, God erects high walls between hell and earth, blocking all evil, never to be shattered. As his words fell, a golden wall materialized, adorned with intricate divine runes emitting an ancient, sacred aura. This upright wall held the eerie undying blaze at bay. Edwal noticed even this wall, suppressing hell, couldn't entirely resist the flames, it only slowed their erosion. Lynn was surprised. It was the first time he'd seen something effectively obstruct chlorotrifluoroethylene. A wall composed solely of pure divine magic? Without electrons, chlorotrifluoroethylene couldn't transform it into fuel. Lynn immediately realized this. Edwal inadvertently stumbled upon a temporary method to block the undying blaze, valuable intelligence Lynn had aimed to conceal. As the wall rose, a several-meter diameter lightning sphere appeared overhead, emitting intense light that turned midnight into noon. Gather! Lynn pointed at the divine wall engulfed in flames, creating reflective layers around the lightning sphere, encapsulating all the light. Utilizing the magic within a 50-meter range, almost pushing the laser's power to its limit. And with the massive mental power through the magical network, Lynn elevated the laser to the 4th level. Its radius compressed to 0.1 millimeters. Open up! Lynn shouted with all his might. The sealed reflective layers cracked slightly, and the immensely powerful beam traveled at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, crossing the sea of flames, striking the indestructible divine wall. Constructed with divine energy, the wall was already slowly disintegrating in the flames. Faced with the even more potent laser magic, it crumbled like leather sliced by a blade. Edwal sensed this, his expression changing drastically. But the light was too swift. Before he could react, it pierced through the divine wall and pierced through his chest. Slash! Lynn shouted again. The beam that had pierced Edwell's body swept upward, cutting through his chest, neck, and brain, cleaving him in two. Moreover, the nearly infinite laser beam sliced through the courtyard's walls and several burning mansions in the distance, soaring into the sky. Lord Edwell! Poulsen screamed in terror. The beam came too swiftly. By the time he saw it, Edwell had already been bisected, his shattered body falling to the ground. Lynn gasped continuously, whether controlling the widespread undying fire or elevating the laser to the fourth level, it consumed an enormous amount of magical and mental energy. But before Lynn could catch a breath, Edwell's voice resounded once more. In the name of the Lord, all that has vanished shall reappear. An inexplicable force swept through the entire space. The shattered bodies vanished instantly, charred vegetation regrew, and the distant torn walls healed swiftly. As if time had reversed, in 5 seconds, everything returned to its original state. Edwell, unscathed, appeared before everyone. What sort of magic was this? Speaking words and enacting them? Time reversal? Fear of the unknown crept into Lynn's heart. Edwell's displayed power surpassed Lynn's worst assumptions. He couldn't even kill his adversary by severing the brain. Or did he die and then return? More puzzlingly, Lynn had no idea where this almost spoken into reality ability originated. To be capable of such quasi-time reversal actions. Though in physics, it wasn't entirely impossible. According to prevalent theories from past eras, time was a manifestation of material movement and change. Theoretically, understanding the position and momentum of all atoms at a specific time point could foresee the future or even reverse time, going back to the past. This was Laplace's demon, the god in the physical sense, omniscient and omnipotent. Yet this seemed impossible. The universe was vast, comprehending the positions of all atoms was a pipe dream. Wait. Recording the positions and momentum of atoms. Magic mimicking. Divine domain. Lynn suddenly realized something, thoughts swirling in his mind, a conjecture forming. Dean Lynn, what he said just now should be phrases from the Bible. Pearson, still pinned down, shouted loudly. After taking over the capital and dismantling the local church, they confiscated numerous handwritten Bibles. Pearson had curiously perused through them, treating it like a storybook, hence understanding a bit. So Pearson was certain that every sentence Edwell spoke had a corresponding phrase in the Bible without exception. Lynn suddenly understood. This ability to speak things into existence wasn't solely a power possessed by Edwell himself. The source of this power lay in the projection from the divine realm. Everything here, from the rampant vegetation to the land and buildings, had been influenced by divine power. Their positions and conditions were under the control of the master of the divine realm, that entity, A.K.A, enough to achieve omniscience and omnipotence within a certain area, accomplishing the preposterous feat of reversing time. And Edwell evidently lacked this capability, only being able to mobilize the power of the divine projection to a certain extent, similar to commanding a password like divine language. Chapter 363, All beings will prostrate themselves before the Creator and accept the judgment of the Almighty. In Lynn's mind, a flurry of thoughts raced through. Although they had a vague idea about the origin of the opponent's versatile powers, figuring out how to counter it remained an immensely challenging issue. Furthermore, it seemed the opponent possessed the ability of resurrection or immortality. While contemplating, Lynn didn't cease their actions. The levitating spotlight magic above their head activated once more, sending intense beams of light sweeping across the courtyard, cutting through walls, buildings, and trees. Edwell's figure twisted momentarily and vanished from its original spot, evading the laser's cuts. Despite being slower than light, Edwell managed to outpace the speed of the spotlight magic. Lynn released their senses, actively seeking the opponent's traces. However, the surroundings were teeming with magical fluctuations, preventing their mental reach beyond their own domain. God created the earth and the sky, sinners shall not stand upon the ground. Edwell's voice echoed in the space. Instantly, the ground beneath everyone's feet cracked, transforming into a viscous, dark mud. Lynn's legs sank into it, and skeletal hands emerged, firmly grasping their thighs, seemingly attempting to drag them into the mire. At an unforeseen moment, Edwell appeared behind Lynn. Extending his right hand forward, a powerful surge of magic manifested in his palm. However, the next moment, he halted the action, swiftly retreating several steps, narrowly dodging the incoming disintegration rays. The one making the move was Raphael. As an adept in the Five Rings magic, disintegration rays could shred even steel, a power that even Edwell dared not confront head-on. As Lynn bore the brunt of most of the pressure up front, Edwell didn't focus much energy on them. After struggling for a while, Raphael managed to reclaim partial control over the domain. However, he refrained from launching an attack until this crucial moment. Yet, this sudden turn of events prompted Lynn's quick thinking. A glaring beam shot out, causing Edwell's figure to vanish once again. With a swift mental shift, Lynn's indomitable flames emerged, incinerating the skeletal hands emerging from the quagmire, turning them into fuel for the blaze. Subsequently, the surging flames spread in all directions. Since they couldn't locate Edwell, Lynn opted to engulf everything, annihilating the foundation of the opponent's power. Lynn wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts if the true master of the divine projection were present, but the one currently manipulating it wasn't an all-knowing deity. Regarding abilities akin to time reversal, Lynn refused to believe they were inexhaustible, otherwise, Edwell wouldn't need to dodge their attacks. Driven by Lynn's efforts, the terrifying flames quickly engulfed the entire Alchemical Research Institute, reducing everything to a sea of fire within moments. Meanwhile, Raphael, Ilk, and others were encircled by flames, but controlling it to this extent was their limit. Lynn couldn't muster more energy to contain the toxic gases produced by the combustion, allowing chlorine trifluoride to rampage, generating incessant flames, intense light, and high temperatures, filling the entire space. Victory over Edwell had become the foremost priority, otherwise, everyone present would meet their end here today. The flames of terror rapidly encroached upon the coverage of the divine projection. Edwell's figure appeared within the flames, surrounded by a circular shield made of pure divine magic. In their previous battle, he had discerned that only pure divine energy could partly immunize against the indomitable flames devouring nature. However, the flames themselves possessed immense heat and destructiveness. Moreover, Lynn couldn't find any method to extinguish them. Traditional methods like sand, metal, or water mist, used to quench flames, were utterly ineffective. Even isolating the air couldn't halt the fire's spread. Edwell keenly sensed the space around them starting to tremble and disperse. This was just a partial projection, not the actual divine realm. The power sustaining it was being devoured and stripped away by the flames. Similarly engulfed in the fiery sea, Poulsen could only cower behind Edwell, helplessly witnessing the indomitable flame encroach upon his divine magic barrier. Poulsen was acutely aware of the consequences once touched by these flames. Arnold's demise was the ultimate testament. Lord Edwell. Seeing the flames breach the barrier, Poulsen urgently called out. Finally overcoming his hesitation, Edwell made up his mind. This foe of the Holy Church needed to be dealt with. Though not yet at that level, possessing two spells potent enough to threaten him, Lynn would undoubtedly become their greatest obstacle in the future. When Judgment Day arrives, the gates of heaven shall open, the Lord shall preside above the divine throne, and all beings shall prostrate before the Creator to accept the Lord's judgment. Edwell's expression turned more solemn with each word. As he spoke, his complexion paled, and the divine power within him surged madly. In the depths of existence, a certain sacred and vast force was being drawn. Lynn also detected this ominous surge of divine magic. The moment Edwell spoke, confirming his position, they gathered the beam into a single point and slashed forth. However, a bronze door had materialized in front of Edwell. Even the laser, which could split houses in two, left no mark on this door. This was the legendary divine magic, the Gate of Heaven. It led to the true divine realm. Within the Holy Church, only the Pope, the Chief Inquisitor, and a select few high-ranking officials could wield this spell. The caster needed their inherent divine power as an anchor to guide and support the descent of the Gate of Heaven. In the past few centuries, this divine spell had been used only 4 times. While harnessing the supreme divine power to eradicate powerful demons and evil gods, the caster would also suffer severe injuries. Even with legendary powers, maintaining such an enormous expenditure was challenging, with the risk of descending in ranks. This is the Gate of Heaven. Poulsen, despite the surrounding indomitable flames, knelt in excitement and fervor, disregarding everything else, and started to pray fervently. Chapter 364, The Arrival of the True God. A bronze gate materialized out of thin air within a courtyard engulfed by an eternal blaze, as if it had existed since ancient times. The immense presence sent shivers through Raphael and the others dozens of meters away. The flames burning all around surged greedily, attempting to devour the gates to the heavenly realm. However, they seemed affected by an unknown force, distorting noticeably as they neared the entrance. Lynn, struggling to control the surging sea of flames, quickly realized that it wasn't the fire but the entire space that was twisting. The colossal gate stood like a star, altering the fabric of space and time around it. Accompanied by bell-like sounds, the bronze gate cracked open slightly, an overwhelming pressure solidifying in the void, and ethereal hymns resonating in everyone's ears. Lynn's expression grew grave. Just a gateway to the heavens exhibited the power to distort space-time and resist 4th-level laser spells. He couldn't fathom the might of a true god's arrival. Yet, his most powerful magics, laser and eternal flames, couldn't dismantle this gateway. It was time for a desperate gamble. Understanding that leverage was their only hope, Lynn saw potential in the undying flames that had absorbed substantial energy from the divine realm's projections. These flames, now part of the inferno scattered across the courtyard, formed a terrifying yet uncontrolled electric field. Harnessing such chaotic yet potent power was no easy feat, but with the computational support of dozens of wizards, the impossible became possible. Though the electromagnetic railgun had the drawback of a lengthy charging time, its sheer destructive force surpassed even that of the laser beam. Yet, it needed to reach 40 times the speed of sound to rupture the space-time whirlpool around the gates of heaven. Lynn staked everything on this single strike. His magical reserves depleted from the battle, Lynn relied solely on the magic stored within the magical network. As the plundered electrons swiftly congregated, the railgun's charging speed couldn't match the gate's opening pace. Edwell sensed the dreadful magical fluctuations within the sea of fire but, hindered by the inferno, couldn't intervene. All his power was invested in supporting the heavenly gate's descent. As long as the two realms opened a channel sufficient for the true god's arrival, all resistance from the enemy would be futile. Suddenly, Edwell's face paled, his head snapping in a different direction. He sensed someone severing the field formed by the divine realm's projections from the outside. Unlike Lynn's laser, which cut in a physically tangible manner, this was spatial destruction. The entire space trembled violently as dark lines swiftly spread within the flaming divine realm, disintegrating everything in their path. It was the deepest darkness formed from light unable to reflect due to being trapped in a spatial vortex. This was the legendary force field magic, the blade of space-time. The newcomer was the legendary counselor, Herof. In an instant, the invisible spatial blade struck the gates of heaven, causing the realm projected by the gods to collapse. The once solid gate had faded slightly, yet it was already halfway open. "Go back!" A heavy voice echoed in the courtyard. Complex runes manifested in the void, entwining around the bronze gate like chains, attempting to forcibly seal the opening. But in the next moment, Victorio, the magical artificer, went from a calm demeanor to urgency, shouting, "I'm almost losing control, Herof. Hurry, destroy it!" The energy contained within the gates of heaven far exceeded their expectations. Clearly, the gods had noticed this connection between the realms and were channeling their power through it. Harrof dared not delay, exerting all his might to utterly shred this so-called gate of heaven. The intertwining forces caused severe spatial turmoil, intensifying the raging sea of fire around them. Meanwhile, Lynn's spell had reached completion. The super-electromagnetic railgun. The iron sphere, confined by magnetic forces, suddenly accelerated. Enveloped in thunderous light, it transformed into a streak of crimson, hurtling forth. At 40 times the speed of sound, amidst the anticipation, shock, and tension of onlookers, the scarlet sphere viciously collided with the bronze gates. Boom! An intense explosion erupted on the gates, cracking the surface and causing the ground to fissure. The shockwave pushed the fiery sea back several meters. A scorching wave surged through the air, searing everyone's skin as if in the midst of flames. All eyes fixed on the gates of heaven. A long crack appeared on the gate's surface, covering a third of the door, the exact spot hit by the electromagnetic cannon. But the damage was limited. The bronze gate remained standing, the alchemic runes binding its surface had disintegrated, and a pale hand emerged from within. Chills ran down everyone's spine, including Harrof and Victorio. Despite their presence as legendary figures, facing this goddess directly, they couldn't summon even an ounce of confidence. "Lord, your most devout followers beseech your judgment!" Poulsen exclaimed fervently. Edwal, standing nearby, wore a smile. However, his expression froze as a flaming atomic sword pierced through their bodies from behind. Having expended most of his power maintaining the gates of heaven's descent, the divine spells protecting Edwal weakened, barely resisting the onslaught of the eternal flames. Lynn, using the last vestiges of his strength, manipulated the flames near Edwal, launching a lethal assault. As long as the caster was killed, the power fueling the spells would dissipate. The realm constructed by the divine projections had already shattered in the preceding battle, meaning the opponent could no longer use divine words to avert death. The flames rapidly engulfed Edwal, devouring every iota of strength within him within a mere second. Chapter 365, The Power of Gods, The Annihilation of the Everlasting Flames. In the scorching flames, Edwal's mind was instantly reminded of the biblical description of the fires of hell. It was rumored that these flames could scorch everything, even the souls of individuals. Those touched by it would perish in the most agonizing manner. Edwal had never imagined that one day he would experience the punishment of purgatory. The flames were even more terrifying than rumored. While licking and dissolving skin and flesh, they infiltrated the body through the mouth, nose, and ears, eroding every cell and bone. The sudden change on the field surprised everyone. Poulsen's excited expression froze on his face while Edwal, beside him, was already engulfed in flames. The door standing within the courtyard violently shook. The supply of energy, bridging two worlds, was immense. Once Edwal, the supplier, was lost, the gateway to heaven would cease to be sustained. Harrof and Victorio immediately grasped this crucial point. Now, the paramount objective was to prevent the other from stepping out of the gateway. Seal. Victorio swiftly changed hand seals, intricate alchemical runes interweaving with magical luminescence, forming a silvery chain that locked towards the gateway from all directions. Harrof, merciless as ever, unleashed a force field spell once again, enshrouding the entire space, attempting to tear apart the gateway to heaven along with the pseudo-deity who had partially passed through. The surging everlasting flames surged under Lynn's control, rushing toward their target. The silver chain, spatial tearing, and the ferocious everlasting flames converged almost simultaneously. From the gateway to heaven emerged a god with eyes as dazzling as stars, bearing an indifferent and icy countenance. Extending a slender jade finger, the god tapped upon the void. In the next moment, a powerful divine light appeared. Under the sweeping force of this invisible power, alchemical runes shimmering with magical brilliance instantly solidified, freezing even the raging sea of flames in place. Yes, frozen. Like a video paused, everything around froze in its tracks. Even the raging flames, whirling moments before, halted in midair, swiftly dissipating and vanishing. For the first time, the everlasting flames were extinguished. Time stood still. Lynn's heart jolted, displaying shock on her face, but she quickly dismissed it. No, not time standing still, this was absolute zero. Where the divine light covered, the movement of all elements came to a near standstill, reverting to their pure magical essence. The essence of fire is the gaseous or plasma state of high temperature, and temperature is an expression of the average kinetic energy between molecules. The collision between molecules generates and transmits heat. The greater the kinetic energy, the more vigorous the movement, resulting in higher temperatures. Conversely, when molecular motion nears cessation, high temperatures and flames naturally cease to exist. This was pseudo-temporal suspension, absolute zero. Though Lynn didn't believe relying on chlorotrifluoromethane would render her invincible, after all, no matter how powerful, it was merely a chemical element, she hadn't expected her opponent to use this method to counter it. Simple yet direct, it sent shivers down her spine. The threshold of absolute zero is -273.15 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, all molecular kinetic and potential energies vanish. It's a value considered forever approachable but unattainable under any circumstances. Yet, A.K.A. achieved it. The domain of the gods expanded rapidly, freezing everything in its path. Victorio, standing at the forefront, had already set up a protective barrier before the divine light swept through. Almost substantial alchemical runes formed a circular barrier that solidified into frost. Behind him, Raphael, lacking any resistance, was frozen into a block of ice. Lynn stepped back, her speed insignificant compared to the expanding domain of the gods. Her magical barriers dissolved and disintegrated, a terrifying chill permeated her arms. Suddenly, the glaring divine light vanished without a trace. Elements forcibly fixed within space regained their vitality, and the bronze door standing in the courtyard's center had disappeared. If not for the frostbite on her arms and the frost-covered ground, one might have doubted if everything prior had been an illusion. Lynn stood stunned for a moment before realizing that Edwal was dead. With his demise, the power sustaining the arrival of the gateway to heaven vanished completely, expelling A.K.A. from this unknown realm. Crack! The sound of breaking ice echoed. Victorio shattered the frosted protective barrier. After surveying the surroundings, a sense of post-calamity relief unexpectedly welled up within him. Never thought the gap between us and her would be so vast. Harof sighed, his expression grim. According to his prior estimation, even if they couldn't win, they should have at least had the strength to put up a fight. However, the current reality proved that even their combined effort might not stand a chance against her casual strike. Victorio shook his head. The Church had dominated this continent for 8 centuries, with an accumulation of tens of millions of people. How could they be easily defeated? Unlike the relieved wizards, Poulsen, who had witnessed everything and was still alive, was dumbfounded, trapped in an extremely awkward situation. The god, expelled without taking him, and Edwal, burned to ashes, left him alone facing 2 legendary wizards and an opponent who dared to strike against the divine for the Church's enemy. Poulsen struggled to swallow, intending to cast a divine spell for a final stand. However, the next second, he felt a sharp pain. His hands and feet were severed by a rushing blade of temporal energy. A torrent of blood spurted out, indicating Harof's unleashing of pent-up rage. However, considering the acquisition of information, he spared Poulsen's life. Chapter 366, The Unquenchable Flames Spreading Throughout the Royal Capital. Noticing Harof already taking action to deal with the sole enemy within the courtyard, Lynn's tense grip relaxed. Mentally chanting the spell for magic interruption, the overwhelming surge of energy instantly dissipated. His body swayed violently, nearly toppling to the ground. Victorio hurried to Lynn's side, assuming he had been struck by A.K.A.'s final divine magic. Yet, upon magical investigation, they discovered otherwise. However, the situation remained dire. Despite a life of comfort and good food within the realm of wizards and no neglect in training, Lynn's physique had undergone a drastic change. He appeared to have lost a substantial amount of weight, resembling a starving wanderer after days without sustenance. His magical reserves depleted entirely, his mental prowess severely battered. Victorio's expression turned grave. Combining Lynn's release of that legendary level electromagnetic cannon a moment ago, he swiftly deduced this must be a consequence of some kind of magic that rapidly augmented strength but left severe after-effects. He immediately produced a bottle of deep blue potion and administered it to the barely conscious Lynn. The icy liquid surged down his throat, sending a chilling sensation that coursed upward, offering some relief to his excruciatingly pained mind. Yet, this was followed by another bottle, this time red, poured into his mouth. Instantly, the cold body turned searing hot, as though plunged into a boiling cauldron. Amidst this interplay of ice and fire, Lynn shuddered, involuntarily gasping for cool air, regaining alertness but feeling utterly fatigued, much like post-exhaustion after intense exercise. For the time being, refrain from using magic. Take a bottle of Advanced Blizzard daily, or you risk irreversible damage. Victorio cautioned. Though curious about the kind of magic causing such severe aftermath, he refrained from further inquiry, recognizing the paramount value of magical knowledge to wizards, sometimes outweighing life itself. Great wizards hesitated to display their most powerful magic, harboring numerous hidden spells honed through extensive research on magical theories, often keeping their latest findings highly confidential until perfected. Moreover, many spells' potency lay in their enigma. Once information got deciphered, it became susceptible to enemies' scrutiny for countermeasures. He only hoped Lynn hadn't used spells that shortened lifespan or depleted potential. Contemplating this, Victorio sighed. It was highly probable, considering how exaggerated this augmentation was. I understand. Thank you, Lord Victorio, Lynn expressed gratitude, rubbing his still faintly throbbing head. Had he fainted just then, he might have faced brain death or become a vegetable. Because this time, the computational power provided by the magical network far exceeded his capacity to endure. According to earlier calculations by the AI, doubling computational power using the magical network to reach the level of a 5-ring wizard was relatively safe. Beyond that, there was a risk of severe mental strain. This was why Lynn hesitated to immediately integrate a large number of wizards into the magical network. Fortunately, convenient solutions like magical potions existed. Lynn easily recognized the legendary potions Victorio administered, Isella's Full Moon and Water of Life, items impossible to procure in the market. The former served as the best mental recovery potion, capable even of healing soul wounds. The latter could regenerate severed limbs, reviving a dying person within 3 minutes. However, even with the combination of these two potions, the aftermath of linking to the magical network remained unresolved. Meanwhile, after dealing with Pulson, Harov promptly rescued the frozen Raphael. How is Master Raphael? Despite his body's exhaustion, Lynn anxiously inquired, observing Raphael lying unconscious on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. He's hanging on, with the water of life, we might be able to save him. Harov sensed the situation, expressing relief. Given the short duration of freezing, there was hope. Had it lasted longer, it would have been dire. Victorio wore a visibly distressed expression, withdrawing another bottle, this time crimson, and having Raphael drink it. The ingredients for these legendary potions were hard to come by, every bottle's creation signifying the fall of a powerful magical creature. Outside the city, amidst the clamor of battle and cannon fire, the attention was split between protecting Lynn and Raphael as patients and clearing up the mess left by the battle. Neither Harov nor Victorio could spare a moment to assist. Because they faced a significant problem, the unquenchable flames already spreading beyond the courtyard. Lynn's inability to use magic meant these elements had gone completely out of control. Unless they found a way to extinguish them, the fire might engulf the entire capital. Speak up. How do we extinguish this thing? Harof, after unsuccessfully attempting the vacuum isolation method, turned directly to Lynn. To be honest, I don't have a great solution. Typically, we'd use magic to strip away what it's attached to and wait for it to burn out on its own. Lynn shrugged. It reacts with any known element, particularly avoiding using water to douse it, as it might explode and is highly toxic. Harof looked at Lynn strangely. Without an effective solution, the audacity to employ it on such a large scale was akin to courting disaster. Could it truly be from hell? Victorio couldn't help but ask. After all, it bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics of hellfire in the scriptures. It burned everything. How could that be? It's merely a special synthetic element. Lynn shook his head, though he pondered if this supposed hellfire might be similar. A.K.A must have used it previously to punish those who defied the gods, leading to its mention and emphasis in scriptures. However, it was unclear which was more powerful between this and trifluorochlorine. In truth, there is a way to resolve it. Someone can extinguish it by halting the movement of its elements. Lynn added, looking expectantly at the two council lords. Chapter 367, The Missing Aurora and the Sound of Counterattack. Let's give it a try. At Lynn's suggestion, Harof and Victorio immediately unleashed their domains, covering the area engulfed in the unquenchable flames, attempting to halt its spread. However, the process was far more arduous than anticipated. Even with the combined efforts of the two legendary wizards, it took over half an hour to completely halt the expansion of the unquenchable flames. Controlling elements might be a hallmark skill of wizards, but it didn't signify absolute control. Each level of wizardry had varying degrees of precision. For instance, adept wizards could influence elements, but their mental prowess couldn't reach metallic or composite elements. In contrast, grand wizards were evidently more potent. They could command quasi-elements within their domains. Yet, even for them, their control remained limited. They could hasten or slow down elements, move them left or right, but achieving something as unbelievable as what A.K.A did, halting the motion of all elements, creating a sort of temporal stasis, was beyond them. Every element was in constant motion. Even transitioning from gaseous to liquid or solid states on a macro scale, this movement never ceased. Lynn had tried before, crossing a certain threshold, approximately at -200 degrees Celsius, each degree drop exponentially escalated the magical and mental energy required. As for whether legendary wizards possessed this capability, Lynn wasn't certain. Judging by the response of the two counselors, achieving something so exaggerated was likely impossible. Otherwise, they wouldn't need this extended duration to extinguish the flames derived from chlorine trifluoride. The goddess froze the unquenchable flames effortlessly. Even some of the guards, after being exposed to the divine light, had become devout followers of A.K.A. Lynn could only knock them unconscious and restrain them with their fists, planning to change their perspectives later. By the way, Lord Harof, didn't you mention reaching the capital as soon as possible? Why the delay? Lynn suddenly recalled, voicing their confusion. If it hadn't been for Harof coincidentally arriving, they might have been doomed. The entire kingdom would have fallen. I was just about to ask you the same. Hasn't Aurora arrived yet? Harof frowned. A week prior, after deliberation in the council, they had unanimously passed a resolution for comprehensive support to the kingdom of Hadralata. Aurora was leading the new troops, advancing ahead. They were using both sea and land routes since most airships had been requisitioned by Lynn. With limited transport capacity, the alchemical ships from the wizard lands, after being refitted with internal combustion engines, weren't slow. It would take around 4 to 5 days to cross the sea from the land of wizards to the kingdom. Considering the time, Aurora should have arrived in the capital long ago. But my scouts haven't seen her. Lynn shook their head, voicing concern. Could something have happened? At such a critical time, her disappearance might indicate danger or even death. Perhaps she got lost or encountered trouble at sea, causing a delay, Victorio reassured. Aurora might not be the strongest in terms of combat prowess, but when it came to survival skills, both he and Harof acknowledged their inferiority. They could manipulate light magic impressively, and even when faced with the church's obstruction, they could retreat without issue. Regardless, let's first obliterate this joint church alliance, then dispatch a team to search. There's no rush, Harof quickly decided. Even if something untoward had happened to Aurora, it was already too late for immediate reinforcement. The priority was winning this war. Afterward, with over 100 airships at their disposal, they could efficiently search, far better than aimlessly wandering the vast sea like headless chickens. Meanwhile, at the gates of the capital, the booming of cannons and clash of swords persisted. After several hours of intense fighting, from deep into the night until the early hours, everyone was drained physically and mentally. Ham replaced a deceased gunner, mechanically loading ammunition and firing, continuing the barrage. The frenzied enemy soldiers surged relentlessly, resembling an unstoppable tide. Despite the onslaught of artillery, they showed no sign of retreat, affording no time for respite. The bricks on the city walls lay scattered, and even the previously sealed gates, bombarded by divine spells, now appeared tattered, revealing the sturdy cement behind. Piles of shattered bodies accumulated below, filling even the trenches dug before the battle, containing enemies and allies alike. As Ham mechanically loaded ammunition, feeling the fatigue in their hands, a clear sound of a horn echoed from within the city. Ham suddenly jolted, excitement evident on their face, because that was the agreed-upon signal for the counterattack. Outside the city, about 1.5 kilometers from the battlefield, beyond the range of the cannons, a refined cavalry unit of over 10,000 soldiers stood prepared. Though this battle was the final showdown, the High Bishop Geralk, responsible for commanding, hadn't deployed all their forces. The knights, unsuitable for besieging, remained outside the city, resting strategically where the artillery couldn't reach. They waited for the opportune moment to strike, aiming to completely break the fatigued and demoralized enemy. This moment wouldn't be far off, as Edwal led more than 2,000 divine punishment soldiers into the capital through secret passages, aided by the covered guards. As long as the frontal assault persisted, denying these wizards a chance for reinforcement, the fall of the capital was only a matter of time. Is this the power of the Lord? Suddenly, a high bishop sensed a powerful divine aura within the city and grew excited. But the surge of power came and vanished so swiftly that before they could investigate properly, it had already dissipated. It seemed the cultists of the evil deity within the city had been eradicated. The surrounding bishops were equally convinced, although the minions of the evil gods had fiercely resisted round after round of attacks, under the might of the Lord, all resistance was futile. Indeed, as they had anticipated, accompanied by the piercing sound of horns, the gunfire on the city walls suddenly ceased. Even the gates, standing resilient under the barrage of divine spells, were finally opened. Chapter 368, The Torrent of Steel, Debut of Armored Vehicles. As the city gates swung open, knights in full gear charged forward at the command. Thunderous hooves pounded the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. These knights, clad in iron armor and wielding long spears, surged like a dark storm toward the wide-open city gates. For the glory of the Master! Kill those blasphemers against the gods! Their thunderous roars, resembling wild beasts, echoed loudly in the morning light, as if poised to tear everything apart. Leading the charge was Gurk, donned in black armor and wielding a massive curved blade. He had observed the intense battlefield from the sidelines for a while, his patience wearing thin. Upon receiving the command, his heart ignited with fervor. His blade thirsted for action, eager to sever the heads of those blasphemers, to appease the great goddess of the moon with the blood of those wizards. However, contrary to their expectations, what emerged from the city gates weren't reinforcements or fleeing townsfolk but strange 2-meter-tall iron boxes with oddly shaped bodies, each with a thick, elongated pipe in the front. Were these new contraptions devised by the wizards? Gurk furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet, the cavalry's momentum couldn't be halted, their only recourse was to charge, and charge again. In the presence of the gods. Gurk bellowed, a radiant aura of divine magic coalescing around him, concentrating onto his extended blade. He believed the power bestowed upon him by the gods was enough to rend anything. However, they never got close, as the elongated cannon barrels soon thundered. Facing the hurtling cannonballs, Gurk finally realized that these iron boxes were moving cannons. Break through! He roared, wielding his glowing magical blade, meeting the oncoming projectile head-on. The knights behind him weren't as fortunate. They couldn't withstand the incoming cannonballs, dozens of them screamed as their armored bodies were pierced, the tremendous impact tearing their bodies asunder, flinging remnants several dozen meters away. Gurk's eyes reddened, his blade swung once more, a sharp aura striking the iron armor, leaving a dent. The alchemical vehicle shook violently but continued unabated, the large cannon barrel booming once more. Alongside the cannon fire, machine gun rounds were unleashed. Over these days, Lydia and her companions had crafted 5 machine guns. Besides the 3 taken to quell the unrest in the capital, the remaining 2 were installed on the front 2 alchemical armored vehicles. Jets of searing flames spewed from the machine guns, their relentless barrage streaking across the skies like meteors. While Gurk could shatter the cannons in his path, he couldn't halt this intense fusillade. He redirected all the magical energy sustaining his blade towards defense. However, a mere second of secondary protection magic couldn't withstand the machine gun's onslaught. Under the relentless hail of bullets, his defenses ruptured, his steel armor torn to shreds, followed by his robust, scar-covered body. Crimson blood sprayed incessantly, Gurk's body was quickly reduced to a pulp under the onslaught, his face contorted with deep regret, his broken form collapsing under the weight of the heavy wheels. The onslaught of machine guns and armored vehicles was just the beginning. Massive airships appeared in the skies above the city walls, raining down phosphorus fire, completely overturning the battle. Even the bishops, though belatedly, realized that something was amiss. The orderly formations, the strange yet powerful steel boxes, it dawned on them that this wasn't an infiltration of the divine punishment troops, but a counterattack by their enemies. "How is this possible?" murmured a senior bishop, his shock evident. A chilling realization swept over him, this formation meant that Edwell had been defeated. Despite their reluctance, the bishops couldn't alter the reality. A massive rout was imminent, yet, even escape was now a luxury. Their 2 legs simply couldn't outrun the 4 wheels. Their swords clashed against the thick armor, barely producing sparks, let alone affecting the airborne airships. This battle swiftly descended into an outright massacre. The pursuit lasted half a day, spanning from beneath the city to several kilometers away. The land was stained red with blood, over 30,000 surrendered while the estimated casualties exceeded 70,000. After the battle ended, Ham and his exhausted comrades collapsed into the blood-soaked ground, their cheers resounding throughout the city. However, despite their decisive victory against the Church's punitive army, the losses were unforeseeable. As the divine punishment troops breached the capital and the incessant magical bombardment, casualties tallied over tens of thousands. The majority comprised the capital guards, lacking firearms and relying solely on close combat, rendering them helpless against the assault. Nearly 1/3 of the capital suffered varying degrees of destruction. Over 100 official wizards and more than 500 apprentices perished on the battlefield. Both the scale of casualties and the extent of destruction made Lynn sigh in dismay. As for how the divine punishment troops had stealthily infiltrated the capital, this information had been extracted from those captured. It was a passage directly from the slums leading to the outskirts' dense forest, secretly constructed by the eldest prince. Known to very few, it had no formal record. Upon learning this, Lynn promptly dispatched individuals to destroy and conceal the passage, preventing another tragedy. The pilots of the aerial airships didn't rest for a moment, they were all deployed. Some were tasked with reconnaissance and monitoring the enemy's movements, while others ventured into the sea of mist to locate the missing aurora and others. Chapter 369, Can't Catch, Can't Hit, Can't Outrun. Is this also considered battle? In the west of the kingdom of Hadrolata, upon the endless sea of mist, a powerful divine light surged, swiftly dispersing the thick mist that surrounded the area. Flags fluttered into view amidst the mist, followed by the massive masts and hulls of a fleet of ships. This was the Empire's expedition fleet, each ship a state-of-the-art sail-powered warship, over 70 meters in length, resembling terrifying beasts slicing through the waves. However, despite the grandeur of this fleet, it appeared remarkably disheveled. Some rear warships were heavily damaged, with flames even licking at their sails. In the next moment, accompanied by the thunderous roar of cannon fire, hundreds of head-sized cannonballs shot out from the mist, targeting the entire fleet. While these cannons seemed wildly inaccurate, most landed on the sea surface, some even hundreds of meters away from the targets, creating water columns without any real impact. But with the sheer volume of cannon fire, even if only 1 in 30 hit its mark, it posed a tremendous threat. Amidst the faint chanting on the sea, invisible divine shields enveloped each sail-powered warship, defending against the barrage of cannonballs. Casting such widespread divine spells proved quite challenging for these priests and bishops. A warship at the rear of the fleet took 5 consecutive cannon hits. The divine shield covering the ship instantly ruptured, and priests aboard the sail-powered warship, under the intense backlash, spat blood, helplessly witnessing colossal cannonballs pounding holes into the deck and hull. One of these projectiles was imbued with explosive magic, causing an immediate blast upon impact, flames and smoke billowing as the massive ship, trembling and swaying, capsized into the depths. Shrill screams echoed incessantly as soldiers and priests aboard had no choice but to leap into the sea, struggling to swim toward the nearest vessel for safety. These cursed followers of the dark, minions of the malevolent deity, they should be cast into the depths of hell, consumed by the unending inferno! Exclaimed Archbishop Cyriad, infuriated, aboard the colossal flagship at the center of the fleet. The faces of the other bishops around him mirrored extreme displeasure. Half a month ago, they were tasked to lead the Empire's first fleet, intending to set sail and directly assault the base of those wizards, a group that had plagued the Holy Church for years, lurking in the mist and occasionally harassing people like rodents. But to their surprise, while en route, their fleet coincidentally encountered another fleet belonging to the wizards. Judging by their direction, it seemed they were heading to aid the kingdom of Hadrolata. Their numbers were less than a third of theirs. This was an unexpected windfall, bringing immense joy to the bishops. They swiftly moved to intercept, planning to swiftly obliterate this wizard fleet, intending to ease pressure on the kingdom's battlefield. However, once the real battle ensued, they discovered that the enemy wasn't as feeble as imagined, presenting a solid challenge. As soon as the skirmish began, the sharp cannon fire left a profound impression on Cyriad and his cohorts. The sheer quantity and potency far surpassed what their ship's oil hurlers could match, even with the bolstering of divine magic. These weapons were reportedly new developments by the wizards, and since specific intelligence was still being gathered, they were caught completely off guard. What irked Cyriad the most was that when the first fleet decided to weather the cannon bombardment and forcefully approach for a boarding action, the wizard fleet turned and fled, showing no inclination for direct confrontation. They even continued firing cannons while retreating. Approximating their range to be over a kilometer, compared to their fleet's oil hurlers, which, even with divine enhancement, could only reach 500 meters, the remaining 500 meters might as well have been an abyss. It took the fleet several hours and the loss of over 30 warships to realize they could never bridge this distance. The enemy's exhibited speed wasn't their maximum, merely creating an illusion that they could be caught if the pursuit was faster, continuously dwindling the fleet's numbers. Upon realizing this, under the command of the chief judge, the fleet abandoned the chase, altering course to proceed toward the land of the wizards. Yet, akin to crafty and shameless jackals, the wizard ships turned back, trailing behind them at a safe distance. Leveraging their speed and range advantage, they incessantly harassed the fleet, destroying dozens of ships in succession. Only then did Cyriad and his company realize they were trapped in a dilemma where they couldn't catch, couldn't hit, and couldn't outrun their adversaries, akin to floating targets on the sea, helplessly enduring round after round of cannon fire. Utterly frustrated, some of the more hot-tempered bishops even fainted from sheer exasperation. Cyriad attempted to utilize his flight abilities as an archbishop to approach and attack the ships directly. However, their flying speed couldn't match that of the steel behemoths, and upon nearing a distance of 200 meters, they faced attacks from dozens of magical crystal cannons. One archbishop nearly perished in an explosion, forcing them to slink back in defeat. Amidst the relentless gunfire, after this round of onslaught, 2 more warships erupted in flames and sank into the depths, while the wizard fleet finally emerged from the mist. A rough count estimated about 100 ships, all without sails, yet hurtling across the sea at a speed surpassing their sail-powered warships by several folds. Most striking were the 4 colossal warships leading the formation. Each surpassed 100 meters in length and stood over 30 meters tall, crafted entirely from metal, likely weighing hundreds, if not thousands, of tons, resembling mobile fortresses upon the sea. Cyriad couldn't fathom the extent of wizardry required to propel these steel behemoths at such speeds across the ocean. Watching the menacing gun barrels of the steel behemoths adjusting, readying for the next volley, Cyriad urgently turned to the chief judge, speaking anxiously. "Lord Joshua, can we act now? Continuing this way, the Imperial fleet would only be worn down under the relentless cannon fire, unable even to graze the enemy's shadow." Chapter 370, Battle upon the Sea of Mist. Amidst Cyriad's urgent inquiries, Judge Joshua, clad in a golden-purple robe, remained silent. It was the timely intervention of the Archbishop that spoke up. "I speculate their detection range is approximately 1.5 kilometers. As they haven't altered course yet, it indicates they might not have noticed our arrangements." The wizard fleet's ability to harass the Empire's ships in the Sea of Mist relied not only on their vessels' speed and attack range but primarily on their seemingly unique capability to locate targets through the mist. Though the fog on the sea had significantly reduced recently, visibility remained at about 300 to 400 meters. The mist still possessed a shielding effect, rendering enemy ships invisible unless the wizards continuously used magic to disperse the fog. "It's about time. Let's act." Joshua nodded, raising the wand in his hand, sending out an unseen surge of magic across the sea. Meanwhile, a kilometer away on the steel behemoth, Teak manipulated the cannons on the deck, accurately hitting a sailboat, watching it overturn and sink amidst the flames, feeling utterly satisfied. "Hit again. That felt good." Aurora wore a slight smile on her face, acknowledging that this battle was remarkably comfortable. In terms of both the number of ships and elite forces, they were at a significant disadvantage. The Empire's fleet boasted over 300 vessels, with more than 10 archbishops present. The enemy forces likely numbered over 90,000. However, fate had led them into this confrontation, proving somewhat fortunate. The majority of the Council's power had been devoted to the kingdom's war. If these individuals set foot in the coastal city, unimaginable destruction would follow. Even if the remaining wizards managed to drive the invading army away, it would come at an incredibly heavy cost, possibly resulting in the entire wizarding realm's collapse. Hence, without hesitation, Aurora halted the plan to aid the kingdom, dispatching 3 ships to relay information to the council while the rest focused on thwarting the Empire's fleet. At the moment of this decision, Aurora had braced herself for heavy losses to buy time for the wizarding territory's defense. Yet, Teak and the others' naval command surpassed her expectations. Typically, naval battles involved several rounds of crystal cannon bombardment followed by boarding or using the advantage of a ship's size to crush the enemy directly. However, Lynn's handbook on naval warfare presented a novel strategy. The steel ships, powered by internal combustion engines, boasted over 3 times the speed of sailboats and had an attack range of up to a kilometer. Coupled with the mist's cover, they could remain beyond the enemy's striking distance, slowly consuming the enemy's vitality, effortlessly manipulating foes whose numerical strength far surpassed theirs. Should those powerful archbishops dare to attack separately, they'd face hundreds of cannons, dozens of crystal cannons, and a throng of righteous wizards. No matter how formidable the adversaries were, they couldn't withstand such an assault. Who would have thought naval battles could be fought like this? Aurora exclaimed. These ships have already lost half their numbers. Pursue like this, and we'll decimate them within a day. Teak gloated. He discerned that the Empire's fleet intended to forcefully enter the wizarding territory under the cannon fire. But they were still far from their destination. Given the sailboat's pitiful speed, it would take at least 3 days. It was a foolish fantasy. However, after Teak's words, Aurora's expression shifted. Her gaze swept towards the distant sailboat fleet as she murmured softly, "This isn't right." "What's wrong, Lady Aurora?" Teak asked, perplexed. "It's the number of ships. They don't add up." Aurora's tone grew grave. Using amplification magic, she loudly commanded, "Everyone, change course immediately." She distinctly remembered the Empire's expedition fleet having around 300 sailboats, yet now, only slightly over 100 remained. Although they had pursued for hours, firing thousands of shells, under the protection of those priests' and bishops' magic, they shouldn't have inflicted such significant damage on the entire fleet. Not to mention, during this pursuit, the Holy Church's priests had initially used magic extensively, draining their resources. Subsequently, to conserve energy, they hadn't bothered dispelling the mist. And now, suddenly, they resumed its use. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Just as Aurora sensed something wrong, the fleeing Empire fleet abruptly changed direction. Massive sailboats on the sea surface turned, creating ripples. Wind, wind! Accompanied by furious roars, the radiance of magic enveloped each ship. Their speed dramatically increased by more than 50% in a short time. While such speed wasn't impressive against their modern warships, Aurora's expression turned incredibly solemn. She faintly sensed intense magical fluctuations about 1.5 miles away on their left and right sides. But they didn't need to sense it anymore. Those 2 fleets had crossed the mist barrier and entered their view, forming a triangular encirclement around their fleet's center. Teak instantly grasped the situation. The reason for the enemy's lack of retaliation and not dispelling the mist was to relax their vigilance and secretly separate a portion of their fleet. Now, it resulted in a pincer movement. How dare they? Teak's face revealed shock. This was the Sea of Mist. Once too far, separated from the fleet, lacking guidance from the main ship, these isolated ships might completely lose their way in the foggy sea. But regardless, the Empire's fleet charged towards them. At a kilometer's distance, not too near, not too far, Aurora had to command the fleet to break out towards the least numbered enemy side. The cannons roared again, this time without restraint. The gunners hardly stopped firing, however. The priests and bishops on the sailboats were all frustrated, finally presented with a chance to counterattack. Each of them exerted their full strength, using magic to ward off the cannon barrage. Chapter 371, Sailing Through the Sea of Fire. On the vast, mist-dispersed sea, the continuous thunder of cannons echoed across. Even from several kilometers away, the deafening explosions resounded clearly. In a mere 5 minutes, the fleet unleashed over 1,000 shells, yet most veered off course or were deflected by magical defenses. Following 3 powerful assaults, they managed to sink 20 enemy vessels. However, looming within a range of 400 meters was a massive fleet of sail-powered battleships. Heavy catapults began their work, launching wooden projectiles soaked in oil, magically propelled across hundreds of meters toward the flagship at the forefront. Multiple, inferno blasts, secondary, magic shields, Curtain of frost. Wizards hurriedly cast spells to intercept the incoming oil-laden projectiles. The collision of fiery balls and oil-soaked projectiles sparked a blaze, scattering black oil and splintered wood across the sea, igniting a fierce fire rapidly spreading across the broad expanse of the ocean. Ever since the discovery of this unique oil substance, the Empire extensively employed it in warfare. Not only was it a potent weapon for sieges, but its performance in naval battles was remarkably deadly against wooden vessels. The spreading sea of flames significantly dampened the enemy's morale. However, the opponents they faced were evidently not ordinary. 4 steel battleships fearlessly navigated through the sea of fire, clearing a path for the alchemical fleet behind them. Quick! Attack! We mustn't let them break through! Bellowed a high-ranking bishop aboard a sail-powered vessel adorned with symbols of divine light. Although these flanking dozens of ships were nowhere near capable of overpowering the wizards' fleet, their task wasn't to secure victory in battle. They merely needed to hinder the enemy's movement until the main fleet arrived, a move that would completely reverse the situation. These arrows, constructed through magic, possessed immense power, easily piercing through sturdy armor and even carrying a dispelling effect against magic. Under this onslaught of spells, casualties appeared within the wizards' ranks for the first time. One alchemical ship breached its defenses, the deluge of oil raining down, swiftly engulfing the entire vessel. The overseeing high-ranking bishop didn't remain idle. Amidst the soaring hymns, a massive surge of divine power began to flow around him. Praise, divine judgment. The potent surge of magical energy gradually condensed, exuding an eerie silence. Yet, in that moment, a powerful laser beam preceded the spell, crossing hundreds of meters, piercing straight through his chest. Like a knife through butter, it cleaved the entire sail-powered warship in two from top to bottom. The gathered magical energy instantaneously dissipated. Amidst the explosion and flames, the colossal sail-powered warship split apart, creating massive waves. The assailant was Aurora. When it came to the use and mastery of laser beam magic, she was no less skilled than Lynn. Her previous hesitation in taking action was merely due to the enemy vessels not entering her attack range. 230 meters. This was the maximum distance the 4th-tier laser beam could cut and destroy a ship's hull. Aurora once again wielded the laser beam held in her grasp, this time targeting several other sail-powered warships that had drawn nearer. The priests and bishops who had witnessed the devastating power of the laser beam were stricken with terror. However, the attack was too swift for them to devise a response. Before they could react, the terrifying beam had already passed through their bodies. Their magical defenses, seemingly robust, were effortlessly pierced, leaving expressions of horror frozen on their faces as their bodies separated. Only 3 sail-powered warships, slightly farther away, narrowly escaped. Yet, in the next moment, they were targeted by cannons, dormant crystal cannons primed. Under a volley of fire, these fortunate vessels were blasted into pieces. After the dissipating gunfire, the sea was strewn with wreckage, blood flowing freely. Having crushed around a dozen blocking enemy vessels, the path ahead was clear. However, this sacrificial flank was not without purpose. The Empire's main fleet had closed in within a few hundred meters. Aurora keenly sensed a daunting surge of energy from the rear. A legendary-level magic. On the colossal flagship, Chief Judge Joshua raised the staff in his hand, his resounding voice echoing throughout the entire sea region. The rain and rivers converge under divine guidance, both river and ocean are creations of the gods, and the evil treading upon this land shall meet with destruction. The moment Joshua's voice fell, the tumultuous sea, bombarded by cannons, lifted into the air. Huge waves, dozens of meters high, surged across the sea, threatening to annihilate the entire fleet in one fell swoop. The terrifying legendary magic made the wizards aboard the fleet pale, yet they swiftly organized to resist. Ice Domain. 6 archwizards and hundreds of regular wizards cast spells together, freezing the surging waves at a visible speed, turning the leaping spray into a colossal ice wall that stood between the two fleets. Once again, the intense laser beam emerged. With a diameter of only 0.05 millimeters, it cleaved the massive ice wall. Its reduced potency after being hindered by the ice diminished its impact, merely slicing a long gash in the flagship's hull after breaking through magical defenses. Water gushed in continuously, causing the sail-powered warship to wobble precariously. A hint of anger flickered across Joshua's face. Radiant magic appeared on the staff in his hand, but the next moment, as if sensing something, he looked up at the fog-filled sky. 50 colossal and intricate airships emerged in the distant sky, hurtling towards this location. "They're the alchemical creations of the wizards," a somber Cyriad remarked. According to the kingdom's scouts, these things called airships annihilated over 10,000 soldiers of the kingdom. Joshua stared fixedly at the steadily approaching airships. After a moment, he sighed and spoke. "Spread the order, retreat." With the addition of these aerial forces, forcibly infiltrating the wizards' territory would undoubtedly come at an exorbitant cost. Even he had to acknowledge that these wizards held an unparalleled advantage upon the open sea. Chapter 372, Coping with the Divine Descent Technique. Utilizing the blockade brought about by the ice wall, the Imperial fleet began its return journey. To prevent pursuit, Joshua conjured a colossal, ever-churning sea dragon tornado, completely splitting the two fleets apart. They smoothly vanished into the mist-laden depths of the sea. On the other side, Aurora and her companions successfully merged with the arriving reinforcements. After cross-referencing intelligence, Aurora was surprised to learn that the war in the capital had already ended, and it was a dangerously close battle. The Archbishop, as mentioned in the reports, wielded legendary-level power and nearly summoned that being. "It seems my predictions were a bit off," Aurora frowned. Based on her earlier speculations, since the Holy Church had decided to dispatch an expedition fleet to attack the land of wizards, the kingdom might have been merely feigning offense. Unexpectedly, the Holy Church had grander plans, aiming to hit both ends to reclaim the kingdom while eradicating the entire land of wizards. "It appears my estimates were somewhat mistaken," Aurora furrowed her brow. According to her prior assumptions, since the Church had resolved to send an expedition fleet to attack the wizard territory, the kingdom might have only been feigning an assault. Unexpectedly, the Church was taking such bold steps, intending to strike on both fronts to reclaim the kingdom while annihilating the entire wizard domain. "Lady Aurora, should we continue the pursuit?" Tyack promptly inquired. With the arrival of airships, they once again held the upper hand in the conflict, fully capable of keeping the Imperial expedition fleet stranded here through combined naval and aerial might. It was an incredibly tempting prospect, but after a moment's thought, Aurora shook her head. "Not for now. Arrange a team to track them. If there are signs of another attack, then we strike." After a day-long naval battle, the fleet's ammunition had nearly depleted. Similarly, the airborne ships rushing to assist had just concluded a major battle. They hadn't even had time to recuperate before hastily rushing in, carrying insufficient munitions to face another war. More critically, she feared the legendary cleric aboard the Imperial fleet might resort to desperate measures, much like Edwul, summoning that pseudo-deity. That would complicate matters. However, given that they hadn't used such a spell recklessly during the conflict, it meant casting that divine art would require a heavier price, potentially surpassing the losses of a third of the expedition fleet. When Aurora led her fleet back to the capital days later, the city still reeked of gunpowder. The signs of destruction were visible everywhere, especially in the war-torn slums, severely damaged with a considerable casualty count. Lynn saw this as an excellent opportunity. They dispatched everyone except essential guards to aid the affected populace. Even the wizards, who generally looked down upon these slums, respected Lynn, the Star of Magic. Rumors spread across the city about the Star of Magic joining two legendary counselors in banishing the pseudo-deity from the capital. It led to speculation whether Lynn had already ascended to legendary status, as how else could they intervene in such a high-level battle? Yet, this speculation seemed exaggerated, given that most knew Lynn had only reached the level of a quadrant wizard a few months ago. Most wizards scoffed at these rumors. There were whispers that after the battle, Master Lynn was severely injured, with Raphael, who was present, also heavily wounded, bedridden for days. Hence, the reality might be the two legendary counselors protecting them while engaging in the battle. Regardless, the wizards faithfully executed the orders. Through magic, they restored the damaged streets and buildings. Astonishingly, half the repair work was done in just 5 days, an almost unbelievable efficiency. Not every inhabitant of the city's slums had been completely corrupted by blind faith. With 2 consecutive acts of relentless aid, most realized the true perpetrators of destruction were the so-called messengers of the gods, while those aiding in rebuilding were branded as minions of the dark gods. As a member of the slums, Hayden solidified his beliefs further. These wizards weren't as terrifying as the church propaganda suggested. In fact, Hayden thought, the priests and aristocrats from the church would never spend money or use divine arts to repair their damaged homes. Lynn didn't pay much attention to the rampant rumors or the changing mindset of the slum residents within the capital. Post-war, there were numerous tedious matters to handle. Even as a convalescent, Lynn had to work, and upon Aurora's return, the council immediately convened an internal meeting. Though the airship's previous return had already briefed them about the events in the Misty Sea, the specifics were still unknown. Now, Aurora recounted the entire sequence of events. Never thought the church had discovered a way to locate the land of wizards. Raphael exclaimed, a hint of paleness still on his face from his near-death encounter. After 5 days of recovery, Raphael barely escaped the brink of death. It would take at least another half-month for complete recovery. Indeed, surviving a direct strike from a deity was already remarkably lucky. Listening to Aurora's narration, the assembled wizards were equally shaken. The defenses of the land of wizards were incredibly frail at present. The high-end defenses were only a quarter of their previous strength, with only 9 of the 30 great wizards remaining there. Harof, Victorio, and Aurora, the 3 counselors, had all gone to support the kingdom. Only Alduk, the elemental controller, a legendary figure, remained in the land of wizards. However, Raphael and the others knew this legendary counselor's mental state was fragile, making it impractical to expect him to organize forces. You did the right thing. Delaying that fleet at sea is far more crucial than anything on the kingdom's end. Harof nodded. They couldn't afford to lose the land of wizards. We need to resolve the communication issue swiftly to avoid such incidents again. Victorio added. Relying solely on ships and airships for messages was far too slow, and the existing communication spells were inadequate for such vast distances. Soon, the discussion veered towards developing new communication magic. However, it swiftly transitioned to a more critical matter: how to counter the Church's terrifying divine descent technique. Chapter 373, The Divine Ritual at the Cost of Legend. Grand Wizards Hurlram and Victorio, you have confronted that pseudo-god before, so you must have some understanding of her, Aurora inquired, casting her gaze toward the 2 legendary leaders. Hurlram and Victorio exchanged a glance before shaking their heads, sighing as they spoke. All we can say is that the gap is even larger than you might imagine. Even with both of you joining forces, you couldn't restrain her. Aurora furrowed her brow, puzzled. Actually, Edwul's divine ritual was not completed thoroughly. We merely had a brief encounter with that so-called pseudo-god, Hurlram expressed with a hint of resignation. She only used 1 divine spell throughout. I managed to barely fend it off, but I had no assurance of breaking it. Victorio supplemented from the side. In fact, if Master Lynn hadn't ambushed and killed Edwul, the one casting the spell, we might all have perished there. As Victorio paused, he recalled the immensely powerful divine magic that seemed to halt time and space, instantly overwhelming their magic. Even Lynn's formidable and enigmatic everlasting flame couldn't escape its fate. This revelation astonished all the wizards present. Regarding the grand battle within the capital, both legendary leaders, Lynn and Master Raphael, had maintained silence. They gleaned only fragments of insider information from individuals like Pierce. Consequently, they had believed the two legendary leaders defeated the pseudo-god of the Holy Church, successfully expelling the foe. However, reality stood far from their assumptions. Pondering this, Sanchez and others became increasingly anxious, and the meeting room soon filled with fervent discussions. Some even felt they should immediately retreat from the kingdom of Hadrolata, returning to the wizard lands by the sea to fortify themselves and find a way to reinforce the protection of the Misty Sea. This sentiment quickly garnered support from nearly half of the wizards. If the strength of the pseudo-god, A.K.A, far surpassed their expectations, with no hope of victory, staying in the wizard lands seemed a safer option. Witnessing the rise of this retreat faction, Lynn couldn't remain silent any longer and had to interject. "Don't forget, this time the church dispatched an expedition fleet to the Misty Sea. That indicates they've likely found a way to locate our wizard lands. Thinking of retreating and waiting there is just sitting ducks." The wizard lands were indeed too small, housing only 600,000 people. Resources were severely lacking, and continuing their isolation would significantly hinder industrial progress. Moreover, they had invested substantial time, effort, and resources in the Magic Kingdom project. Leaving now would mean immense losses. "What else can we do, Master Lin? Even with both legendary leaders and you, we couldn't defeat that pseudo-god. At least in the wizard lands, we can utilize geographical advantage and block the church's forces at sea," a prominent supporter of the retreat faction expressed with a hint of frustration. Tyke also nodded, showing reluctance to coil back into such constraints if there was another way. The victories in these two wars had cost numerous wizards their lives, and their efforts hadn't been in vain. "At least we're all still standing here." "That implies the situation hasn't worsened to the point of necessitating a retreat," Lynn said calmly, immediately diverting everyone's attention. "I believe the Gate of Heaven is not an easily wielded divine spell. Otherwise, when the Imperial fleet suffered heavy damage, they should have used the divine ritual. Right? Lady Aurora?" Lynn turned to ask. Aurora nodded in agreement, echoing Lynn's speculation. The assembled members of the council fell into contemplation. They had been rattled by the words of the two leaders but now realized that the church might not be able to use the divine ritual at will. "Lord Victorio, did you extract any useful information from the captured archbishop's mind?" Lynn inquired, turning to the magic creator beside him, hoping for valuable insights. After the kingdom's war, they had captured several priests and bishops. The highest ranking among them was Archbishop Poulsen, the most likely individual to possess such intelligence. Due to religious beliefs, delving into Poulsen's memories was not an easy task. His memories were safeguarded by potent divine magic, risking severe backlash if they attempted to probe his mind using psychic magic. Hence, this responsibility fell to Victorio. Based on Poulsen's memories, it seems that such a divine ritual might require the sacrifice of a legendary individual. Victorio pondered, carefully articulating his findings. In just 5 days, he hadn't fully decrypted Poulsen's mind, but he had garnered useful information. Throughout the hundreds of years of the Church's history, there were only 6 recorded instances of the Gate of Heaven being invoked. The casters unquestionably were legendary figures within the clergy, often retiring or even meeting an early demise shortly after casting. Evidently, wielding divine power wasn't a straightforward task. Initiating this ritual meant the Church would inevitably lose a top-tier combatant, whether successful or not. Additionally, Victorio speculated that Ayla's true form might be confined to another space, the so-called heaven, subjected to certain restrictions, preventing prolonged existence in the outside world. Victorio shared all his conjectures. This somewhat eased the worries of Sanchez and others. As a result, unless absolutely necessary, it seemed unlikely that any legendary figure would easily relinquish their power and life. According to their intelligence, the Church publicly boasted 5 legendary figures. Edwell's existence was an anomaly beyond their intelligence. Such instances were likely rare. After all, becoming legendary wasn't an easily surmountable feat. The current legendary council members in the wizard lands had gained their status through accumulated time, their lifespans shrouded in mystery. For instance, the oldest among the council members, Victorio, exact age unknown, had been in the wizard lands for over 300 years. His experiences were mystical, and it was rumored that his talent was unremarkable until he broke through to legendary status at over 180 years old. Chapter 374, Since defeating the enemy at the atomic level seems impossible, why not try at the quantum level? Under the analysis of Victorio, the creator of magical constructs, the members of the council felt a reduced fear of the god's descent. Unable to directly confront the false god for now, the focus shifted to finding ways to avoid direct contact. The approach used by Master Lynn and the esteemed council members, directly killing the casters, disrupting divine magic, or resorting to assassination to eliminate the top ranks of the Holy Church's punishment legion and the judges, was discussed fervently. Amidst this discussion, Lynn did not share the same optimism. Even if they attempted to avoid conflict as much as possible, facing that goddess was an eventuality they couldn't evade. Moreover, the clergy of the church couldn't be reasoned with logically. Some zealots were utterly devoted, ready to sacrifice everything for their deity. Death to them might just mean an early return to their god's embrace. As for how to overcome A.K.A., Lynn had begun forming some strategies. Since their adversary could manipulate magic, divine spells, and mimic atoms and molecules with unparalleled precision, attempting to defeat them on that level was simply wishful thinking. Their sole hope lay in taking an alternative route, delving into the more microscopic quantum realm to develop magic potent enough to slay a deity. Just as Lynn was pondering this, Harof suddenly spoke up. Master Lynn, regarding this war between the church and the kingdom, what might the Prophecy Guild think? At his words, the discussion in the chamber instantly quieted down. Raphael and others suddenly remembered that apart from the Wizard Council, the Prophecy Guild also had members involved in this conflict. This was a powerful external reinforcement. Although they didn't know much about this mysterious wizard organization, they gleaned hints from various sources. The few members of the Prophecy Guild they knew of were all outstanding among wizards. Lynn was an obvious example. Raised by one of the members of the Prophecy Guild, this young wizard had broken through as a grand wizard at a remarkably young age. Not only a grand wizard but excelling in numerology, force fields, elemental control, and alchemy. In the 2 years since arriving in the wizarding realm, Lynn had gained recognition as a magical prodigy, earning a solar crown and 2 silver moon medals. If not for their minimal contribution to shaping and potion making, people might have deemed Lynn omnipotent. Lastly, there was Master Leibniz, who proposed calculus. His dispute with a wizard named Zeno about a tortoise race had sparked debates across the wizarding world, touching upon concepts of motion, rest, finitude, and infinitude. To Raphael, members of the Prophecy Guild were a cohort of highly talented, knowledgeable wizards. Among them might even exist legendary wizards. Should they be willing to sincerely cooperate with the council, their odds of overcoming the church would significantly rise. Under the expectant gaze of the assembled members, Lynn carefully responded, regarding this war with the church, there are internal debates within the Prophecy Guild. While some are in favor, many remain observant. Some believe that our strength alone might not suffice to defend the entire kingdom. As Lynn continued, Raphael and others understood that the Prophecy Guild was a loose academic organization, preferring to recruit scholarly researchers. They convened in their own small cosmos and often didn't even know each other's identities. However, internal status and standing within the guild held little significance, knowledge reigned supreme here. The members of the Prophecy Guild held varying opinions about this war and were unlikely to mobilize masses like the council. Lynn, while outlining the guild's setup, was already considering the need to persuade more wizards from the kingdom and the empire to join the guild under the guise of its members, a tactic to navigate the situation. As for the leaders of the Prophecy Guild, I believe they might have some interest in that false deity, Lynn added. Could it be they desire to join the war against the church? Harof expressed surprise, tinged with anticipation. I cannot say, Lynn shook their head. Then, Aurora suddenly inquired, I heard that when the Prophecy Guild allowed you into the wizarding realm, they entrusted you with the Ring of Secrets to be given to the wisest. So, did you give it to Harof? Lynn sensed the dissatisfaction in the witch's words and couldn't help but feel amused and puzzled. At that time, they only knew Harof among the legendary wizards. Both Aurora and Victorio were experts in divination and alchemy, but not the most suitable candidates. The Prophecy Guild never declines individuals as knowledgeable as the esteemed council members. The previous meeting was just a preliminary contact and understanding. I believe you'll receive an invitation at the next discussion, Lynn reassured. Aurora and Victorio nodded in agreement. They remained intrigued by the Prophecy Guild, while Harof was both eager and anxious. The last time he attended a legendary assembly, he nearly made a fool of himself. The theories and conjectures about the formation of the world took him more than a year to comprehend. The internal council meeting lasted the entire morning. Aside from strategizing against the gods' descent, discussions centered on whether to fortify the capital or launch a proactive campaign to reclaim lost territories, even advancing into the empire's borders. Hayter had urged this several times since almost half of the kingdom's territories were under enemy control, tarnishing the king's already faltering reputation. Yet, this figurehead king evidently couldn't influence the council's decisions. After multiple deliberations, Lynn decided it was wiser to fortify for a while, especially focusing on ammunition production. During the defense of the capital, the Alchemy Association had developed a powerful weapon, the machine gun. Its performance on the battlefield was exceptional, with just 3 machine guns decimating hundreds of Punishment Legion soldiers within a minute, an astounding achievement. Considering that these soldiers had previously pushed back thousands of royal guards and musketeers but had now become targets of the machine gun's firepower, maintaining ammunition supply could ensure their control over the war. Chapter 375, The New Ace in Aerial Combat Fighter Jet. Lynn, have an apple. Does it feel comfortable? Your Excellency, it's time for your medicine. In the royal capital of Hadralata, within a luxurious villa, Lynn lay on a comfortable chair, receiving meticulous care from the Academy's wizards. During the last defense of the capital, Lynn forcibly channeled all the magical power of the network to cast the everlasting flame and laser magic, causing a severe backlash that nearly resulted in brain death. Despite being saved by consuming 2 legendary magical potions, he couldn't freely wield magic for a short period. This alarmed people like Ilk and others because Lynn, the star magician, was the pillar of the entire faction, intolerant of any mistake. Even after Lynn reassured everyone of his well-being and the need for rest, the wizards continued their concern, providing him with various precious magical remedies and a strict regimen supervised by a master herbalist, basically, good food, rest, and no heavy duties. Additionally, over 100 wizards equipped with guns were assigned to guard the estate, fearing any sneak attacks on this powerless magical star. Johnny, Lydia, Ilk, and others familiar with Lynn were tasked with caring for his daily life and serving as close guards. According to Orlando, this was the top priority for the faction at the moment. Orlando and others' overly anxious arrangements left Lynn feeling helpless. He was just temporarily unable to freely use magic, not incapacitated. Even at his weakest, he could knock out a dozen brainwashed guards with his fists. However, he had to admit, this life of being waited on hand and foot was quite comfortable. Even though he wasn't incapacitated, he felt like he was on the verge of becoming one. Beside him, Lydia handed Lynn a peeled purple fruit, then attentively massaged his thigh, surprisingly strong, causing Lynn considerable discomfort. Okay, please stop. Lynn helplessly pushed away the half-dwarf girl's hand. If she kept at it, he'd lose his leg. Lydia recoiled, resembling a guilty little creature, looking pitiful. Tell me, what brings you here? Lynn shook his head, inquiring. Despite being tasked with his care, Lydia had been slacking off these days, secretly tinkering with odd things. Her sudden attentiveness today definitely hinted at something amiss. "I've drawn a blueprint, could you take a look, please?" Lydia hurriedly retrieved a design from her pocket and unfolded it before Lynn. The drawing depicted a robust, rudimentary aircraft, resembling the one he'd seen when he first arrived at A.K.A. harbor. However, it showed numerous adjustments in detail. Lydia anxiously gazed at Lynn. Although the appearance of airships fulfilled her dream of flying, this was still the Chancellor's creation. Over the past year, Lydia hadn't abandoned her idea of crafting her own aircraft. Moreover, she recalled Lynn mentioning that her design concept wasn't flawed, the primary reason her aircraft struggled to ascend was insufficient power. The advent of internal combustion engines seemed to address this issue, making the aircraft's refinement feasible. In her imagination, while this aircraft couldn't transport armies and weaponry like airships, its advantage lay in speed and agility. Equipping it with a machine gun or beam weapon in the front could engage Griffin Knights in aerial combat. Lynn carefully examined it, had his AI analyze it, then smiled as he spoke, "Impressive progress. Can it fly?" Lydia eagerly asked. "It can take off this time." Lynn pondered briefly, not allowing Lydia to get too excited before continuing. "However, achieving the full potential you envision reaching a speed of 200 km per hour is impossible. The aircraft's design lacks in aerodynamics, its materials aren't suitable, and at high speeds, it will surely fall apart. Didn't I give you an introductory book on aerodynamics? How much have you read?" Lynn countered. At the mention of aerodynamics, Lydia's expression twisted. That subject was incomprehensible, far beyond her grasp. Before reading this book, Lydia believed she had extraordinary talent in mathematics, mastering equations, exponents, geometry swiftly, and even understanding a portion of calculus. However, aerodynamics left her completely baffled, far more complex than she imagined, especially considering it was just the basics. Seeing Lydia's perplexed expression, Lynn guessed she hadn't grasped it. Of course, it was understandable. Aerodynamics was a branch of fluid mechanics, involving an extensive amount of knowledge and calculations. Even in modern times, some complex issues in fluid mechanics remained unsolved until the 22nd century, when quantum computers made significant progress in accurate predictions and computations. The notes Lynn gave Lydia were ancient, based on classical mechanics, and unexpectedly, the difficulty level was too high. Think of air as the ocean, and your aircraft as fish. Their shape is for better resistance against water. This concept applies to birds as well, I call it streamlined design. Lynn used his hand as a pen and magic as ink, making slight adjustments to the blueprint while explaining to Lydia. Lydia watched Lynn intently as he corrected details on the blueprint. In just 5 minutes, all the adjustments were made. The framework remained the same but appeared much more appealing, exuding an indescribable beauty. Unaware of Lydia's thoughts, Lynn would have told her that aesthetics itself embodied power. Formidable war machines usually boasted an impressive appearance because it was the most natural design. How's that for a restructured and clarified piece? Chapter 376, The Legendary Mystery of Aerodynamics. Lydia couldn't take her eyes off the blueprint for quite some time, contemplating the significance of each alteration. Upon seeing the tail fins Lord Lynn specifically drew, she couldn't help but inquire, "My Lord Chancellor, what are these tail fins for? Why do we need wings both in the front and back? Do you see how all birds have tail feathers? That's where the inspiration for these tail fins comes from," Lord Lynn chuckled. Lydia paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the concept. Indeed, whether it was powerful magical creatures or ordinary birds, they all possessed long tail feathers. Even dragons sported long tails. Are they for maintaining balance and aiding in maneuvering? Lydia quickly surmised. Exactly, Lord Lynn nodded. Learning from nature often provides crucial inspiration in design. After comprehending, Lydia pointed to the modified wings, which surprised her even more. The two wings drawn by Lord Lynn weren't completely straight, their tips were slightly upturned. This was quite peculiar since no type of bird had wings with upward-pointing tips. This involves knowledge in aerodynamics. In simple terms, it helps to reduce wingtip vortices, decrease induced drag, and increase the aspect ratio. Lord Lynn elaborated enthusiastically. Lydia felt dizzy trying to understand terms like wingtip vortices and aspect ratio, concepts entirely foreign to her. Let's try folding two paper planes, Lord Lynn suggested after some thought. During this time, she had even developed a new folding technique that allowed planes to fly farther than ever before. Swiftly, Lydia fetched two equally sized papers and handed one to Lord Lynn. She swiftly folded her paper into a delicate paper plane, glancing at Lord Lynn, who, without standing up, gently launched his plane. A finely crafted paper plane soon rested in the young girl's palm. After watching Lord Lynn folding another plane, Lydia performed a launching motion, sending her paper plane soaring. Indeed, with great effort, her paper plane flew almost 30 meters before wobbling and landing. Delighted, Lydia grinned at the Chancellor. This was the farthest any of her folded paper planes had flown. Is it my turn now? Lord Lynn modified the wings to an upward curve without much movement, found the right angle, and gently released the paper plane. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The plane's flight remained steady, even completing a loop in the air before returning gracefully to Lord Lynn's hand. Lydia was awestruck, almost suspecting the Chancellor of secretly using magic to cheat. But then, she remembered that the Chancellor currently couldn't perform magic. You can try it yourself. Lord Lynn shrugged, sensing the girl's skepticism. Undeterred, Lydia retrieved her paper plane and made a small modification to the wings. Upon another attempt, the plane, angled differently, didn't return but effortlessly surpassed the 50-meter mark. Incredible! Exclaimed Lydia in amazement. A tiny alteration had increased the distance the paper plane flew by more than 70%. It was truly astonishing. Instantly, Lydia reignited her deep interest in aerodynamics. It was undeniably fascinating. After demonstrating the superiority of the new design through practical experimentation, Lord Lynn discussed materials required for crafting the innovative flying machines with Lydia. He was genuinely invested in this endeavor. Aircraft were genuine tools of aerial combat. Using airships for defense wasn't a sustainable solution. Their recent victory against the Griffin Knight Order was thanks to a newly developed laser magic, catching the enemy off guard and decimating an entire squadron of Griffin Knights. However, such a brutal lesson would also make the Holy Church vigilant. They had employed these tactics not just in defending the capital but also in naval battles. Now that intelligence regarding laser magic was exposed, it would be challenging to achieve such triumphs again. Hence, these novel flying machines would become their new aces in aerial combat. For the next 2 days, Lord Lynn remained in the manor, relishing the luxury of a life where everything was at his beck and call. Occasionally, he guided Lydia in making the flying machines. During this period, the Holy Church remained surprisingly quiet, displaying no significant movements. At least, the airships dispatched for reconnaissance hadn't detected any intentions of a major invasion by the Empire. Lord Lynn speculated that the disastrous defeat of the two expeditionary forces had rattled the entirety of the Empire. Furthermore, the Empire's expedition fleet might still be wandering the seas, suggesting that another war wouldn't erupt in the near future. Though their displayed might was formidable, it wasn't enough to intimidate the Holy Church. At most, it instilled a sense of caution. It was foreseeable that if the Empire launched another attack, they would organize an even more formidable force. After 10 days of recovery, the lingering headaches in Lord Lynn's mind had completely vanished. This also meant he had regained his ability to cast spells. Finally, he could manipulate the magical domain and hoodwink a few legendary counselors. This was undoubtedly his top priority at present. Firstly, it involved guiding the wizards to explore more microscopic realms, seeking ways to defeat the pseudo-god, A.K.A. Secondly, it contributed to his magic network, enhancing more computational support. Though his magic network's computational power was already more than sufficient, even exceeding his maximum capacity, laying groundwork in advance was always prudent. Taking risks of near-brain death this time also brought Lord Lynn closer to mastering and controlling magic. He felt he was edging closer to the level of a 5 rings wizard. Oh, 071, didn't you previously have trouble mobilizing a wizard's computational power beyond your level? Lord Lynn suddenly recalled a question, silently voicing it in his mind. Previously, when he was just an official wizard, he had attempted to access Anthony's computational power but was unable to. The response was that the other's mental hierarchy surpassed his, and he couldn't bear the power of any high-level wizard. Only after his recent breakthrough did he receive affirmative responses. To Lord Lynn, the disparity between grand wizards and legendary wizards shouldn't be trivial. He had just stepped into the realm of grand wizards, yet he could harness Harrow's computational power, which surprised him somewhat. Chapter 377, Harrow, I doubt their legends are quite like ours. According to the assessment, the designated target faces severe life-threatening danger. Temporary suspension of user protection is in effect. Estimated survival time without medical aid in the event of unescalated combat, 7 minutes and 26 seconds. Better to die late than early. Well, that's quite clever, Lynn muttered to himself. At present, 53 users linked to the magical network have not fully surpassed the current mental level of designated users. The repeated alert from the intellect device caused Lynn to pause involuntarily. After summoning data regarding Harrow from users' analysis, Lynn abruptly discovered that the mental strength of this legendary speaker was on the same level as the Grand Wizard Anthony from the 6th Circle, though significantly more potent. However, it was a far greater strength in terms of computational power compared to Anthony. This revelation surprised Lynn considerably. It took him a while to realize that these rankings were merely human-made assessments. From the 1st Circle to the 7th Circle, from formal wizards to legendary ones, these hierarchical divisions and methods of promotion were all painstakingly discovered by wizards step by step. If they pleased, they could even create further subdivisions within each major tier, such as distinguishing between novice 1st Circle wizards and advanced 1st Circle wizards, creating numerous levels. However, previously, every significant level had distinct markers. For instance, formal wizards could mimic elemental magic, while grand wizards could manipulate metal elements or construct domains, and so on. Could it be that the mental level of a grand wizard had already reached its limit, with any further progress being quantitative rather than qualitative? Reflecting on this, Lynn inwardly posed another question. 071, based on the previous battle, can you analyze the status of Edwal and that pseudo-god? Target Edwal, initial life signs weak. Post-revival, no discernible life signs. Target A.K.A, unknown entity, potent energy being, extremely dangerous. So, Edwal might not be human, and A.K.A is definitely not human. Lynn exclaimed in surprise. Soon, he recalled Edwal's incredible feats during the battle, such as surviving being severed by lasers or evading perception effortlessly. Analysis indicates that both their life and mental levels surpass the designated targets. This time, Lynn wasn't surprised but shocked by the intellect device's analysis, so much so that he began to doubt whether it had malfunctioned due to prolonged lack of maintenance. A.K.A.'s superiority was understandable, but to think Edwal's mental level surpassed theirs? That seemed unlikely. Despite Edwal's formidable abilities, when he utilized the magical network's computational power, Lynn could barely handle it. He also struggled against the properties of chlorine trifluoride, not necessarily appearing more powerful than legendary speakers like Harrow. Furrowing his brow, Lynn delved into deep contemplation. Though both Harrow and Edwal were referred to as legends, possessing capabilities surpassing Grand Wizard levels, their states seemed notably different. Potent energy being. Lynn murmured to himself. This was the designation the intellect device used for A.K.A., perhaps suggesting that they had discarded their physical form and existed solely as energy. After Pierce's reminder, during the preceding battle, Lynn had noticed that all of Edwell's spells, surpassing even the Archbishop's, were achieved by utilizing divine speech and expanding the divine realm. Clearly, this wasn't entirely Edwell's inherent power. Numerous doubts flashed through Lynn's mind one after another. However, pertinent information was scarce. As a mere fourth circle Grand Wizard, he was still a considerable distance from being a legend, unable to derive much useful insight. Perhaps during the upcoming discussion, he could glean some information from a few legendary speakers and see if they were privy to any insider knowledge. Lynn retrieved 2 pre-made rings of secrets, carefully packaged them, and then summoned Ilk, instructing him to personally deliver these items to 2 of the speakers. After receiving the rings, Ilk inquired with concern, "Headmaster, how are your injuries?" According to Master Sheens, they should start improving in the next couple of days. "It's getting better, but full recovery will still take another 4 or 5 days, Lynn replied with a thoughtful glint in his eyes. It would be best to stagger his recovery time with the legendary conference's commencement. In the evening, within a courtyard in the royal palace, the gathered speakers had received the message from the rings, an assembly scheduled for midnight tonight. Although the assembly could occur in a special space projected by the mental magic contained within the rings of secrets, theoretically possible from anywhere, Harof had specifically summoned them here. He wanted to personally advise Aurora and Victorio that if they encountered any incomprehensible theories or doctrines during the discussion, they should avoid displaying obvious confusion and instead return to discuss later. Above all, they must not compromise the dignity of wizardry. "Is that Society of Mystical Arts really as amazing as you say?" Victorio asked, maintaining a poker face. They were all legendary wizards, and despite specializing in different fields, there should be no knowledge gap like this. Harof didn't delve into a lengthy explanation. He playfully remarked, "I believe you've already researched those rings of secrets, haven't you? How's it going? Any luck decrypting them?" Victorio awkwardly chuckled. As a legendary alchemist, he was immensely intrigued by the alchemical creation used among the members of the Society of Mystical Arts for communication. The Ring of Secrets itself was rather ordinary, with nothing particularly special. He could replicate its structure at a glance. However, when attempting to decipher the magical frequency used for communication, trying to locate the sender through the received messages, he encountered a significant obstacle. The communication's magical frequency was changing almost every second, and despite spending an entire afternoon, he couldn't discern any patterns, let alone crack it. Just from this perspective, the Society of Mystical Arts indeed had some tricks up their sleeve. Although Victorio maintained his dignity without explicitly stating it, his facial expression betrayed his frustration. Harof naturally sensed his setback, having experienced similar futile attempts himself. After a pause, Harof spoke with a serious tone. "Additionally, I suspect their method of reaching legend status might differ from ours." Chapter 378, Bohr's Atomic Theory. "What do you mean, how different?" Victorio asked with a hint of confusion, wondering if there were other ways to ascend to legendary status. Harof pondered for a while, seemingly considering how to accurately describe it. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he spoke up. "I think their state might be somewhat similar to that individual." "You mean the pseudo-god?" Aurora interrupted, her expression filled with uncertainty. Harof nodded gravely. Initially, he hadn't grasped what this strange feeling was. It wasn't until a direct confrontation with A.K.A. that he suddenly realized the similarities between the two. Could it be that they also utilize faith-based methods? Aurora furrowed her brow. Though she didn't reject using this method to gain power, compared to the ancient and eerie soul plundering by psychic wizards, this seemed relatively benign. However, this concept bore significant flaws, capable of profoundly altering a person's mindset, hence why they had abandoned it. Harof interrupted Aurora's speculation. Just a resemblance. I've communicated with them in the microcosm. These individuals possess sharp intellects. They seem fine and don't adhere to any theories related to faith. Instead, like us, they focus on understanding the world's laws. How's that possible? If that were true, would the Empire and the Church be so stable now? Harof shook his head. Utilizing the faith to divinity requires a large number of followers. So many legends. So many gods, the entire continent would have long descended into chaos. They couldn't coexist because they were each other's greatest enemies. Regardless, why not go and see for ourselves? Aurora smiled, the magical glow faintly appearing on the ring of secrecy adorning her hand. It's exactly midnight now. Victorio nodded. Almost simultaneously, the three activated their rings. With a coordinated effort, empowered by their will, they swiftly projected themselves at the speed of light. The next moment, they felt their vision split, encountering a dark expanse. Is this the microcosm? Aurora surveyed their surroundings. In the distance, countless radiant stars shimmered in the boundless void, with a colossal, scorching star at their feet. Looking into the distance, it resembled a colossal fireball, its flames constantly surging and expanding, emitting an incredibly intense light. To Aurora, it was the most majestic sight she had ever witnessed. Despite kilometers separating them, they keenly felt the terrifying oppressive force, inducing an instinctive shiver. Aurora swiftly discerned that this was no mere illusion. Around the star orbited several equally immense celestial bodies, revolving in an unending cycle. The Society of Mystical Arts had managed to replicate the scene of celestial bodies orbiting. This captivated Aurora, an astronomy enthusiast. Here, time seemed accelerated 1,000-fold, allowing her to clearly perceive the cosmic order instead of relying solely on calculations and astronomical observations. Similarly, Victorio was overwhelmed. Anyone facing these immense celestial bodies for the first time would be awestruck. Welcome to Beyond Time. A gentle voice resonated behind them. Aurora immediately composed herself, turning to face behind. At some point, 4 figures had materialized there, standing in the void. It seems you're the controllers of the Society of Mystical Arts. How should we address you? Aurora smiled, inquiring. We're not exactly controllers. There are no such figures here, be it the Society of Mystical Arts or this realm of magic. They merely serve as tools for knowledge exchange. The elder on the right spoke casually, his disheveled white hair resembling the boundless starry sky. Aurora remained skeptical. This place seemed anything but a simple gathering spot. Just this microcosm and the spectacle of the galaxy they'd seen moments ago required a considerable amount of energy to manifest. As per Harof's explanation, each speck in the void represented a star, an image replicated throughout this microcosm. Names are merely codes. If you must, call me Einstein, the white-haired elder added. The 3 beside him introduced themselves. Maria Sklodowska-Curie. Isaac Newton. Niels Bohr. The final person spoke with a smile. Aurora nodded, also mentioning her name. Meanwhile, Victorio, like Harof, had previously faced the godly Ayla. Hence, he swiftly noticed that these 4 legends of the Society of Mystical Arts gave him a similar yet slightly different feeling compared to her. Harof's attention, however, was elsewhere. His gaze remained fixed on a man with curly hair. So, you're Newton, the one hit by an apple on the head? The last time he'd visited this microcosm, due to shock and continuous assaults, he hadn't had the chance to learn each person's name and identity. The assembly had concluded before he could grasp even the most basic understanding of these individuals. Now that everyone's here, let's begin today's discussion. Newton snapped his fingers. The colossal red fireball beneath their feet began collapsing inward, then violently exploded. Another supernova eruption ensued, with boundless light and heat scattering in all directions, illuminating the dark void, a spectacular scene of a star's destruction devastating the entire star system. They stood far away, and it took minutes for the intense energy and radiation waves to reach them. However, the terrifying energy and radiation didn't harm them. It felt as though there was a thin film separating them, allowing them to faintly sense the radiation waves, which felt scorching, almost like their souls were being burnt, as they passed through. After the most intense shockwaves subsided, Newton, Einstein, and Curie turned to the wizard beside them. "This time, it was you who initiated the gathering, right, Boer?" "Yes, today, I'll talk about atoms." Boer nodded casually. Chapter 379, Gravity as a Ruler, Time and Space as the Stage, Astonishing Legends. Atoms. Victorio paused, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. "You mean elements?" Boer added, then continued, "How much do you all understand about them?" Seeing the topic veer toward elements in this discussion, Harof breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued discussing topics like cosmic landscapes or the birth and destruction of the universe, he'd find it hard to even interject. Elements are the fundamental constituents of the world, the basis for most of our magic. It's also one of the oldest branches of magic, Victorio began. The study of elements, undoubtedly, stood as the cornerstone of magical studies alongside psychic abilities. Some elemental wizards proudly asserted that everything from alchemy, potions, shaping, to the core ultimately harnessed the power of elements. Over the years in the wizarding realm, they had discovered 49 basic elements, leading to the development of over 1,000 spells, a golden age for magic. Following Victorio's lead, Aurora then delved into the composition and utilization of compound elements, explaining the magical reactions between various elements. Once they finished, they both turned to the legendary figures from the Society of Mystical Arts. Lynn, in guise of Boer, listened as they expounded on elemental studies. When Victorio and Aurora paused after covering the basics, Lynn couldn't help but ask, "Is that all? What about the rest?" "Of course. I believe your understanding of elements is rather shallow," Boer sighed, shaking his head. Spending over 2 years in the wizarding realm, Lynn had gained a rough understanding of the wizard's magical theories, roughly equivalent to middle school knowledge in Lynn's previous life, if not less. It was because Lynn had heard about Aldrich's attempts to delve into more microscopic domains that Lynn tentatively inquired about their understanding in this regard. However, the results left Lynn disappointed. But then again, it was quite reasonable. They were all standing on the shoulders of giants. Each theorem and formula learned had been researched and summarized by physicists and chemists throughout their lifetimes. The wizards, on the other hand, had to deduce everything from scratch. While magic provided immense conveniences, it could also blind them to many years of stagnation in certain fields. Boer's lightly spoken words made Aurora narrow her eyes involuntarily, while Victorio wore a slightly displeased expression. Before they could react, Boer continued, "Apart from the basic chemical properties, I believe aspects like weight, density, melting point, boiling point, molecular weight, and periodicity are highly worth researching." Boer rambled on, overwhelming Victorio, who couldn't help but interject, "Wait, let's not even talk about molecular weight and periodicity. How do you propose calculating density and weight?" Elements were incredibly minuscule, to the point of being invisible to the naked eye, constantly in motion. Where could they find rulers and scales precise enough for such measurements? Moreover, elements like hydrogen created an upward buoyancy in the air, making weighing an utter impossibility. Victorio's face showed a mocking expression. Weighing elements was a ludicrous idea. "Are you suggesting we can't assess the weight and volume of something without rulers and scales?" Boer said with a smile. "Then how else do you propose we calculate?" Victorio was about to retort, but the next moment, he was left stupefied. He suddenly realized that when they calculated the weight of planets, they didn't use scales. Both had completely opposite natures, one extremely large, the other infinitesimally small. Do you mean? Harof immediately thought of a possibility and looked at Boer in astonishment. Boer didn't respond verbally, instead, they wrote a string of numbers in the air. 6.67 times 1011 lm2/kg2. How about using this as a ruler? Boer said playfully. This is the universal gravitational constant. Everyone present immediately recognized it. When Lynn calculated the gravitational constant back in the wizarding realm, both Harof and Aurora were present, making this concept unforgettable. Are you suggesting using time and space as the stage and a fixed gravitational constant as the ruler? Harof was the first to grasp the idea. Exactly. Master Lynn's experiments in the wizarding realm were quite remarkable. I must say, truly impressive. Boer complimented. As we all know, the mass of an object influences space. This value can be calculated using the universal gravitational formula. And since the gravitational constant remains constant, it serves as the perfect ruler. Although the disturbance caused by a single atom on space is minuscule and hard to measure accurately, we can create a vacuum area, gather singular elements, magnify their minute distortions in space, and finally, by removing this magnification factor during calculation, estimate the mass of the elements. This method wasn't borrowed, it was a product of Lynn's ingenuity, relying on the unique traits of wizards. After all, the technological paths taken in Lynn's previous life didn't have such refined methods for spatial perception and atomic manipulation, so they used Newton's second law of motion F equals ma to estimate atomic mass directionally, where A represents the acceleration of an object with mass m under the influence of force F. So, by rearranging the formula, one could find mass m equal to force F divided by acceleration A. Of course, due to the small size of atoms, a mass spectrometer was still required. Lynn couldn't conjure that up in a short time, but luckily, wizards had their own methods. They had the ability to manipulate atoms and perceive space, a natural advantage in magical research. It was essential to utilize these capabilities. However, there were still issues. Interactions between multiple atoms could disturb measurements. Yet, they could mitigate these disturbances by adjusting the quantity of atoms, gradually finding this ratio and minimizing interference. What an incredible idea! Victorio was thoroughly impressed. These wizards from the Society of Mystical Arts had minds that he admired immensely. When calculating the circumference of the planet earlier, they had used the simplest trigonometric formula, the Pythagorean theorem. But this time, they employed the universal gravitational constant. Chapter 380, Ranking All Elements, the Periodic Table. Aurora and Harof, much like Victorio, were engrossed in this intricate experiment measuring atomic mass. The minuteness of elements was beyond their comprehension. A single drop of water contains tens of thousands, even millions of water elements, composed of the basic elements hydrogen and oxygen. It could only be described as unbelievably minuscule. Many wizards might doubt the existence of such elements if not for their ability to perceive them through magic. Measuring the volume and weight of such minuscule elements was nearly impossible, yet Boer managed to turn the impossible into possible. Previously, Lynn used a similar experiment while calculating constants. They amplified the imperceptible gravitational interference between two iron spheres using light, precisely calculating it. This was entirely feasible. Just as they were marveling, Isaac Newton nearby seemed somewhat impatient. You surely have more to discuss today, Boer? These superficial matters need no further mention, he remarked. Superficial. Victorio's expression turned peculiar, unable to counter because they hadn't even calculated these superficial matters yet. The magical theories in the land of wizards are outdated. Victorio exchanged a glance with Aurora, both sharing a bitter smile. Harof shook his head. He had warned earlier about the necessity for discretion here, to avoid exposing their lack of knowledge. Helplessly, the trio looked to Boer, intensely curious about the purpose behind his summoning. I certainly have more to share. Bauer followed Isaac's lead, quite arrogantly. In fact, I'm preparing to rank all the atoms. With a snap of Bauer's fingers, a massive chart appeared before them. The chart was arranged in rows and columns, devoid of any numbers or symbols. Just an empty grid. I haven't completed this chart because it lacks a few crucial factors, which might affect their sequence. I hope you all can help me perfect it. Bauer earnestly requested. Bauer, don't you already have a clear understanding of elements? Victorio asked, puzzled. If someone could calculate the mass of elements, their volume shouldn't be an exception. Coupled with concepts like density and molecular weight, it practically turned the elements upside down. No one dares claim complete knowledge of everything about atoms, myself included. Bauer shook his head, sighing. While I've delved into some superficial studies of atoms, there's still one aspect I haven't completely grasped: the structure of atoms. Structure? You mean the shape of elements? Aurora suddenly inquired. No, the internal structure. Bauer emphasized. I believe atoms are divisible. Bauer's words undoubtedly challenged the mainstream magical theory in the land of wizards, where every wizard is taught that elements constitute the fundamental substance of the entire world. The argument of indivisible elements has been repeatedly proven through experiments. Even at temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, collisions between elements, they remained as steadfast as ever. Even when cutting through substances, the elements within remained unscathed. Element controller Audiobook even concluded that elements repelled each other, maintaining a minimum distance between them. Some wizards even believed that elements were the hardest substance in this world, indestructible. However, given Bauer's brilliant calculation of atoms, turning the impossible into possible, the trio refrained from hastily refuting. All they could do was listen to these legendary figures from the Secret Arts Society, discussing whether the internal structure of atoms resembled solid spheres, raisins, or watermelons. These theories about atomic structure were not merely conjectures, they were logically consistent and had some real basis. Bauer even conducted experiments to determine if the interior of atoms was solid or hollow. At this moment, Victorio and Aurora deeply empathized with Harof's initial feelings when he first attended such discussions. It felt akin to an apprentice wizard mingling among seasoned wizards discussing how to mimic elements with magic utter bewilderment. Facing their frequent inquiries, Victorio broke into a sweat, barely managing to fumble through a few vague responses. His only relief was that Bauer and others also seemed not to have fully understood the internal structure of atoms. Presently, these theories were still in the stage of theoretical refinement, lacking substantial evidence. This was the aim of this discussion: to explore the essence of atoms and, based on their characteristics, create a ranking table of elements. If successful, undoubtedly, this element ranking table would become the foundation of the entire magical system. It meant that wizards' understanding and application of elements would advance to an entirely new level. But could atoms truly be divided? And what kind of power could split an atom? Victorio delved into deep contemplation. The other counselor, Audiobook, had made similar conjectures, attempting to research more microscopic realms. Whether successful or not was unknown, as he seemed to have gone mad, obsessively muttering about some elemental specters daily, leaving behind manuscripts filled with nonsense. It was due to this that they had halted experiments and research on elements. But now it seemed necessary to resume. This discussion about the properties and internal structure of atoms lasted for over an hour. Several possible models were magically represented in the void, broadening Harof, Aurora, and Victorio's perspectives. Just as the discussion was about to conclude, Aurora stepped forward and got to the heart of the matter. Dear colleagues, I believe you are somewhat aware of the recent conflict between the Holy Church and the Kingdom, aren't you? We've heard some rumors. Einstein, seated to the left, all his hair white, nodded. Then, he continued, haven't you won this battle, driving the Church's punitive forces out of the kingdom? Victory? Harof shook his head in resignation. It wasn't so much a victory as it was their sheer luck in escaping with their lives. Chapter 381, The Sixth Circle Grand Wizard represents the limit of humanity's reach. Seeing Harof's displeasure, Boer couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems you've encountered some trouble. This trouble isn't just ours. Aurora seized the moment, speaking pointedly. The Empire and the Holy Church threaten the existence of all wizards. This matter concerns not only the Council but also the Society of Mystical Arts, doesn't it? Compared to the secluded land of wizards overseas, the members of the Society of Mystical Arts were the most severely threatened by the Holy Church. Legends like Boer might not mind pursuit, but ordinary members wouldn't all be as formidable. Moreover, the Magic Kingdom's plans were proposed and executed by members of the Society of Mystical Arts. This matter is internal to the Society, Victorio added, supplementing the discussion. Even though their participation in this legendary gathering aimed to seek allies, both Aurora and Victorio clearly didn't want to relinquish control. In just a few words, they managed to shift the blame. Now, it was the members of the Society of Mystical Arts who were against the Holy Church, while the Land of Wizards extended support, considering the bigger picture supporting a crumbling edifice. For high-ranking members of the Society of Mystical Arts like Boer, it would be unacceptable not to take action. Aurora had a grand scheme in mind, but the legends of the Society of Mystical Arts weren't easily swayed. In other words, the Magic Kingdom's plans weren't devised by them, and they weren't obligated to rescue a particular member either. Their casual attitude surprised Aurora. According to her assumptions, Lynn should hold a significant position within the Society of Mystical Arts, at least as a disciple of a legendary figure. With his talent and strength, no wizarding organization would feasibly abandon him. Had they assessed no danger from the other side, or did they genuinely not care? Newton, with his flowing curls, answered Aurora's unspoken doubts. In reality, we're not in this continent at the moment. Even if you wish to confront Ayla, I have some information and suggestions. I've encountered that pseudo-god and the legends of the Church before. Please forgive my frankness, but their mental and life levels surpass yours. Or rather, your mental level seems to only reach that of a grand wizard. Lynn's words successfully diverted Aurora and the others' attention. Suddenly, no one asked why they weren't on this continent anymore. Victorio's mind trembled, and he hastily inquired, "Have you found a way to surpass that limit?" The limit? Such a word momentarily left Lynn at a loss for words. However, Harof and Aurora understood precisely what Victorio meant. The Sixth Circle Grand Wizard represents the limit that humans can reach. It was like an unbreakable wall standing before every Grand Wizard. Unlike previous obstacles to class advancement, this seemed to be the pinnacle attainable by the human race limited by their physical bodies. Of course, where there's a limit, there are those who surpass it. Some ancient psychic beings achieved a qualitative leap by devouring and plundering souls, attaining powers far beyond grand wizards. They called themselves gods. Simultaneously, a very small number of wizards, through various cunning methods, acquired powers comparable to those dark gods. To distinguish between the two, a unique title was established above grand wizards, the legendary. Hence, legends, unlike regular wizards and grand wizards, didn't have clear boundaries or accessible methods for promotion. Or one could say that the only criterion to measure a legend was possessing a level of power surpassing grand wizards. During their years in the land of wizards, they had been seeking a perfect path for advancement and had made numerous attempts. For instance, 150 years ago, a terrifyingly powerful black dragon crossed through a temporal gate in a magic crystal mine, causing immense destruction within the land of wizards. Finally, the few of them managed to imprison it, using mystical arts to extinguish its soul, allowing Faiz, the most powerful psychic grand wizard at the time, to occupy the body and become the fifth legend of the council. However, this process could only be described as perilous, with success heavily reliant on luck, at least 90%. According to Faiz, he couldn't entirely control or merge with that body. The soul seemed confined within a formidable shell, able to barely wield 60 to 70% of its power. Perhaps, compared to us, you could truly be considered real legendary wizards. Harof sighed in admiration. Since Boer could discern that their mental level remained at the level of grand wizards, it likely meant that the others had found a way to break that limit. It seemed the land of wizards had been sealed for far too long. Though Lynn didn't fully grasp the intricacies, judging from Harof and the others' reactions, he guessed a general idea. With a thought, Einstein within his microcosm shook his head and calmly stated, "The path of magic is rugged, we're all just groping in the dark, no one can be certain they're on the right track." Harof, Aurora, and Victorio were all very interested in the method the legends of the Society of Mystical Arts had used to break through. However, they were equally aware that it was the greatest secret of every legendary wizard. They were not willing to disclose how they became legends and naturally had no right to demand the same from others. Considering Boer and the others' inconvenience to intervene, Aurora couldn't help but suspect that their method of breakthrough might not be as flawless either. Chapter 382, The macroscopic is merely the surface, the microscopic is the essence. The discussion about legends didn't last long. Due to the lack of information, Lynn didn't dare delve too deeply into this topic and swiftly changed the subject. Based on my speculation, Ayla might have abandoned her physical form and exists in an energy body. Within Lynn's previous theories on magic, there had been discussions about the distinction between energy and mass. Hurlram and others were familiar with these terms. "Do you mean she abandoned her physical form to exist as a soul?" Victorio, stroking his long beard, pondered. At that moment, he realized the similarity between Boer and others and the pseudo-deity. Their bodies emitted an unceasing force as if capable of distorting space-time by merely standing there. However, there were differences. Ayla felt like a powerful convergence of divine magic, while Boer resembled the stars they had just witnessed. Victorio speculated that the soul might also be a form of energy. At the level of grand wizards, souls could detach from the body and remain in the external world for extended periods, albeit still susceptible to certain damage. Like an exposed person in bitter cold, they might eventually succumb, but whether legendary soul entities could exist eternally without the body remained unknown. "No, it's more than that." Lynn shook their head, refuting Victorio's speculation. If that were the case, the AI surely would have provided hints. If it wasn't a soul entity, then what could it be? Everyone present fell into contemplation. "If possible, you might consider capturing a legendary clergy member of the Holy Church for thorough study. Who knows what insights that might yield?" Lynn, controlling Victorio, suggested using Boer's abilities. This was the first thought that popped into Lynn's mind when the AI reminded them that Ayla and Edwell's spiritual and life levels surpassed grand wizards. Capturing and studying both crossed their mind, but Ayla's immense power made it tempting yet unfeasible, so they shifted focus to lower-tier legendary clergy members. Victorio couldn't help but feel helpless at Lynn's suggestion. Legendary clergy members were high-ranking within the church, possessing immense strength. Defeating them wasn't easy, let alone capturing them for study. Coming from Lynn, it sounded as casual as eating and drinking. Unconcerned, after planting the idea of capture and study into Hurlram and others' minds, Lynn controlled Victorio to speak again. "Ayla has a high mastery of atomic levels. It won't be easy to overcome her from that perspective, but you might explore strategies from a more microscopic level to defeat her. The macroscopic is merely the surface, the microscopic is the essence. The true path of legends might be hidden within." "Macroscopic. Microscopic," Hurlram murmured softly. After moments of contemplation from Aurora and Victorio, as they were about to inquire further, bright, intense light swiftly descended, plunging the entire space back into profound darkness. With time accelerated a millionfold, the light from the supernova explosion had vanished. Harof wore a regretful expression, fully aware of what this meant. As expected, a majestic yet aged voice resounded among them the next moment. Let this discussion session come to an end. It was none other than Einstein who spoke, and immediately, the entire cosmos violently trembled, expelling Harof and the others. At precisely midnight, Harof, Aurora, and Victorio broke free from the realm of magic. Their faces were filled with confusion, awe, and bewilderment, unable to shake off the colossal amount of information from the discussion. It seems your prior warnings were correct, Harof. This society of mystical arts indeed demands careful consideration, Victorio spoke with a grave expression. Even before entering the realm of magic, Victorio had already held these legendary wizards in high regard. However, after this exchange, his fearful expression only intensified. Especially Boer, who discerned their true nature at a glance. Their power was unfathomable. I did warn you to be more cautious, Harof said with a touch of helplessness. After a pause, he continued, what about the elements they mentioned? The internal structure of atoms, what are your thoughts? Though there's no solid evidence yet, the possibility does exist, Aurora agreed. There were elements smaller than the basic atoms, like lightning elements, light elements, and those elemental specters. They couldn't perceive them previously, so the existence of these elements remained uncertain. However, Anthony's creation of thunder magic confirmed the reality of lightning elements and their manipulation by wizards. This meant that basic elements weren't the smallest known substances. With this in mind, Aurora suggested, we should gather all the notes. They might prove useful in studying the microscopic realm. Harof and Victorio nodded. If the microscopic realm held the key to ascending to legendary status or slaying deities, then their efforts needed to focus there. As for those elemental specters, a solution would eventually emerge. Every legendary power was immensely valuable. The Holy Church openly possessed 5 legends, while the Wizard Council, even counting the crazed Alduk, only had 4 legendary wizards. They lacked not only top-tier power but also high-end combat capability. And the elemental hierarchy chart, we should prioritize that too, Victorio added. It was the foundation of the entire magic system. He estimated that the Society of Mystical Arts pursued an elite path. Though each member was formidable, their numbers likely weren't extensive. Now that they knew the method of measuring elemental mass, the only thing left was implementation. With combined efforts, perhaps they could complete this hierarchy chart faster than the Society of Mystical Arts and even explore a brand new path to legendhood. Chapter 383, Legends are semi-gods, and semi-gods are legends. Finally done. Lynn sighed in relief as he stepped out of the realm of magic. Manipulating these legendary wizards wasn't an easy feat. However, this gathering had provided him with a wealth of information about high-level wizards. Firstly, it seemed that a wizard's maximum potential, relying on their talent and efforts, reached the level of a 6th-ring Grand Wizard. The specifics behind this remained unknown to Lynn. But judging from the certainty of figures like Harof, it wasn't baseless speculation. Secondly, the evaluations by the AI brain were accurate. Whether it was Harof, Aurora, or Victorio, their mental strength and the Grand Wizards were alike, but their combat prowess far exceeded regular 6th-ring Grand Wizards. One might even call them pseudo-legends. This explained why the AI brain could manipulate and decode their computations. It operated on the same level as them. As for the higher echelons of the Holy Church, he had personally sparred with Edwal, giving him grounds for evaluation. Moreover, while in the Misty Sea, Aurora had a brief encounter with a legendary clergy member. Though the battle didn't last long, she managed. Lynn couldn't help but wonder if only Ayla had truly taken that step toward becoming a god, while the higher UPS like the judiciary of the church might have relied on another's power to step into that tier. They, like the council members, might have significant limitations, classified as pseudo-legends. In recent days, under relentless questioning from those priests and bishops, they unearthed more intelligence. For instance, the selection criteria for the church's higher echelons required 2 things: reaching the sixth ring in the clergy and receiving divine enlightenment, granted with the power of the gods. What exactly this divine power was remained unknown even to the captured bishops. It might well be one of the Church's most closely guarded secrets. Lynn speculated it might tie into why individuals like A.K.A. could perform true divine magic, yet subsequently fall from grace, potentially meeting their demise. Apprentice Official Wizard Grand Wizard Legend, God. Recalling information about the elevation of mental strength, Lynn had the AI brain record it. After a brief pause, he vetoed the term God, replacing it with semi-God. Or perhaps, incomplete God. If Ayla could resolve the poison of faith, combining the computational power of hundreds or even millions of believers with her own, that would likely be a true deity. The thought weighed heavily on Lynn. What was urgently needed now was to find a way to ascend to legend status or to counterbalance the Church, something that made them think twice. Regarding the former, Lynn had little direction for now. Carving out a new path of ascension wasn't an easy feat. Thus, he planned to start with the latter. This was precisely why he guided figures like Harov to explore atomic structures to verify whether the atomic model of the previous Federation was correct in this world and if the mass-energy equation could be applied here. If proven accurate, locating uranium would lead to the development of nuclear weaponry. This would surpass all current magical knowledge, capable of easily decimating a city a power akin to that of stars. Lynn estimated that even if they couldn't kill a deity with a nuclear blast, it would serve as a formidable deterrent. If things truly reached a critical point, they could even detonate the entire empire, significantly weakening Ayla's power. After all, each believer contributed a portion of their computational power to the other. Conversely, the might of a god was sustained by their followers. Eliminating these believers would dismantle the foundation of their power. However, Lynn wasn't inclined to do this unless absolutely necessary. After all, that would entail the deaths and injuries of millions. The Council's attention to the elemental ranking chart was more active than Lynn had imagined. 2 hours after emerging from the realm of magic, these members were invited to an urgent late-night meeting. Harov concealed discussions and intel about ascending to legend status within the realm of magic. Instead, he briefly reiterated the theory of atomic fission and the argument to find a way to defeat pseudo-deities from a more microscopic standpoint. The assembly of counselors was both astonished and divided regarding the theory of atomic fission. From the moment every wizard began studying magic, they were taught that basic elements formed the foundation of all things, being the smallest and sturdiest entities in the world. Now, the atomic fission theory of the Society of Mystical Arts unquestionably challenged this perception. However, owing to Lynn's stellar magical reputation and the solid backing of the Society of Mystical Arts, coupled with several counselors leaning toward believing in this theory's correctness, even those who opposed it didn't hastily refute it. If I recall correctly, Lord Alduk, the elemental master, attempted to delve into more microscopic domains but was assaulted by elemental spirits. A counselor spoke with a tinge of fear and concern. The room fell silent momentarily. They had all heard of the terror of elemental spirits, the very forces that drove a legendary wizard and 3 grand wizards to madness, leading to the suicides of several formal wizards. No one knew what sort of power could cause such severe mental trauma to these experts in elemental studies. While the elemental spirits hinder our exploration of the microscopic realm, it's become a problem we must address. Victorio solemnly declared. Our time is exceedingly limited, and we cannot afford to delay. The Church's punitive forces might return at any moment. They've located the whereabouts of the wizard's sanctuary, leaving us no retreat. Victorio's words furrowed the counselor's brows. The pseudo-deity, so powerful that even legendary counselors couldn't handle it, hung over everyone's heads like a looming sword, ready to fall at any moment. Everyone, this matter not only concerns how we can defeat that pseudo-deity, but elements form the basis of magic. If we can dissect it, we can unravel the mysteries of magic completely. Harov stood up, surveying the assembly. The truth of magic, the reality of the world, lies before us. It's hidden within those tiny elements, waiting for us to discover and excavate it. Whoever can refine the elemental ranking table will be bestowed a silver moon medal. And the person who can dissect the atom, construct the atomic model, I will nominate them for the Morning Star Medal. Chapter 384, Methods of Atom Destruction and the Devil's Stone. Harrow's words instantly stirred the wizard's enthusiasm. This was the Morning Star Medal, the highest honor in the wizarding world. Whoever obtained it would be etched in history, becoming the next highly anticipated magical star. And now, this opportunity lay right before them. Raphael and the other grand wizards began contemplating how to divide and destroy elements. The official wizards, however, didn't aspire to the Morning Star Medal. They quickly set their sights on the elemental ranking table. You see, there were a whopping 49 basic elements. Just by studying data on 2 or 3 elements, one could secure a nomination for the Morning Star Medal. After about 10 minutes of discussion, the first to speak up was Adela, who developed the theory of fire element. Despite Lynn's previous unveiling of the everlasting flame that severely damaged his 3 laws of flames, Adela didn't falter. Instead, he absorbed some of Lynn's theories on combustion and proposed a more rigorous 3 elements of fire. His idea was simple, using intense heat to break down atoms. While studying flame magic, Adela discovered that high temperatures could disassociate matter into its basic atomic forms. Even steel could have its structure disrupted at temperatures of several thousand degrees. So, if the temperature continued to rise, perhaps atoms could be disassociated too. Adela, filled with excitement, clenched his fists, pounding the table heavily. Every element has a limit, no matter how robust it may seem. Our goal is to find that limit and break it. A brilliant idea. Raphael and the others felt a surge of inspiration. Since there hadn't been a known upper limit to temperature, Adela's proposal held great promise. The advantage of this method lay in its ability to harness the collective power of several grand wizards, enough to raise the temperature to an unimaginable extent. I think perhaps we can experiment with thunder. Anthony, nearby, suggested. Thunder elements were much smaller than basic elements, making it a good choice to use thunder to break down fundamental elements. Under collective brainstorming, numerous bizarre ideas surfaced rapidly, such as applying pressure to an incredibly resilient substance to crush atoms, using magic to accelerate collisions between 2 elements, or even spatial segmentation and more. Lynn Master, what's your take? As the discussions intensified, Sanchez turned to Lynn, who had yet to speak, and inquired. This renowned magical star, famous for his ingenious approaches, had astonished them previously with beam calculations and gravitational constant experiments. His current silence surprised Sanchez. At this prompting, everyone present also turned their attention to Lynn. Under the spotlight, Lynn pondered before speaking, I believe each of your proposals holds certain viability. However, to actually disassemble atoms, further experimentation and validation are necessary. Yet, as important as deconstructing elemental structures is the quest for new elements. Lynn didn't believe that the world had just those few types of atoms. The previous belief among wizards that there were only 49 basic elements was due to the limited scope of the wizarding world. Now that they were in the kingdom, perhaps they could discover newer elements. Driven by threats from the Holy Church, the pursuit of magical truths, and the allure of endless glory, the wizards erupted with unimaginable fervor. Upon returning home, sleep was forsaken, and they diligently put their brainstorming into practice. Firstly, measurements of atomic mass became the focus. Harrow led a group of wizards skilled in force field magic to create a vacuum domain and used spatial awareness to calculate through formulas. Meanwhile, Victorio was invited by Adela to set up a powerful alchemical array to generate vast amounts of heat for atom disintegration. Anthony also gathered scholars of magic, aiming to start with thunder magic. Apart from that, his interest was piqued by why there was repulsion between atoms and the minimum separation distance between them, akin to the repulsion caused by magnetism. This notion led him to contemplate the phenomenon caused by magnetic forces. Amidst this research fervor, almost every day saw novel academic papers published in the magical daily. Even the citizens of the capital city rejoiced. They couldn't necessarily comprehend these novel magical theories, but a new decree within the capital allowed wizards to seek out new elements. Anyone discovering anything peculiar could present it. If selected by the wizards, they could receive up to 50 imperial coins as a reward. Such a hefty reward drove people mad. The citizens rummaged through their homes, and some even picked up random stones on the roadside, hoping to pass them off. If lucky to slip through, they could earn a fortune they'd never otherwise attain. Within 2 days, Yoland, in charge of finding new elements, received an abundance of miscellaneous items, leaving him overwhelmed. He had to put up a sign outside, requesting no more everyday items like pots, wooden stools, etc. Those attempting to deceive were harshly penalized. Just when Yoland thought today would yield nothing, a peculiar stone was placed before him. It was an irregular spherical object that, from its shine, seemed to be a certain metallic substance. Yoland exclaimed softly, lifting it and realizing it was much heavier than an equivalent volume of iron. Recognizing this, Yoland's expression turned serious. He attempted to sense and disintegrate it with magic, but it failed. Was this an undestroyable and unmanipulable metal element? What is this? Where did you find it? Yoland hurriedly turned to the citizen who presented this stone, eagerly asking. This might very well be a new element beyond their understanding. The nearby 50-year-old miner, bowing lowly, tremblingly replied, reporting to the esteemed wizard, "This is the Devil's Stone. That's what those priests called it." Chapter 385, The Demon Stone and the Electron Theory of Elements. The Demon Stone. Upon hearing this term, Lord Lynn became immediately interested, curious as he inquired, "Do you know why it's called that?" The aged miner dared not conceal and promptly began explaining. This peculiar ore was unearthed from a mine within the royal domain. Initially, the land's owner had purchased nearby mountain ranges to mine copper. Yet, within this particular mountain, they stumbled upon peculiar crystalline-like ores. Furthermore, they discovered curious creatures emitting luminescence. These creatures seemed to feed on this ore, excreting a substance that appeared silvery white, lustrous akin to silver ore but notably heavier. The owner swiftly realized the wealth potential in this mountain, organizing a large workforce to excavate. They hired a sculptor to fashion these naturally crystalline ores into jewelry. As for that silvery white unknown metal, it was sold at a high price to intrigued nobles and wealthy merchants. However, the good times didn't last. After some time working in the mine, some of the miners fell victim to a malignant ailment. They inexplicably grew dizzy, weak, experienced difficulty breathing, and even began shedding skin, leading to ulcers. Initially dismissive upon reports from the guards, the mine owner thought it was the laborers attempting to shirk work. It wasn't until several nobles who purchased the ore jewelry displayed similar symptoms that an investigation by the church revealed the severity of the issue. Unfortunately, it was too late. Soon after, the church sealed off the mine. Subsequently, rumors within the capital arose claiming that these peculiar ores were cursed by evil wizards. The mine owner, accused of conspiring with cultists of dark gods and practicing sorcery to harm nobles, was bound to a stake and burned alive. Yet, the moniker Demon Stone prompted Lord Lynn to be cautious. Instead of handling it directly, he opted to use the Mage Hand spell to lift it. "Wizard, sir, what about this?" The old miner, noticing a slight change in Lord Lynn's expression, nervously spoke, somewhat worried that presenting this malevolent object might displease him. If not for the irresistibly tempting reward, he wouldn't have risked it. "You've done well. Here are 50 imperial coins. Take them." Lord Lynn smiled, and with a thought, gleaming gold coins flew out, stacking neatly on the table. To encourage the capital's residents to bring forth valuable items, Lord Lynn immediately offered the highest reward, a whopping 50 imperial coins. "Thank you, great wizard. Your generosity outshines the stars." Seeing the pile of coins, the old miner knelt in excitement, repeatedly kowtowing to express admiration and gratitude. Eventually, with Lord Lynn's permission, he tremblingly swept all the coins into his pockets. Behind him, the capital's residents, queuing up, observed in envy as one piece of demon stone exchanged hands for dozens of gold coins. They marveled at the wizard's integrity, giving away such a large sum so readily. For the past 2 days, over 100 individuals had presented various rare items, all of which were declined. It led them to suspect that these wizards were deliberately teasing them. Now, the reality proved they just hadn't found the right items. These wizards were willing to take even a demon stone. "For now, Yasis, you'll be in charge here. If you discover any new elements, send word to me," Lord Lynn solemnly reminded before hastily departing with this demon stone. Truth be told, if possible, Lord Lynn would have preferred to privately research it. Obtaining a Morning Star medal with a thorough study of a new element would be effortless. However, considering the rumors surrounding the demon stone, Lord Lynn shelved that notion and opted for reporting. It was the safest course. Meanwhile, within the capital's estate, Lynn was perusing today's magical news. The headline on the front page caught her eye. "Thunder is the ultimate answer to all magic, a discourse on the internal structure of elements." Not bad. Have they discovered the existence of electrons within elements? Lynn inwardly praised. In just a couple of days, after overcoming the barrier of indivisible atoms, the wizard's imagination and creativity were quickly kindled. The author of this paper was none other than Anthony. Although his atomic electrolysis experiment failed, it yielded unexpected gains. For instance, it validated that when two atoms were extremely close, a repulsive force was generated, akin to the repulsion between like poles of magnets. Hence, Anthony boldly speculated, atoms contain electricity within. He even proposed the corresponding elemental purple fruit model. The purple fruit was a specialty of the Hadrolata kingdom, a substance resembling a pomegranate filled with internal granules. According to Anthony's hypothesis, positive and negative charges, akin to purple fruit, permeate atoms. Most elements possess a positive charge in the inner layer and a negative charge in the outer layer, leading to repulsion when close. Some elements, conversely, have the opposite structure, negative charge on the outer layer and positive charge on the inner layer. This allows them to combine, producing light, heat, or even flames. The entire article spanned thousands of words, occupying the entire page. Lynn found it fascinating, despite the conclusion being incorrect. The deductive process and imaginative leaps were incredibly intriguing, capable of explaining certain phenomena to a certain extent. For instance, Anthony believed that elements were in perpetual motion due to the mutual gravitational attraction, causing them to draw close, but the repulsive force kept them apart, creating a constant back-and-forth effect. Just as Lynn prepared to scan the paper for other novel theories, she saw Ilk rushing in from outside the courtyard. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Seeing Ilk's anxious demeanor, Lynn immediately set aside the newspaper, her expression turning serious as she inquired. "Dean Lynn. It's the elements. It's a new element." Ilk gasped for breath, his face brimming with excitement. Today, while gathering peculiar items, Lord Lynn discovered a piece called the Demon Stone. Upon testing, it seems to be a new element previously unrecorded. Chapter 386, Uranium Ore and the Blessing of the Divine. This is a portion of samples sent by the Council. Ilk mentioned, producing a thumb-sized fragment from within his robes. At first sight of this object, Lynn couldn't resist rising from his seat, gesturing with his hand as the fragment levitated on its own, drifting towards him. "Is this uranium ore?" Lynn's face lit up with an expression of immense surprise. Soon, he confirmed it himself, despite his initial certainty, even having the AI double-check. Indeed, it was uranium ore, refined at that. Though it hadn't undergone specific testing, it surely boasted a high uranium content. Naturally occurring uranium ore typically contains only a fraction of a gram per kilogram, even less. Where was this thing found? Lynn curiously inquired, knowing that such high-grade uranium ore wasn't a natural occurrence. They say it was discovered in a mine over 10 kilometers from the capital. The council has dispatched teams to investigate further, Ilk exclaimed with excitement. The discovery of a new element was enough to keep any wizard versed in elemental studies sleepless with excitement. Consequently, some council members set off immediately, prepared to inspect the site firsthand. By the way, the person who brought this kind of ore referred to it as the Stone of the Demon. Ilk disclosed all the intel he gathered about the uranium ore. As for the term Stone of the Demon, Lynn wasn't particularly surprised. Regarding the mention of a monster that fed on uranium ore, upon hearing it, Lynn couldn't help but furrow his brows. Was this thing akin to Godzilla? But considering that the miners extracting the ore hadn't been wiped out entirely, it likely wasn't a carnivorous creature. One had to admit, the creatures in this magical world were quite robust. The mane of a fire lion endured high temperatures, perfect for making filaments for lamps, while the skeleton of a griffin was both lightweight and incredibly durable, both excellent special materials. Summon Orlando and the others, we're heading to the laboratory. Lynn tossed aside the newspaper in his hand. He needed to run tests on this Stone of the Demon. If it turned out as he expected, the grand nuclear blast might just be within reach. At the same time, within the wizardry of the capital, jubilation reigned as they discovered a new element. In the Sekka's empire, hailed as the heavenly realm on earth and the land of shimmering stars, within the sacred city harbor, the imperial expedition fleet that had been adrift at sea for over a month finally found landfall. Of the 300 ships that set out, fewer than half remained, with the foremost 10 ships bearing severe damage. Even the main vessel had acquired a long gash, barely holding on thanks to divine arts. This grim spectacle astonished the guards within the harbor, yet they firmly believed that the followers of those dark deities, the minions of demons, had surely been cast into hell. Under the watchful gaze of the gods, they were unbeatable. However, the chief bishop Jacob, who came to negotiate, didn't share their optimism. For, just a dozen days prior, they received a confidential report. Edwal, leading a large force to suppress the rebellion within the kingdom, perished. Nearly the entire expeditionary force was annihilated, with less than 1 in 10 managing to escape. This revelation shook the upper echelons of the church. The news was so staggering that it remained under tight wraps. Many were pinning their hopes on the return of the expedition fleet, hoping they would eradicate the dens of those wizards, thus cleansing their previous shame with a resounding victory. As the bishops and priests disembarked from the ships, each wearing a dark expression, Jacob realized that the news brought by this expedition fleet might not bode well either. Such thoughts flickered through Jacob's mind, yet he promptly stepped forward, placing his hand over his chest, and respectfully saluted. "My Lord Inquisitor! I must see His Holiness and Lady Lucia immediately, right now." The Inquisitor's tone was stern, brimming with unquestionable demand. "But both are currently presiding over the celebration," Jacob hesitated in his response. Upon hearing the word celebration, the Inquisitor paused momentarily, quickly recalling that today was Harvest Day. As per the creation texts in the Holy Book, the first day of September was the day the great moon goddess descended from the heavens to bestow her divine arts upon the land, ripening the sweet fruits, bringing joy to everyone. "Then the meeting shall wait until after the celebration," the Inquisitor's tone softened immediately. The annual Harvest Day celebration held immense importance and couldn't be easily interrupted. Due to the enforced information blackout, the shadow cast by the kingdom's rebellion hadn't affected the Harvest Day festivities. Hundreds of thousands congregated within the vast city, awaiting in front of the towering celestial tower. Rumor had it that this colossal tower was the dwelling place of the moon goddess when she descended to the earth. It took 50 years to construct, Towering over 300 meters high, its spire shimmering with the radiance of divine arts, as if piercing through heaven and earth, resembling a colossal sword cast by the gods upon the mortal realm. Anyone seeing the celestial tower would be awed by its magnificence. Many devout believers traveled from all corners of the empire to the sacred city, solely to repent earnestly in front of the celestial tower, purifying their souls. Faint strains of ethereal hymns reverberated through the skies. A figure of pure sanctity swiftly emerged from within the celestial tower, appearing to be around 23 or 24, clad in a flowing white robe billowing in the wind, their emerald eyes shimmering like stars. It's Lady Lucia. The devotees gathered at the sides of the celestial tower were filled with fervor. The church's maiden was the closest individual to God within the entire holy city, meticulously chosen from the empire's nuns, rotating every 5 to 10 years. Upon fulfilling her duty, they could ascend to heaven and serve as attendants to God. Lady Lucia ascended the platform amidst the eager crowd, loudly reciting the divine words of Harvest Day, beams of divine light continuously showering from the sky. Upon touching the divine light, those devout followers who arrived with hidden ailments immediately sensed a significant relief, an indescribable comfort. One fervent believer even discovered their previously severed finger had miraculously regrown, kneeling down in excitement and gratitude. This was the grace of the gods, the glory of the divine. Chapter 387, The Tainted Saint, Lucia. O great Lord, we thank you for the grace you bestow upon us. May your glory shine in every corner of the world. I shall abide by your promises until the end of my days. Gathered around the tower of the sky, devout believers knelt in prayer under the divine light, believing that the gaze of the gods had focused here. They hoped that with devout prayers, they would earn divine favor, ensuring entry into the eternal heavenly realm after death. As the ethereal hymns grew louder, the divine realm, centered around the tower of the sky, expanded outward, soon enveloping the entire holy city. On either side of the streets, verdant greenery sprouted from the ground, vines emerged from crevices, weaving around buildings and exquisite sculptures. Time seemed accelerated, under the witness of hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of fruit trees ascended throughout the holy city. From tender shoots, they grew into towering trees, their sturdy trunks and lush canopies shrouding the sky. Luminous, jade-green fruits adorned their branches, their rich aroma permeating the city. The towering tower of the sky, now adorned with countless vines, resembled a colossal emerald palace at the heart of the holy city, a spectacle that awed the first-time attendees. Atop the high platform, Lucia paused her divine prayer. In her emerald eyes, another, more mystical world unfolded before her. Unseen golden threads connected the prostrated believers to an unseen point behind them, the grand tower of the sky. Confirming this, Lucia declared the commencement of this year's harvest festival, granting all God's children who arrived in the holy city the opportunity to feast lavishly. During the festival, this place became a terrestrial paradise. There was no distinction between nobles and commoners, all were merely God's faithful. Tens of thousands of attendants placed trays of roasted potatoes, seared steaks, stewed meats, and other delicacies on long tables set up across the city streets, catering to hundreds of thousands. Among the offerings were wines and fine camel meat usually reserved for nobles. Guided by Saint Lucia and her attendants, believers who had traveled far and wide to the holy city joined in the celebrations. They plucked sweet fruits from trees or wandered the city, freely indulging in the feast. There was no rush or squabble, even the most famished and gluttonous became disciplined and courteous under the divine influence. Moreover, food was in limitless supply, and plucked fruits regrew within seconds. Nanda was an ordinary pauper from the Nordland district, yet unlike others, his unwavering faith in God set him apart. Upon learning that the annual harvest festival in the holy city welcomed even the lowliest of paupers and slaves, he embarked on a journey spanning thousands of miles, traversing mountains and overcoming perils from bandits and ferocious beasts. It took him a year to reach the foot of the holy city, a journey fraught with hardships. But now, everything seemed worthwhile. The tower of the sky was more magnificent than he had ever dreamt, and the kind Saint Lucia's divine light healed the festering scars on his body. The sight of the city streets brimming with food and trees bearing fruits out of thin air was beyond Nanda's heavenly imaginings. Though such celebrations occurred once a year, their devoutness ensured their ascent to heaven after death. Every day there would be celebrations, turning the tribulations of this life into divine favor, a reward earned after enduring God's trials. In increasingly firm beliefs, faith transcended, and Nanda felt closer to God, as if the gates of heaven were opening before him. Meanwhile, back within the tower of the sky, Saint Lucia turned suddenly as if attempting to peer through the thick walls towards a particular spot in the holy city. "What is it, under the coronet of Lucia?" A cardinal clad in red robes beside her asked, puzzled. "Someone has received divine inspiration, but sadly fell short, failing to become a saint." Lucia shook her head, filled with regret. Could it be one of the bishops? The cardinal in red expressed envy. He believed his devoutness rivaled anyone's, yet he had not received divine inspiration to be appointed a saint, ascending to the true echelons of the church. "No, it was likely just a commoner," Lucia remarked casually, picking up a dragon fruit, an offering to the moon goddess, from the table and taking a bite. Lucia's offense against the divine left the cardinal infuriated. Despite her high position within the church, she rotated every few years and, in the eyes of the cardinal, was merely a servant selected by the church to serve the Lord. If deemed unfit, she could be replaced at any time. Just the act of disregarding divinity was enough to strip her of her position. Biting into the sweet dragon fruit, Lucia's words were blurred as she said, "That's why you've never received divine inspiration, Raven. You lack adaptability, and even your intellect is subpar, rendering you unfit." Seeing Lucia's unrepentant attitude and her attempt to defile divine inspiration, the cardinal was furious. Before he could rebuke her more severely, the doors of the Tower of the Sky swung open. Entering were the Pope and Judge Joshua. "Pope, Judge Joshua," Lucia just took some offerings from the table and showed no remorse. Raven hurriedly approached, about to report to the two. This lady saint's status was higher than his own. Besides reprimanding her, there was nothing he could do, only the Pope held the authority to punish her. "I'll handle this matter. You may leave." The Pope nodded, signaling for Raven to step back before continuing his report. Lucia watched the cardinal leave in a huff, feeling a tinge of regret. He's devout, but lacking in adaptability. His mind isn't quite sharp. Unfit. Chapter 388, Fear not, I will personally act to eradicate the enemies of the Holy Church. I've disappointed you this time, under the crown of Lucia. I will search for other candidates, sighed the Pope. Finding the right candidate wasn't easy, faith and talent were crucial but not everything. For nearly a decade, Edwell had been the only qualified individual. Unfortunately. As the Pope pondered, Judge Joshua stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the Church's saint. Under the crown of Lucia. Saint Lucia, having taken a few bites of dragon fruit and returned it to the offering table, spoke softly, suggesting a different offering next time, before turning to Joshua, casually remarking, "Seems even you failed this time." Ignoring the saint's seemingly disrespectful act of returning the half-eaten fruit, Joshua knelt, reciting war results as if he were a mechanical device. The Imperial fleet lost 143 warships without gaining any substantial victory. Listening to Joshua's report, Lucia's beautiful emerald eyes narrowed, her tone turning icy. "Speak, what happened?" "As far as I know, most powerful wizards have already gone to the kingdom. The defense in the wizards' land should be unprecedentedly vulnerable now. The first Imperial fleet boasted over 300 warships, all state-of-the-art sailboats, carrying over 80,000 elite Imperial troops and nearly 1,000 clergy members. It should have been effortless to crush the defenseless land of wizards. And what do you mean by no victory? Even with the leadership of a foolish camel, such results were impossible." Joshua recounted their sea ordeal. "Before we reached the wizards' land, we encountered a blockade in the misty sea. Those wizards had developed a new type of steel ship, conservatively weighing at least 1,000 tons, moving at 3 times the speed of our sailboats. Wait! A steel ship weighing thousands of tons floating on the sea? And it's faster than sailboats? Are you sure you're not mistaking it for some sort of optical illusion? The Pope interrupted Joshua, furrowing his brow in disbelief, doubting the credibility of the story. How could a steel ship float on the sea, let alone outrun sailboats by multiple folds? That defied the laws of the world. I am certain, Joshua asserted firmly, recounting the entire battle. Especially the enemy's peculiar long-range tactics, maintaining a distance of 1 kilometer at 3 times their sailing speed, incessantly suppressing them with relentless firepower, denying any chance to approach or escape. This was the reason for the fleet's heavy losses without any gains. These are nothing but a cunning pack of hyenas. The Pope uttered coldly, struggling to find a solution from Joshua's perspective. Joshua had attempted to use powerful legendary spells, but the ships vanished in thin air, impossible to hit. Every half hour, the steel ships would reappear from the mist, continuing their relentless bombardment. Sending the flying archbishops for pursuit wasn't a good idea either. They couldn't match the speed of the steel ships and would only exhaust their magical energy under constant cannon fire. Of course, the First Fleet wouldn't have suffered such a dire fate if it weren't for the blockade in the misty sea. Things might have been different without the mist covering the entire area. Afterward, I sacrificed 30 ships to encircle their fleet, but their reinforcements arrived too swiftly. Joshua regretfully explained, that was his only opportunity to severely damage the steel fleet. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Joshua had no choice but to retreat. Those alchemical creations floating in the air, capable of projecting hellfire to the ground, spotted in the kingdom's reports, would easily lead to deaths for everyone except him and a few archbishops. It was an unprofitable deal. It seems we underestimated these wizards. Lucia snorted lightly. Previously, in her eyes, the wizards hiding on that island were inconsequential, mere nuisances like mice hiding in holes, nothing that could disrupt the greater scheme. As far as she was concerned, the true enemies of the church were the extra-dimensional evil gods and demons. So, upon learning of the wizards' occupation of the kingdom, the Empire dispatched 2 consecutive expeditionary forces from both sides, aiming to eradicate this threat at once. Never did they expect such a dismal defeat. These novel weapons piqued Lucia's curiosity immensely. She remembered, a few years back when Kashimo reported to her, there was no mention of these steel ships or the alchemical creations known as skyborne airships, supposedly moving at a speed of merely 20 to 30 kilometers per hour. Now, these figures had multiplied 5 or 6 times over. All these modern weapons seemed to have emerged suddenly. Now, most of the Divine Punishment Legion is still engaged in battle beyond the dimensional rift with those demons. Should we recall them? The Pope suggested. The threat posed by the wizards had reached a point where they needed to muster their strength and eradicate this threat entirely. No. Lucia shook her head. These wizards possess some tricks in group combat, let's not squander our elite forces needlessly. Didn't we discover a giant tribe during the Empire's conquest of the western borders 2 years ago? Since they lack any divine talent, let's consider them expendable for this war, Lucia mused. Giants were robust, exceptionally strong, and with the blessing of divine arts, equipped with specialized iron armor, they should withstand cannon fire and smash those iron boxes that run away. However, they ate too much, creating logistical pressure. This time, I'll intervene personally. Lucia's demeanor turned solemn as she adjusted her tone. Under the crown of Lucia, these wizards are troublesome, but not to this extent. Joshua intervened, suggesting that involving the Church's saint in combat was their incompetence and dereliction of duty. No matter. This body has reached its limit anyway. It's perfect for recycling, Lucia said casually, cold determination glinting in her eyes like she had spotted prey among the stars. Chapter 389, Lynn Maxwell, Is My Infinite Nuclear Explosion Just a Dream Now? Seeing the determination beneath the saint's crown, Joshua refrained from further persuasion, easing his worries about the wizards considerably. With this, reclaiming the kingdom was only a matter of time. Has the next candidate for the saint been decided? Lucia inquired. These are the candidates. The Pope gently stroked the scepter in hand, and images of 5 figures appeared within the tower of the firmament. They were all young girls aged 16 to 18, impeccable in appearance, status, and talent. 4 of them were deeply devout, meticulously nurtured by the local church, possessing the spiritual power level of bishops. The remaining one surprised Lucia. She wasn't a nun but a member of the Punishment Legion. Logically, she shouldn't have qualified. This one is the second daughter of Viscount Pedral, Ivana Pedral, from the eastern port town, the Pope explained respectfully. She passed the Punishment Legion's selection 2 years ago. Though her psychic talent is slightly inferior, she possesses exceptional combat intuition, recommended specifically by the Legion's commander. The eastern port town that was nearly scorched by the hellfire. Lucia paused, expressing surprise. The incident had made quite a stir and naturally reached her ears. It was said to involve a powerful wizard who had lurked within the Empire for a long time, and it was only due to Edwell's timely arrival that the individual was expelled. Such a tragedy hadn't occurred under the jurisdiction of the Holy See for many years. Another revenge plot. Lucia felt rather disinterested. Even after hearing Ivana's information, she didn't dwell on it much. Combat talent was just an embellishment, psychic ability was the foundation. Lucia casually selected a candidate she found pleasing and waved her hand, sighing, "You may leave, I'm tired and need some rest." The 2 present nodded, saluted, and quickly exited the tower of the firmament. Once the Chief Judge Joshua stepped out of the tower, he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity the kingdom's fall is happening now. Just another 3 to 5 years, and the goal of 1 million devout believers would have been achieved. It was unfortunate that the wizards chose this time to incite rebellion in the kingdom, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of devout followers through warfare and persecution. Their plans might need to be postponed again. No matter, if Her Highness is willing to personally eliminate the Wizard Council, it might not be a bad thing for the Holy See, the Pope said in a flat tone. The kingdom's subjects, after witnessing the greatness of the divine, would naturally return to the embrace of the Lord. Hadrolata capital city. In a tightly sealed laboratory, Orlando, Philip, and over 30 members of the Iida School of Wizards were busy drawing a massive alchemical array underground. While everyone was engrossed in sketching the electromagnetic array, Lynn wasn't idle. After initial testing, the uranium content in the outer shell of the demon stone was over 95%. Of course, not all uranium was suitable for nuclear weapons. Natural uranium ore had 3 isotopes, uranium-234, uranium-235, and uranium-238. Among them, uranium-238 had the highest content, over 99%, but unfortunately, it wasn't practical as nuclear fuel. Its half-life was extremely long, in the billions of years, making it challenging to induce nuclear fission. Uranium-235, on the other hand, was unique. It was the only isotope found in nature that could undergo spontaneous fission, with a radioactivity 6.5 times that of uranium-238, making it the crucial fuel for nuclear weapons. However, its reserves in nature were incredibly scarce, with only 7 atoms of uranium-235 for every 1,000 uranium atoms. Uranium-234 was even rarer, with only 0.0054%. The principle of nuclear weapons was straightforward, allowing a neutron to collide with atoms like uranium-235, forcing them to split into smaller atoms, generating surplus neutrons in the fission process. These would then strike other uranium-235 atoms, initiating a chain reaction, causing all nuclear fuel to undergo fission in a short time. According to the mass-energy equation, the mass loss from atomic fission would be converted into a massive amount of energy, resulting in the nuclear explosion. However, despite the simplicity in theory, executing it wasn't that easy. During the uranium content test, Lynn encountered a tricky problem. They couldn't use the advanced material deconstruction spell to break down elements like uranium. This discovery surprised Lynn immensely. After becoming a Grand Wizard, they had analyzed 49 known elements in the wizarding realm using this spell. Previously, Lynn had believed that no atomic energy could escape their magical influence. However, this time, they faced a challenge. However, uranium was indeed different from the elements previously discovered by wizards. Firstly, it was a radioactive element, with the chemical symbol U and an atomic number of 92, belonging to the actinide series in the periodic table, and it was also the heaviest element found in nature in the past life. After pondering for a while, Lynn speculated that perhaps all actinide elements, the 15 radioactive elements with atomic numbers 89 to 103 in the group 3b of the periodic table, might be unresolvable by the power of a Grand Wizard. This might be the reason why they had remained undiscovered for so long. Thinking of this, Lynn felt somewhat helpless. It meant that their dream of mimicking uranium-235 with magic to unleash an infinite nuclear explosion had been shattered. Now, they could only harness its power through slightly more scientific means. After an entire night of work, Ilk and the others finally drew the last electromagnetic symbol on the ground. After confirming its accuracy, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. "Dean, the electromagnetic array you requested is set up." Ilk wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking with immense excitement. "Good. Let's proceed." Lynn stepped forward, ensured the array was flawless, then used the mage's hand to place the demon stone at the center of the array, initiating the alchemical formation. The next moment, intricate inscriptions on the ground began lighting up one by one, bright flashes of white lightning appeared within the array. The crackling of electric arcs echoed in the sealed chamber, containing a powerful and violent thunderous force, tightly confined within a radius of about 3 meters around the array. Soon, it surged toward the demon stone placed at the center. Chapter 390, The Method of Manipulating Uranium Elements and Nuclear Magic Transformation. The first step in creating a nuclear weapon is extracting the scarce uranium-235 from a high-concentration uranium ore. Common methods include gas diffusion, centrifugation, nozzle extraction, and laser techniques. The former two are suitable for large-scale industrial applications. However, Lynn employed electromagnetic separation, which boasted a much higher separation coefficient. Crucially, the wizards wielded the power to control lightning, significantly streamlining the entire process. Raging lightning filled the alchemical array, temperatures soaring. Soon, the demon stone, sturdy as it seemed, melted gradually under the strikes of thunder, turning into a viscous, fiery red liquid. Undeterred, Lynn intensified the thunder's force. At temperatures surpassing 4,000 degrees, the liquefied uranium swiftly vaporized, turning into plasma, completely merging with the ferocious lightning. An invisible magical barrier rose at the edge of the array. In the next moment, the alchemical array transformed into a colossal drum. The plasma uranium within began spinning at an extraordinary speed. Due to centrifugal force, isotopes with slightly varying masses were gradually separated. However, the process was far from easy. Lynn rallied nearly all computational power, even resorting to an overload mode, raising mental faculties from the 4th to the 5th tier, just to barely maintain control. Ilk watched nervously. The thunderous power inside the array made him apprehensive. If any of the formal wizards were caught in it, it would be certain death. The process persisted for over 40 minutes. The thunderous energy inside the array gradually dissipated. Lynn opened his eyes. Everything had settled. In the center of the alchemical array remained one large and two small magic orbs. The largest orb contained uranium-238, followed by uranium-235, and lastly, an unexpected delight, the element radium. No uranium-234 was found in this small demon stone. Its reserves were too meager. However, the discovery of radium delighted Lynn even more. It was a radioactive element, crucially with a half-life of only 1,600 years, much faster than uranium, highlighting its intense radioactivity. Many discoveries in radiation were associated with radium. For these highly hazardous elements, uranium and radium, Lynn didn't dare to be negligent. After isolating them, he enclosed them within the magic orbs. Whether magic could block radiation required further research and testing. For now, it was more about seeking peace of mind. The second thing that delighted Lynn was that while he couldn't utilize the advanced material deconstruction spell for these radioactive elements to analyze or simulate them, basic manipulation was still feasible. However, controlling them felt akin to his apprenticeship days, leaving him exhausted and feeble in handling magic and mental energy. Seeing the success of the elemental separation experiment, Ilk and others began celebrating. They might be the first to extract these elements from a demon stone. Everyone, it's too early to celebrate. Elemental separation is merely the first step. Next, we need to test their characteristics, mass, molecular weight, and density. Lynn suppressed the excitement of the crowd, distributing tasks for these tests. He took a piece of paper, pondering, and began constructing a spell model for nuclear detonation. Creating an atomic bomb entirely through scientific means was too cumbersome. There were numerous technological hurdles. Therefore, utilizing the principles of a nuclear explosion for magic was undoubtedly the best and quickest option. Firstly, how to gather a large amount of uranium-235 together. Using electromagnetic confinement seemed plausible. Yet, after careful consideration, Lynn dismissed it. Intense electromagnetic fields might interfere with the chain reaction. Considering, Lynn decided to use magic to simulate a robust element as a casing. The peculiar serpent scale protection seemed ideal, remarkably tougher than steel. Next was how to achieve a neutron source through magical means, crucial for detonating the nuclear weapon. Lastly, figuring out how to project this stuff at a considerable distance, otherwise, it'd be mutually assured destruction. Innumerable problems inundated Lynn's mind. Despite the assistance of an intellectual brain and detailed knowledge in the federal database, turning nuclear detonation into magic was proving to be a headache. Over the next few days, research on the new elements and their internal structures became the hot topic among all wizards. This caused quite a chaos, with over 30 experimental accidents occurring. Fortunately, these minor accidents were nothing out of the ordinary for wizards engrossed in research. Whether the formal wizards conducting the experiments or the apprentices assisting, the moment they sensed danger, they fled swiftly. Their protective measures were impeccable, and to date, no casualties had occurred due to this. Only one unlucky wizard, attempting to explode and disintegrate an atom using wrong measurements, had an arm blown off. Yet, after drinking a bottle of limb-regenerating magic potion, they wasted no time and plunged back into research. Until the evening of the third day, the council summoned everyone to exchange the latest research findings, and the wizards reluctantly left their laboratories. These discussion sessions had become increasingly frequent. The previous methods of secluded individual research and contemplation were becoming less suitable. After all, the threat posed by the Holy Church was imminent. Any discovery held immense importance, and frequent exchanges aided in a surge of inspiration. Thanks to the frequent exchanges and experiments, from proposing the theory of separable elements, within just a week, 2 individuals had received nominations for the Silver Moon Medal. It highlighted the Council's high regard for these findings. As Lynn arrived at the meeting room, it was packed. Many wizards appeared disheveled, sporting heavy dark circles under their eyes, evidently from prolonged nights conducting experiments. And he happened to be the last to arrive. Chapter 391, Are we left with no room to maneuver? As Lynn, the illustrious star of magic, arrived, the assembly of wizards gathered around made way, especially the familiar grand wizards like Raphael, who eagerly stepped forward to greet him. Master Lynn, our star of magic, any progress in your recent research on elemental construction and new elements? Raphael inquired with a wide grin. I've had some minor breakthroughs, Lynn replied casually. I'm aiming to harness this new element for spell casting, but there's one crucial obstacle I haven't overcome yet. He had delved into research for 3 days and was only a step away. His attendance at this gathering was to harness the collective power of the wizards to achieve this. Developing new magic isn't something rushed. Raphael reassured with a smile. Your electromagnetic separation of elements was brilliant, extracting 2 new elements from the Devil Stone. That alone merits a Morning Star medal. When the Devil Stone was brought to the council, several Grand Wizards immediately tested it. They discovered this peculiar element couldn't be decomposed by the advanced material deconstruction spell. Even the council couldn't replicate or mimic it. This revelation ignited the entire wizard community, escalating the council's interest in this new element. Whoever could detach new elements from the Devil Stone and analyze their properties would have the honor of naming the new elements a feat worthy of history books, even more prestigious than a Morning Star medal. However, just as they were about to commence research, news arrived that Lynn, the star of the wizarding realm, had used electromagnetic separation to extract 2 elements from the Devil Stone, named uranium and radium, and conducted initial data tests. Just 1 day, how is that even possible? Are we left with no room to maneuver? So, when they learned that Master Lynn hadn't made significant breakthroughs in the research on new elements, the wizards present breathed a sigh of relief. Their biggest concern was their research coinciding with the star magicians. That would render their efforts in vain. Master Raphael, it seems your recent research has made some progress. Lynn naturally noticed Raphael's pleased expression, indicating a new discovery. Indeed, while it may not match your element separation technique, I believe it's enough to stir up some new trends. Raphael said, somewhat smugly. Earning a Morning Star medal with one's research was a breeze. Perhaps even a windfall, solving the problem of insufficient research funding. Well, congratulations. Lynn congratulated with a smile. It's merely luck, Raphael waved modestly, not elaborating further but teasingly holding back, intending to steal the spotlight during the discussion. Amidst mutual praise and eager discussions, Lynn maneuvered through the crowd to the front rows, the exclusive seats for Grand Wizards, undoubtedly securing the first spot. Everyone, let's quiet down for a moment. Harof, presiding over the meeting, cleared his throat. His booming voice resonated throughout the meeting hall. The bustling atmosphere gradually subsided. The wizards turned their attention to Harof, anticipating the agenda ahead. It's been a week since our last discussion on elemental divisibility, and about 3 to 4 days since the discovery of new elements. I assume you all have some results by now. Harof surveyed the room and continued, this isn't a formal academic conference. Anyone can freely express their thoughts, even untested academic theories or educated guesses are welcome. 7 days were still a bit short. Constructing a comprehensive theory in this time was challenging. Hence, Harof lowered the expectations for this symposium, encouraging everyone to speak freely. Even some speculation might serve as inspiration for others. If it weren't for the urgent need to find breakthroughs in these aspects, Harof wouldn't have been this eager. He had received confidential reports suggesting movement within the Holy Church. Another war seemed imminent. They had already leaked too much information about new weapons. This time, the other side would surely be prepared. Harof sighed inwardly, but he didn't let his worries show. He swiftly called upon a junior wizard to present their theory. It was also a way of taking care of the newcomers, providing more opportunities for lower-ranked junior wizards. Because the research topic was limited to the internal structure of elements and new elements, some overlap in research findings was unavoidable. With the power of Grand Wizards, deeper research was often possible, and they could offer supplementary information later. But if it were the other way around, most junior wizards might not even get a chance to speak. A young witch in her 20s ascended the platform. After bowing to the council and the Grand Wizards, she nervously began, "Esteemed council members, my research revolves around the properties of uranium. Through experiments, I've discovered that this new element reacts with boiling water and steam, producing a dark brown crystal with potent toxicity. When broken down into powder, it even poses a risk of spontaneous combustion. As she spoke, the witch displayed the peculiar crystalline substance wrapped in cloth and repeated the experiment before the audience. The wizards in the assembly looked at the experiment, discussing among themselves. Many weren't surprised by the toxicity of uranium compounds, several had already experimented with it. That might be why this substance was named the Devil's Stone. Wearing something so highly toxic regularly would undoubtedly have an effect. After the witch finished, applause erupted in the assembly. Though her findings were basic and nothing particularly exceptional, considering the limited time, verifying these aspects was already commendable. Moreover, the Devil's Stone brought by Yoland was only about the size of half a fist, divided into more than 20 parts. Every Grand Wizard remaining in the capital received a sample, and the remaining pieces were given to several officially recognized wizards with strong research talents. Each sample varied in size, the higher the rank, the larger the sample received. For instance, Lynn's sample wasn't much smaller than the portions received by several council members, while the officially recognized wizards received samples no larger than the size of a pinky finger. Chapter 392, Are you plotting the assassination of the entire Wizard Council? The formal elucidation by the Grand Wizards took about 4 hours, and the symposium continued from dusk well into the night. After a week of collective effort by hundreds of wizards, the fundamental data regarding the 49 elements such as their mass, density, and molecular weight had been thoroughly researched. The discussion about the criteria for the elemental ranking was a hotly debated topic. Several hours of intense debate didn't tire the assembly, for they understood that the true discourse had just commenced. Among the Grand Wizards, Raphael confidently rose, stepping forward to address the assembly. I'll speak on the unique characteristics of the new element, radium. Please permit me to momentarily extinguish the magic lamps. Harof nodded, snapped his fingers to interrupt the power supply, and the electric lamps mounted on the meeting room ceiling flickered a few times before plunging the surroundings into pitch darkness. Except for one spot in the entire chamber, Raphael's attire, emitting a dazzling yellow-green fluorescence. No magical fluctuations. Harof expressed surprise. He could sense that this peculiar glow wasn't magical in nature. Exactly, this is the power of radium. Raphael proudly announced. In my research, I found that this new element, when mixed with certain substances, emits a gentle glow on its own. I left it undisturbed for 2 whole nights, and the light showed no sign of diminishing. Where does this emitting power come from? Victorio pondered aloud. The fact that it emitted light without magical input surprised all the wizards present. The wizards adept in alchemy and herbalism thought of a magical substance, the radiant mushroom. These mushrooms, growing in dark underground areas, also had the ability to emit light spontaneously but required magical supply. Once detached from magic, they withered rapidly. I presume this might be a reaction between radium and certain substances, akin to how combustion produces light and heat. However, this reaction occurs at an incredibly slow pace, resulting in a softer light that might gradually deplete its energy over a long period. Raphael speculated. Due to the limited 3-day time frame, he hadn't conducted further experiments, relying solely on magical theories in his mind. Though his understanding of radium wasn't profound, the single attribute of self-illumination was enough to underscore the significance of this new element. This substance could allow them to see in the dark without any energy consumption. It could prove useful in nocturnal battles. Raphael even contemplated coating the walls of the capital with this mixture, solving the illumination issue at night without requiring any electrical power. Raphael elaborated on the applications of radium, while Lynn, seated below, looked oddly concerned, but it wasn't his turn to speak yet. Finally, Raphael displayed a glass made with fluorescent paint before the assembly. The transparent glass emitted an enchanting fluorescence, captivating every wizard present. The female witches in the audience exclaimed their admiration. So beautiful! What a brilliant radiance! Seeing his research acknowledged by the assembly, Raphael couldn't help but smile. His decision to focus on radium, with less content from the demonic stones compared to uranium's significant hazards and uncertainties, seemed exceedingly correct. Driven by this notion, Raphael mimicked Lynn's electromagnetic separation method to extract radium from small pieces of demonic stones. Initially intended for testing various properties of radium, the experiment unexpectedly unveiled the substance's continuous luminescence when combined with certain materials. The resulting paint could practically be used on anything, giving them a yellow-green glow at night, as if enchanted. This was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity, and Raphael knew this novelty would create a stir among the wizards. The research on radium self-illumination earned high praise from the assembly, and Raphael gifted some glassware coated with fluorescent paint to several counselors and grand wizards before contentedly returning to his seat. Soon after, Anthony stood up, beginning his discourse on the atomic structure of purple fruits. It was undeniable that elements internally carried charges. The electromagnetic separation experiment led by Lynn days ago, transforming two new elements from a gaseous state into a special plasma, stood as crucial evidence. So, as soon as this news was published in the Magic Daily, all the motors produced by the Alchemy Research Institute were sold out instantly. It was an era where everyone aspired to be a lightning mage. After all, if Anthony's theory was correct, thunder was the foundation of all magic. Any wizard striving for truth would inevitably seek mastery over it. After more than 10 grand wizards presented their research, it was finally Lynn's turn, placed last in the order. This wasn't a slight, rather, it was a sign of significance. However, Harof, who arranged this sequence, cast a slightly apologetic glance at Lynn because it seemed like the other grand wizards had covered everything that could be spoken about. Fortunately, the anticipated awkwardness didn't occur. Lynn calmly stood amidst everyone's gaze and began to speak. Through my research and experiments, uranium and radium, these two new elements, are unlike any elements we've encountered before. They share a common trait and should be classified into a category distinct from metallic and non-metallic elements. I refer to them as radioactive elements. Lynn's opening words were groundbreaking, awakening the slightly drowsy assembly of wizards. Radioactive elements. Victorio furrowed his brow, carefully pondering this term, acknowledging the gravity of Lynn's research. Because this might hold the key to why they couldn't manipulate or decipher these two unique new elements, a conundrum that had plagued every wizard since the acquisition of the demonic stones. Chapter 393, Raphael, this radiation is quite something. Amidst the murmurs of the gathered wizards, Lynn spoke up to explain. Normally, the internal structure of an element remains stable and doesn't change easily. However, uranium and radium, these two elements are different. Their structures are constantly in an unstable state. So, what you're saying is that the shell of these elements can't contain their internal energy, causing the thunderous power within the elements to continually dissipate outward. With Lynn's explanation, Victorio quickly formulated his own understanding. That would explain the spontaneous luminescence of radium. No, it's not just electrons. I believe apart from electrons, the elements harbor other forms of matter. Lynn asserted decisively. Master Lynn, does this mean you've managed to split an element and glimpse into its mysteries? A wizard in the audience, witnessing Lynn's certainty, couldn't contain his excitement. Unfortunately, though I've thought of a way to separate elements, there's still an important issue I haven't resolved. Lynn shook his head, expressing his frustration. Harof was curious about Lynn's method of splitting elements. Over these days, they'd attempted various means: high temperatures, electric shocks, immense pressure, but the elements remained remarkably resistant, showing no signs of being breached. But before Harof could ask, Lynn spoke again. Next, I'll let you all witness how radium elements release their power outward. The rich aroma of alcohol filled the meeting room, causing Sanchez to involuntarily swallow. What's Master Lin planning? Is he intending to let us taste a fluorescent liquor infused with radium? Raphael couldn't help but joke, guessing at Lin's intentions. What are elements? They're the core of all matter, and this peculiar radium element, radiating its own power outward, is the core of cores, the source of magical essence. Consuming it might indeed have excellent revitalizing effects. While Raphael contemplated fetching a bottle of radium-infused liquor, Lynn had already dissociated the highly concentrated alcohol into the air, merging it into the dense water vapor. Then, with solemnity, Lynn brought out a lead sphere, specifically designed to contain radiation. Upon removing this confinement, the suspended radium element inside immediately hung in the void, revealing its intense radioactive nature. Invisible high-energy particles, centered around radium, continually dispersed outward, penetrating the dense water vapor, leaving clear visible traces of mist. As if a thorned flower was blooming in the void. This is... Victorio stared fixedly at the scene before him. The assembled wizards also stood in surprise, gazing at the constantly moving mist, filled with disbelief and wonder. These are the paths traced by radiation particles passing through the water vapor. Lynn proclaimed in an elevated tone. The leading wizards at the front couldn't resist stepping onto the platform, touching the visible trails of mist within the field. This was the power emanating from within the elements. A deeper level of magical essence. How did you do it, Master Lin? Is it the alcohol? An eager wizard inquired about Lin's discovery. They couldn't see these rays emitted from within the elements, nor could they sense them. However, now, they were presented visually in a different way. I call it the cloud chamber. Lin snapped his fingers, and the dispersed mist vanished without a trace. He then smiled and continued, do you know how fog forms? It's due to a drop in temperature causing dispersed water elements in the air to condense into liquid. Raphael casually remarked, a principle understood by any wizard. Correct. Lin nodded. But the formation of fog requires something else, an initiator, which gathers the dispersed water vapor together. Cooling, low temperature and pressure, humidifying, saturated water vapor, and an initiator. These were the three essential elements for fog formation. For instance, mornings often fog because the freely floating water vapor cools upon contact with dust, causing condensation. However, the initiator for condensation isn't just dust. Ions produced by various high-energy particles can also act as nuclei for condensing vapor. Thus, in a field with low temperature humidity, the paths traversed by particles leave behind white mist trails. As for infusing alcohol into the water vapor, it made the mist trails clearer and prolonged their visibility. I never expected the principle to be this simple. Sanchez couldn't help but marvel after hearing Lin's explanation. A straightforward method for creating ordinary fog was transformed into something extraordinary by Lin. It could only be said that the Star of Magic truly lived up to the title, showcasing astonishing observational skills and innovative thinking. In the face of praise and admiration from the assembled wizards, Lin responded calmly, without much excitement. After all, he was merely building on others' insights. The founder of the Cloud Chamber was Charles Wilson. Although not as renowned as Tesla, Maxwell, or Newton, he had made significant contributions. Not only did he tinker with early radiation detection devices, but he also focused on studying atmospheric electric fields and the formation of thunderclouds, achieving considerable success. He could be considered an ordinary research genius exhausting the limits of what one could achieve in a lifetime. Your research is crucial, Master Lin. This might be a pivotal step in unlocking the microcosmic domain. Victorio praised Lin generously, then proceeded to confer with Harof and Aurora on whether Lin should be awarded the Morning Star Medal or the Silver Moon Medal. Compared to Raphael's discovery of radium's luminescence or his creation of fluorescent paint, Lin seemed to have taken a step further. He not only decoded why this new element luminesced but also experimentally proved that the structure of radioactive elements was unstable, continuously releasing their energy outward. The Morning Star Medal evidently couldn't match his achievements. Therefore, after a brief discussion, the counselors swiftly decided to grant Lynn a Silver Moon Medal. Winning another Silver Moon Medal, Lynn left the attending counselors envious but genuinely admiring. Raphael silently rejoiced in his heart. Thankfully, he had spoken first, otherwise, he might have struggled to articulate his research accomplishments. Considering the depth of the Star of Magic's study on radium elements, he must have discovered their spontaneous luminescence. But was this considered a minor achievement? Thinking back to someone's modesty upon entering, Raphael's expression turned somewhat strange. If receiving a Silver Moon Medal was considered a minor achievement, then what could be deemed a major one? Just as Raphael contemplated, Lynn's voice suddenly cut through. "Please wait a moment, esteemed counselors." "What's the matter, Master Lynn?" Harof asked, puzzled. "It's too early to conclude now." Lynn shook his head, looking at the gathered wizards. "Regarding the radioactive properties of the elements, I believe you all have gained some understanding. I refer to these emissions from within the atom as alpha particles. The experiment I'm about to conduct relies on these particles to be realized." Lynn's words left Harof and others completely stunned. They thought the manifestation of radiation in the earlier cloud chamber experiment was the Star of Magic's research achievement, but they never expected it was only a prelude to an experiment. Chapter 394, Alpha Particles Traveling at 20,000 km per second. At Lynn's command, Ilk and the others waiting below quickly brought the props for this experiment. It was remarkably simple, only 3 items in total. A palm-sized lead box, a ring-shaped detection device, and lastly, a gold foil merely 0.1 micrometers wide. To create this contraption, Lynn had spent a full day. If not for his status as a Grand Wizard, achieving such precision with the current technology would have been utterly implausible. Once the experimental apparatus was ready, Lynn wasted no time and, scanning the wizards assembled in the conference room, began speaking solemnly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the atomic model hypotheses you presented earlier were all quite fascinating. However, the proof of any theoretical hypothesis's alignment with reality ultimately requires experimental validation." "Absolutely," nodded Anthony confidently. While he was staunchly confident in his purple fruit model of elements, he couldn't help but acknowledge the intriguing speculations proposed by some of the parliamentarians. For instance, Fire Grand Wizard Adela posited that electrons within elements were arranged in a manner intertwining positive and negative charges, allowing for their tight cohesion, avoiding repulsion due to similar charges, and thus forming a sturdy atomic structure. Beyond this, there were over 10 divergent theories like drop-like nature, outward scattering, and solid element theories, each possessing a certain degree of plausibility. Because the elements themselves were exceedingly minuscule, they had attempted countless methods to break them apart, but none succeeded. Some wizards even utilized the principles of concave convex mirrors, researching highly magnified magical microscopy, yet they still couldn't see anything. Hence, there was immense curiosity about how this magical luminary would validate these points. Lynn had no intention of prolonging the suspense and promptly began explaining. Alpha particles scatter from radium elements internally, signifying their much smaller volume compared to many elements and significantly higher speed. Most importantly, they possessed the capability to escape an element's control. According to my calculations, alpha particles move at approximately 20,000 km per second, Lynn articulated. 20,000 kilometers. Sanchez was astounded, taken aback by this outrageous data. Although they had calculated even more extreme speeds like the speed of light, this unit of speed, measured in kilometers per second, was still beyond their reach. Anthony, equally astonished, recalled the recent movements of the mist within the nebula room, which fluctuated almost in an instant, too fast for even these grand wizards to process. This was evidence enough that Lynn wasn't exaggerating intentionally. "So, are you planning to use these new particles to collide with and disrupt the shell of elements?" Harof quickly deduced this point. Generally, the faster something moved, the greater its destructive power. Alpha elements had an advantage due to their minuteness. They might be capable of smashing open the shell of an element, causing it to rupture. No, I believe atoms don't have shells. Everything about them is exposed. Lynn shook his head, speaking earnestly. How is that possible? Victorio frowned, refuting Lynn. All elements are constantly in motion. Without a protective shell, wouldn't the internal components have been thrown out ages ago? The wizards below engaged in heated debates. Lynn's argument was too far-fetched. If it weren't for his prior demonstrations of innate magical prowess in research, someone would have likely stepped forward to refute him long ago. In their imagination, elements should resemble spherical shapes enveloped by an extremely tough shell to safeguard their inner substance from damage through the passage of time. Confronted with the skeptical gazes of the assembly, Lynn smiled and countered, composite elements also lack shells, yet they can endure, right? According to the prevailing theories among the wizarding realm, the adhesion of composite elements was attributed to something termed elemental bonding, essentially a form of chemical bonding but with different nomenclature between the two worlds. Upon hearing this, Victorio and others were momentarily stunned, pondering whether similar forces might exist within elemental interiors, firmly binding their substances. Lynn didn't elaborate further. Words alone weren't sufficient, facts were the best evidence. During this delay, Ilk and the others had set up the experiment table, essentially casting magic to suspend the gold foil at the center of the detection device. They then positioned the lead box directly opposite the gold foil, creating a small aperture in the front where a certain amount of radium was placed. As lead effectively shielded against radiation, alpha particles would only emit from the small hole in the lead box, forming a continuous stream of high-energy particle rays striking the gold foil. The circular detection device surrounding the gold foil was coated with fluorescent material. Whenever it encountered an alpha particle, it would fluoresce, allowing the particle's movements to be tracked. And why gold? Well, its extension capability was exceptional. Just 1 gram of natural gold could be stretched into several kilometers of wire, ensuring the rays penetrated through a limited amount of elements, minimizing interference. After roughly explaining the experiment's procedure, Lynn opened the hole in the lead box. An invisible ray immediately struck the gold foil. Both alpha particles and gold atoms were incredibly minute, invisible to the naked eye. However, wizards had their ways, especially the heightened perceptual abilities of grand wizards, enabling them to discern subtle atomic level changes. Upon activating their domains, the entire gold foil transformed in their eyes. Rows of gold elements were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a wall-like obstruction. However, this wall wasn't as impenetrable as they had imagined. Soon, the detection device behind it began lighting up with small dots, indicating that alpha particles had directly pierced through the gold foil, reaching the fluorescent material at the back. They passed right through. Harof murmured softly. The positions of the lit dots aligned perfectly with the direction of the hole in the lead box, without the slightest deviation. Anthony, noticing this, furrowed his brow. This outcome differed from what he had expected. Alpha particles also possessed magnetic field reactions, implying that if they encountered positive and negative electrons, they should have been disturbed. Chapter 395, The Unwavering Laws Governing All Things, From the Vast Stars to the Minute Elements. Anthony was utterly perplexed. Yet, faced with undeniable facts, he could only speculate that the particle's speed was too swift, instantly piercing the elements, enabling them to pass unimpeded through the positively and negatively charged electron-filled elements. Alternatively, these alpha particles might have been incredibly fortunate, navigating through the delicate gaps between atoms. Anthony mulled over these possibilities. However, in the next instant, these speculations dissipated into thin air. Above the circular detection screen, a barely perceptible dot lit up, indicating that an alpha particle had indeed been disrupted, deviating from its trajectory as he had previously conjectured. "It seems my dispersed elemental model is correct," proclaimed a grand wizard, rather pleased with himself. Since positive and negative electrons attract each other while repelling similar charges, he surmised that the electrons within the elements weren't tightly bound but instead existed as pairs of opposing charges, scattered and dispersed. The assembled members of Parliament nodded in unison. Across the region directly opposite the perforation in the lead box, a densely concentrated, dazzling point had formed. Only a handful of alpha particles had been repelled elsewhere, affirming the spaciousness within the elements. However, they swiftly realized this model was not entirely accurate. Some alpha particles, upon striking gold elements, rebounded 180 degrees, almost retracing their paths. Moreover, these diverted particles congregated around the central part of the atom, their scattering displaying a discernible pattern. According to the existing theories of a dozen or so elemental models, this peculiar phenomenon was utterly inexplicable. Lynn's face bore an expression of understanding. The results of the experiment didn't deviate from his expectations. This signified that the atomic structures of both worlds were identical, unaffected by any unknown changes due to magical influences. Seated at the conference table, Victoria wore a grave expression. Comprehending the pattern of fluorescence, he mentally constructed corresponding models, swiftly calculating the angles at which each particle had been diverted. Anthony and the others immediately grasped the implication. Only this explanation could make sense of the peculiar distribution of particle scattering. Indeed, I dub it the atomic nucleus. Lynn's voice resonated simultaneously in everyone's ears. The atomic nucleus. The core of an atom, murmured the assembled parliamentarians. This is the elemental model I've constructed. Lynn raised his hand, conjuring several magical orbs. The largest orb positioned itself at the center, while the rest orbited it ceaselessly at high speed. Isn't this akin to a depiction of a galaxy? Exclaimed Aurora in astonishment. The atomic nucleus resembled a sun, with the orbiting electrons akin to planets. According to Lynn's demonstration, these electrons were even rotating on their axes, creating a miniature solar system. Indeed. Lynn nodded, knowing that without a foundation in quantum theory, he wasn't eager to present the significantly more complex electron cloud theory. After all, understanding it was exceedingly challenging. Thus, he resorted to a relatively comprehensible planetary orbit model to explain everything. Stars can bind planets due to their extraordinary mass-induced gravity. But what binds these electrons to the atomic nucleus? Could it also be gravity? Haroff inquired, perplexed by the trajectories of the repelled alpha particles, which seemed indicative of a repulsive force. The substance within the atomic nucleus carries a positive charge, while the orbiting electrons possess a negative charge. Hence, they attract each other. However, this attraction reaches a balance with the electron's velocity, somewhat resembling gravity. Lynn explained as succinctly as possible. In reality, the probabilistic cloud theory would more easily explain this phenomenon, but explaining quantum theory first was necessary. However, this balance can be disrupted. If enough energy is absorbed, these orbiting electrons will ascend to other orbits. Lynn continued, likening it to gravity just as a planet under sudden acceleration would break free from its original orbit. Due to the incessant promotion in the Magic Daily, the law of universal gravitation was widely known among wizards. Even those uninterested in field magic had a basic understanding of the three laws governing celestial orbits, making comprehension relatively straightforward. So, this is what the laser magic calls energy levels, murmured Aurora. When Lynn had been refining laser magic, he had mentioned this concept. At that time, she had been highly intrigued by this energy level phenomenon but hadn't had enough time to grasp its principles. Now, Lynn's elucidation of the elemental structure helped her understand. The 5 levels corresponded to the 5 orbits of electrons around the nucleus. The more energy absorbed, the more the orbiting electrons would transition to outer orbits. The potency of laser magic lay in its direct targeting of an element's essence. No wonder its power could cut through metals and split colossal warships like paper. Why are there only 5 energy levels? What happens if these orbiting electrons absorb energy beyond this limit? Suddenly struck by this question, Aurora curiously inquired. Then they will break free from the atomic nucleus's constraints and become free electrons. That's the element's plasma state. Lynn chuckled, explaining, it's akin to a planet suddenly gaining extraordinary speed, breaking free from a star's gravitational hold and hurtling into the vast universe. Ah, I see. Aurora exclaimed, enlightened. This planetary orbit-style elemental model nearly perfectly explained the formation of plasma, the principles of laser magic, and the scattering issues of alpha particles. More importantly, it was elegant, highly systematic, and entirely aligned with the wizard's conceptualizations of elements. What a rigorous and remarkable concept! Harov praised. He then mused, I never imagined that the interior of elements would reveal a scene reminiscent of a celestial body. The unyielding laws governing all things, from stars to the internal structures of elements, highlighted the similarity that might be the embodiment of the world's operating principles. Anthony, Adela, and other wizards who proposed elemental models stared at Lynn's celestial orbit-style elemental construction, sighing in admiration. Compared to Lynn's model, theirs seemed utterly inadequate. Chapter 396, Lynn, I have a magic that can kill gods. Lynn's orbital elemental model quickly won over the wizard's present. Without saying much, its theoretical perfection surpassed other doctrines by a large margin. The vastness of galactic orbits and the minute structures of atoms showed astonishing similarities. It was a unique magical romance. Arad even speculated whether their galaxy could be a cosmic atom, with countless cosmic atoms making up the visible universe. So, the most crucial substance that makes up an element is its core. Harov realized this quickly, recalling the results of particle scattering experiments. The number of electrons orbiting the core is scarce, their strength too low to stop alpha particles. They can't even cause a slight influence. But the nucleus, with its powerful electromagnetic force, can bend the trajectory of particles moving at 20,000 km per second, even bouncing them back. But what exactly constitutes the core of an element? Harov suddenly thought of this. Could it be these alpha particles? Victorio speculated. These peculiar particles scattered from radium elements, and since they weren't just electrons, they likely originated from the atomic nucleus. Well, Lynn nodded without refuting because it wasn't entirely wrong. Alpha particles are products of radium element core decay, composed of 2 neutrons and 2 protons. Structurally, they resemble the nucleus of a helium atom. In other words, radium elements continuously expel mass equivalent to helium atomic nuclei every second. Apart from alpha particles, radium elements also emit beta particles. However, he had presented too much research results this time. With his efforts alone, he had transitioned the wizards from the macro to the micro world, advancing magical development by 100 years. As Lynn thought this, his words didn't pause. He continued, so, our only remaining goal is to dismantle the atomic nucleus to understand the true source of magic. But how can we do that? Victorio furrowed his brow. They could sense elements and even use alpha rays smaller than them to penetrate, but the nucleus was much smaller than the elements. Its power could easily divert and rebound particles moving at 20,000 km per second, a terrifying prospect. Aurora and Harov also fell into contemplation. The mystery of elements was within reach, only if they could open this last great door. However, this door was made of iron. No, it was even harder than the back armor of a stone giant, the most durable thing known in the magical realm. Luckily, Lynn didn't expect the wizards to come up with a solution in just a few days. He straightforwardly said, actually, I have a plan, but there's one very important problem I haven't solved yet. It's based on this theory that I've developed a new and powerful magic. I believe this will be the key to defeating the Holy Church. Lynn asserted firmly, his resounding voice echoing in the meeting room. His words were like a huge stone thrown into a lake, immediately stirring ripples. Raphael and the others were so excited they stood up from their seats, staring intently at Lynn. Seeking hope against the Holy Church from within the elements was guided by the legends of the Society of Mystical Arts. However, many wizards had started to doubt whether this aimless research was the right path. Could they truly find the power to defeat that pseudo-god within the elements before the Church attacked again? Time was too short, and the enemy too powerful. Some even pessimistically believed that the legends of the Society of Mystical Arts had concluded they couldn't defeat the Church and hence refused to act, making up excuses. Harof and Victorio, who had faced Ayla directly, were now indescribably shocked. They had personally experienced how powerful Ayla was. Even legendary-level magic could be extinguished with a mere flick of her finger. But Lynn still had the confidence to speak of defeating the Church. If it were someone else, Harof would have thought they were boasting. But Lynn was different. Having created one miracle after another, he was truly the star of magic. What magic is it exactly, Master Lynn? Victorio asked excitedly, disregarding the fact that inquiring about new magical principles was a big taboo among wizards. I can only say that it's the true power of the elements. Lynn shook his head, teasingly keeping them in suspense. Though all the wizards present were elite figures recognized by the council, having contributed significantly during the defense of the capital, the possibility of betrayal was slim. But even the slightest chance had to be guarded against. The true power of the elements. Harof pondered. What kind of magic deserved such a title? Could its power surpass even legendary magic? Seeing that Lynn didn't intend to reveal it publicly, Aurora reluctantly spoke, "Why don't you just directly tell us what the issue is? Even the star of magic like you couldn't solve it, right? I need to gather the council's strength and everyone's intellect to solve one thing," Lynn solemnly stated. The method to separate highly concentrated uranium-235 was available, and once the personnel exploring the mines returned, the necessary nuclear materials would be assembled. The only thing lacking was a neutron source that could be controlled, a method to emit neutrons. This could be understood as the ignition device for a nuclear explosion. Without it, the explosion would be uncontrolled. That was clearly not what Lynn wanted. And there were typically three methods for making a neutron source. One was using radioactive neutron sources, utilizing energy released during the decay of radioactive elements to bombard certain target substances, causing a nuclear reaction and releasing neutrons. For instance, using alpha particles to bombard beryllium elements. This rare element, subject to various particle impacts and irradiation, could produce neutrons. But given its rarity, it wasn't easy to find. Currently, not even a shadow of it was seen. In fact, Lynn finding uranium ore was already extremely lucky. The chances of the goddess of fate visiting twice in a row were almost negligible. Chapter 397, Splitting Neutron Source and Terrifying Radiation. The second one is the reactor neutron source, as the name suggests, utilizing nuclear fission reactors to produce a large number of neutrons. But if he could get hold of a nuclear reactor now, there wouldn't be any need to worry about igniting a nuclear explosion. So, this method can be excluded. The third is the accelerator neutron source, using various charged particle accelerators to accelerate particles like protons or deuterons, bombarding target nuclei to generate neutrons. Its advantage lies in obtaining neutron intensity much higher than that from radioactive isotope neutron sources, enabling acquiring single-energy neutrons across a wide energy range. In simple terms, these methods share the same principal: particles or rays striking an element serving as the target to release neutrons from within. That's right, it's that simple, or else humanity wouldn't have described the advancement of weapons as finding ways to throw the stone faster and more accurately. It's just that there aren't many suitable elements to be used as targets. After carefully studying the data, Lynn devised a more complex solution. First, use alpha particles to bombard nitrogen nuclei to create protons, then immediately use high-energy protons to collide with heavy metal targets to obtain neutrons. This way, the number of elements available as targets instantly increases. Elements like gold, tungsten, tantalum, molybdenum, and more are feasible targets. The only issue is that this process becomes exceedingly cumbersome, requiring the production of a large number of protons, followed by using a strong magnetic field to accelerate these protons, allowing them to collide with heavy metal targets to generate neutrons, finally triggering a nuclear explosion. Designing a sophisticated nuclear explosion spell that condenses all these complex procedures within 10 seconds has become the problem that emerged again. These days, it's as if he's exhausted his brain. While Fuddies and the others might not match his scientific research, they possess rich experience in magical development, perhaps capable of finding a solution from the perspective of magic. Therefore, Lynn assigned these tasks to each of them. Aurora was responsible for experimenting with alpha particle bombardment of nitrogen nuclei to create protons. Victorio, Anthony, and a few grand wizards studying thunder magic were tasked with researching particle accelerators, while Lynn and Harof would handle the neutron source. As for the official wizards, they were all directed to find deuterium elements. Deuterium, also known as heavy hydrogen, is crucial in upgrading an atomic bomb to a hydrogen bomb. In the previous world, this stuff could be found in seawater and regular water, but its content was extremely low, with an abundance of 0.015% on Earth. Under Lynn's arrangement, nearly every wizard had something to do, all immersed in exploring the microcosm. Given this, let's postpone the assessment of research awards until the results are in, Harof pondered and spoke. The scale of this initiative involved the entire Council of Wizards, claiming to develop magic capable of defeating that pseudo-god. Clearly, it couldn't be handled with just a silver moon medal. The issuance of the solar crown medal needed careful consideration. Lynn didn't plan to explain the principles of the new magic, so it wasn't easy for them to judge. Hence, they'd delay it until results were achieved to avoid misunderstandings and turn the award into a joke. Lynn nodded. Obtaining a medal wasn't his primary concern. For a wizard, power and knowledge were the most crucial, honor was just a byproduct of these two. Then let's conclude today's discussion. Victorio declared, eager to delve into the so-called particle accelerator. The participating council members seemed somewhat unsatisfied, discussing celestial orbit-based elemental models as they rose, speculating on the level that the new magic created by the Star of Magic could reach. As the topic of their discussion, Lynn was tidying up the radium elements used for experiments, carefully storing them in lead containers. Master Lynn, are these boxes specifically designed to store new elements? Raphael noticed Lynn's actions and curiously inquired. To him, this might be a method to suppress radium element scattering, ensuring these new elements didn't lose energy and could be preserved for longer. No, precisely, it's to isolate radiation. Lynn shook his head, explaining, then slapped his forehead, turning to the wizards who hadn't left yet, reminding them seriously. Oh, I forgot to mention, the two new elements extracted from the demon stone are extremely dangerous, the particles they emit are hazardous. When conducting experiments, remember to take precautions, otherwise, the consequences will be extremely severe. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration, Master Lynn? Raphael couldn't help but furrow his brow, reluctant to believe Lynn's judgment. After all, alpha particles emerge from the atomic nucleus, the most fundamental force of magic. Moreover, although these things were fast, the experiment just now had proven that they could easily pass through elements or be bounced back by atomic nuclei without causing damage. Lynn glanced at Raphael, clapped his hands, and spoke. I just did an experiment, you can take a look. These are 10 rats continuously exposed to the new elements. Pierce immediately brought over 10 cages. Raphael and the others curiously approached and glanced inside, then their expressions changed abruptly. The rats in the cages were in terrible condition, 7 looked almost on the brink of death, their bodies swollen, surface flesh starting to rot, and internal organs displaying signs of cancer. The remaining 3 were in slightly better condition, but it was evident they too had begun to exhibit some similar symptoms. Such a horrifying scene chilled everyone present. It seems the radiation emitted by the uranium element is indeed very frightening. Raphael, with a trace of hopefulness, forcibly tried to remain calm. The uranium element accounted for the vast majority of the demon stone's mass, while the radium element only made up a tiny portion. To Raphael, it must be the former's fault. No, quite the opposite, Master Raphael. Lynn said playfully. I suspect it's this radium element that's responsible for the miner's fainting, severe illness, and deaths because its radiation intensity is hundreds of times higher than uranium. Hundreds of times. Hearing this, Raphael's face turned pale green. A witch playing with a fluorescent glass suddenly screamed and immediately threw the glass away. Chapter 398, Testing the Nuclear Magic. Lord Lynn, if these two new elements are so dangerous, why didn't you mention it earlier? Sanchez couldn't help but ask with a tinge of complaint in his tone. I believe hastily defining a new element without rigorous experimental verification is highly inappropriate behavior, Lynn shrugged. If he had claimed the demon stone, right after getting it, was a radioactive element emitting strong radiation, it would have sounded too fake. The assembly of lawmakers present couldn't help but feel a sense of post-fear, their gazes toward Raphael filled with distrust. They remembered someone who previously wanted to make radium into fluorescent paint for the walls of the Capitol. To the extent that some started suspecting Raphael might be a mole sent by the Holy Church. This was on the brink of undermining the entire council from within. I didn't. Raphael struggled to explain, but thankfully, Lynn stepped in to reassure. Don't worry, everyone. Although radium in the demon stone is highly radioactive, the quantity is limited within each piece, divided into over 20 parts. Brief contact won't cause harm, he explained. Lynn had already confirmed this, and wizards had robust bodies with magical abilities providing some radiation isolation, which is why he hadn't rushed to warn earlier. However, prolonged exposure without protection would be suicidal. Master Raphael, you might want to change that outfit soon, Lynn remarked, eyeing the fluorescent yellow-green robe. It took courage to directly apply highly radioactive radium onto clothing. Raphael glanced at the listless and horrifying-looking mice in the cage nearby, chuckling wryly. There should be a way to treat injuries caused by this radioactive radiation, right? If treated early, it can be resolved. It's mostly cell damage or cancer, Lynn reassured. This type of radiation-induced systemic damage was challenging to treat with technology alone. It required a healing chamber for full body restoration, as the various after-effects could torment a person to death. On the magical side, it was easier. A grand wizard well-versed in shaping should be capable of dealing with the mutated cells. Coupled with magical potions enabling limb regeneration, as long as it wasn't a full-body cancerous state, they could save the individual. But it would be an ordeal, unavoidably painful. With Lynn's explanation, Raphael finally sighed in relief, grateful for the possibility of being saved. However, this also meant his plan of profiting from radium-infused paint had to be forcefully scrapped. So, how should we protect ourselves from this radioactive element? Victorio inquired since they needed to research this new element, making contact unavoidable. Elements with higher density generally have strong radiation resistance, like lead. Lynn reminded. Lead, with an atomic number of 82 and a density of 11.3437 grams per cubic centimeter, was the heaviest non-radioactive element by atomic weight. It was commonly used on a large scale for radiation protection due to its abundance and characteristics. Lynn also reminded the lawmakers present to prioritize safety while conducting their research. Although radiation wasn't incurable for wizards, it took a hefty price to heal it. Raphael could speak so casually because he was a grand wizard with abundant resources. The magical discussion went on until 4 in the morning, nearly 10 hours in total. Yet, the lawmakers exiting the meeting were surprisingly energized. Whether it was the magical star claiming to defeat the Holy Church or the incredibly intricate starry orbit-based elemental model, both were explosive revelations that quickly spread through their discussions. Undoubtedly, magic was entering a new era from today onwards. Lynn had proven with facts that elements weren't the most fundamental substance constituting everything. Elements could not only be further divided but their shapes weren't necessarily spherical, contrary to mainstream theoretical beliefs. The alpha particles forming atomic nuclei and electrons became the new primordial substances in the eyes of many wizards. Soon, they would understand what these so-called alpha particles were and harness the true power of the elements. Wizards specialized in combat, not part of the discussions, regretted missing this historical moment as they listened to their colleagues' enthusiastic discussions about the intricacies of the new elemental structure theory. However, this widespread dissemination and discussion were restricted to official wizards only. It was wartime, and maintaining the secrecy of such critical information was paramount. The surge in magical research prompted more wizards to dive into experiments. If it weren't for the wizards investigating uranium mines, finding a substantial amount of demon stones and uranium ores again, they might not have had enough to distribute. The citizens of the capital quickly noticed a large volume of seawater continuously transported from a port 100 miles away, and the price of lead ore skyrocketed. Imperial spies lurking in the shadows were utterly perplexed by this strange occurrence. Lead ore was understandable, according to their gathered intelligence. It was used to manufacture firearm ammunition. It was normal for consumption to increase due to wartime. But transporting so much seawater from a distant place and then decomposing it, looking for the so-called thorium element, that left them puzzled. Through the joint efforts of over 1,000 official wizards in the entire council, Lynn's three major issues were quickly resolved. On the evening of the fifth day, Lynn, having completed the grand nuclear explosion model, took several counselors to a mined-out underground area for a test detonation. For safety, they only used the lowest critical mass. No one knew exactly what happened, but that day, the entire mine collapsed, causing a strong earthquake felt even tens of kilometers away in the capital. Rumors spread within the city, some panicked citizens even believed it was divine punishment, the wrath of the gods. Chapter 399, We must believe in science, or rather, believe in magic. Within the capital, rumors about the great earthquake being the wrath of the gods quickly escalated, reaching even the ears of the parliament members. The wizards engrossed in their studies naturally scoffed at this rumor. Earthquakes, though uncommon, had nothing to do with that pseudo-deity. Some of the grand wizards, like Anthony, received clandestine information. Lynn and several other counselors left the capital on that same day, and soon after, the earthquake struck. It might be related to the new magic Lynn, the star of magic, was tinkering with. However, the council took these baseless yet rapidly spreading rumors seriously. Lynn quickly surmised that someone with ill intentions was behind this chaos. He had Raydell lead a portion of the firearms squad undercover among the people, and with hefty rewards for reporting, they exposed over a dozen imperial spies spreading rumors. To calm the anxious populace, Lynn personally wrote a piece on the effects of crustal movement. From a scientific perspective, he explained the reasons behind earthquakes as a perfectly normal natural phenomenon, not the so-called wrath or punishment of the gods, urging the capital's residents not to panic. They had to believe in science, no, in magic. The next day at noon, Lynn finally found a moment of leisure in the manor's yard, basking in the sunlight. The past month and a half had been incredibly busy for him. The pseudo-deity, A.K.A, loomed like the sword of Damocles over their heads, ready to strike any time, leaving them powerless. After separating hundreds of demon stones, they only obtained around 50 kilograms of nuclear fuel. The critical mass for uranium-235 was about 15 kilograms, meaning even sustaining the smallest usage of his big nuclear spell allowed for only 3 uses. Yesterday, to test this magic, 1 usage had been expended. The theory proved accurate. The energy-mass equation worked universally in this parallel world. For safety reasons, Harof, Aurora, and Victorio, who had accompanied him to observe, hadn't witnessed the nuclear explosion. Yet, they saw the horrific aftermath. All protective magic spells they'd laid underground were instantly destroyed, the entire mine collapsed, and the seismic waves reached the capital miles away, causing massive turmoil. The scene post-explosion left Harof and the others horrified. The area of the nuclear explosion turned into a wasteland, its scorching heat instantly mummifying anyone and radiating harmful particles throughout the space. Under this power, even the so-called life-forbidden zone and the advanced death domain spells were child's play. This was true hell. When Harof emerged from the collapsed mine, his legs were shaky, but his eyes betrayed his excitement. Lynn wasn't surprised. Despite the energy conversion rate being less than 1,000th, it was still atomic-level power. Just 1 kilogram of uranium fission released the energy equivalent to 20,000 tons of TNT explosion. The first usage of this weapon in human history, similar to this test explosion, annihilated an entire city with a critical mass of just around dozens of kilograms. But considering Ayla's terrifying power to manipulate atoms directly, Lynn estimated they needed to position her at the center of the nuclear blast to eliminate or severely wound the pseudo-deity. With their current nuclear fuel reserves, he only had 2 chances. And that was thanks to the strange magical creature that consumed uranium ores, leaving behind demon stones, thousands of them. Otherwise, it would take at least half a year to extract uranium, even with magic's speed. Uranium ores had low uranium content, even less uranium-235. Acquiring 1 kilogram of weapon-grade uranium-235 required mining over 200 tons of uranium ore. The critical mass of 15 kilograms equated to 3,000 tons. Moreover, mining uranium was highly dangerous. Even with magic, it would take months to process 3,000 tons of ore, excluding the time needed for extraction and separation. As for hydrogen bombs, effective for enhancing nuclear blasts and mitigating radiation, they required atomic bombs for detonation. Unless Lynn ascended as a true legendary wizard, perhaps then he could use tritium as the material for the big nuclear spell. Their only hope now lay with the second batch of wizards dispatched by the Council. If they could find that bizarre creature within the complex and perilous uranium mines, capable of consuming radioactive elements, taming it would secure a magical nuclear fuel factory. Lynn, Dean. While Lynn pondered, Lydia excitedly ran into the yard, her childish face smudged with dust, yet unable to contain her excitement. "It seems your flying machine is finally complete." Lynn guessed the source of the girl's elation. Yes. We can test fly it today." Lydia nodded eagerly, pulling Lynn along outside. Unlike airships that relied on helium for lift and needed runways, this new flying machine required a series of runways for takeoff assistance and was situated outside the city for secrecy. If this test flight succeeded, it might coincide with the upcoming battle. Hayter, the new king of Hadralata, had been urging them for a month, inquiring when they would launch a counterattack to reclaim the kingdom's territories. After witnessing the nuclear blast's power, the councillors unanimously agreed that the time for retaliation had arrived. Even to minimize losses, they had to move the battlefield into the Empire's territory. A single nuclear blast equaled a city's downfall. If it occurred in the capital, they'd suffer a massive loss. Chapter 400, New Magic Fighter Aircraft. In the southern part of the royal capital, within a secluded valley, hundreds of formally trained wizards skilled in elemental studies joined forces overnight. They used magic-infused mud to create an incredibly neat runway stretching for 3 kilometers. At the end of this runway stood a massive fighter aircraft, sleek and exquisitely streamlined, resembling a majestic eagle with outspread wings. "I never thought such a flying machine could actually be created," remarked Orlando with considerable surprise. 2 years ago, Lydia's trial flight at the Iida harbor remained vivid in his memory. Back then, it was nothing but a rudimentary framework, resembling a child's whimsical toy. As he anticipated, shortly after taking to the sky, the entire aircraft collapsed within a few seconds. Were it not for Master Hurlram's timely intervention, the half-elf girl might have been smashed into pieces. However, this improved version of the aircraft before them was different. The entire structure had shifted from wood to steel, the crude and simple outer shell had turned exceptionally refined. The progress was so immense that it was hard to connect the two versions. Captain Lydia reporting, all components of the fighter aircraft have been inspected and are functioning normally. Lydia reported after a thorough check around the aircraft, making a show of her announcement. In reality, she was eager to conduct the test flight, but Lynn had mandated that before each boarding, she must inspect all crucial components of the aircraft. Lydia couldn't help but mutter to herself about the Chancellor's excessive caution, given that she had diligently checked everything just yesterday. All right. Having received the green light, Lydia immediately climbed into the cockpit, donning various safety gear and flicking switches. Powered by a robust hydrogen engine, the front propeller quickly began to spin. The sharp wind lifted dust from the ground. Under the gaze of the assembled wizards, the first-generation propeller aircraft quickly surged forward. So fast! Victorio beside them squinted, unable to contain his words. In just 10 seconds, the speed of the fighter aircraft had already exceeded the maximum speed of an alchemy-powered vehicle. It was as fast as a gust of wind. As it passed by, everyone could feel its immense force. Inside the aircraft, Lydia felt an even stronger sensation. Everything around her was rapidly receding, turning into fleeting shadows. This was much, much faster than an airship. The front propeller was already exhibiting a visual reversal phenomenon, and in the next moment, the aircraft began to climb, swiftly ascending into the high sky. Lydia quickly noticed the difference between piloting this fighter aircraft and an airship. It was incredibly agile, not cumbersome at all. She could maneuver, turn, and climb in the air effortlessly. She felt like she had transformed into a bird, freely soaring in the sky, thoroughly enjoying herself. Just how fast can this new type of aircraft go? Watching the propeller aircraft constantly accelerating in the sky, seemingly not reaching its limit yet, Orlando couldn't help but ask. The theoretical maximum speed should reach around 360 km per hour. Pondered Lynn. After all, this was the first generation of the fighter aircraft, and its performance was relatively conservative. That's incredibly fast! Orlando exclaimed in disbelief. 3 times the speed of an airship, surpassing any known flying magical creature. It seemed nothing could catch up to this new type of aircraft in the sky. Not even griffins could keep up. Lynn smiled but didn't respond. Compared to jet fighters from their world, this might seem as slow as a snail, but in this otherworldly realm, it was undoubtedly the master of the skies. Watching the aircraft continuously maneuvering and ascending in the high sky, Victorio suddenly asked, "Are you planning to use this thing called the new fighter aircraft in conjunction with that nuclear explosion magic?" Yesterday, he had felt the power of a nuclear explosion from across an entire mountain, shocked by its immense strength. Yet, he felt concerned because of its extensive range. How to use it effectively, destroying enemies while safeguarding themselves, was a significant issue. Now, it seemed using this extremely fast aircraft could be a solution. Lydia could pilot it while Lynn cast spells from the sky. Then, at the moment of explosion, using the extraordinary speed of the fighter aircraft to escape the blast wave before it caught up. This is the last resort. If possible, it's best not to do that. Lynn shook his head, speaking cautiously. The large-scale nuclear explosion magic should ideally only be used on Ayla herself or in extremely dire circumstances to eliminate the Empire's main army. The role of the fighter aircraft's bombing was limited to the latter or to destroy cities. While it might be satisfying in the moment, the aftermath would be severe. After all, they were here to lead the Empire's citizens in resisting the Church's deception, not to perpetuate tyranny and create more panic and unrest. It would only add pressure to their rule. I think the nuclear explosion magic should ideally be directed to that place. This way, it won't cause any impact on the outside world. Lynn pondered, voicing his thoughts. You mean? Victorio's mind raced, immediately thinking of the gate of heaven, the portal connecting the divine realm with reality. If they could find a way to deliver the nuclear explosion magic precisely at the moment when those legendary divine practitioners opened the gate of heaven and eliminate the casters, then the nuclear explosion would only occur within the divine realm. This was indeed the best plan, allowing unrestricted use of this highly destructive, wide-range magic. Controlling the timing so cleverly won't be an easy task, Victorio said, his expression grave. Listening to Lynn and Victorio discussing the use of new magic, Orlando and others pricked their ears, eavesdropping. They were highly interested in the new magic developed by the Chancellor. In fact, it had become a topic eagerly discussed by everyone, considering it was touted as a way to deal with that false god. Whether yesterday's sudden earthquake was related to this new magic remained a mystery. However, both Lynn and the counselors were extremely tight-lipped, revealing no hints whatsoever. Their discussions were shrouded in mystery, leaving everyone puzzled.